Hello everyone and welcome. This is Muse Fanfiction speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Harry found an ancient goblin contract that made him the legal owner of Diagon Alley at age 8? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1, The Parchments Promise. Harry Potter hated cleaning the Dursleys' attic. The cramped space was stifling in the summer heat, dust motes dancing in the thin beams of sunlight that managed to penetrate the small window. At 8 years old, he was small for his age, a fact Aunt Petunia attributed to his bad blood, but was more likely due to the meager portions he received at mealtimes and the cupboard that served as his bedroom. "You'd better have that attic spotless by dinner, boy," Uncle Vernon had bellowed that morning, mustache quivering with each syllable. "Marge is visiting next week, and we need to store her things properly." Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, inadvertently smearing dust across his face. He'd been at it for hours, organizing Christmas decorations, old toys Dudley had broken, and boxes of clothes Aunt Petunia deemed out of fashion, but too good to throw away. In the farthest corner, beneath a moth-eaten blanket, Harry spotted something that seemed deliberately hidden, a trunk unlike the Dursleys' other possessions. While everything else was either garishly new or carelessly discarded, this trunk looked dignified. The wood was dark and polished despite a layer of dust, with brass fittings that, when Harry wiped them clean, revealed an intricate pattern that somehow reminded him of flames. Curiosity overwhelmed caution. Harry knew he should leave it alone. Anything the Dursleys had hidden was surely off-limits, but something about this trunk called to him. He tried the latch, expecting it to be locked, but it swung open smoothly, as if welcoming him. Inside lay a jumble of items that made Harry's heart race. A photo album with moving pictures of a laughing red-haired woman and a man who looked startlingly like Harry. Letters addressed to Lily and James Potter. A delicate silver chain with a pendant shaped like a lily. A polished wooden stick that felt warm to the touch. "These were my parents' things," Harry whispered, the realization hitting him like a physical force. At the bottom of the trunk lay a rolled parchment, yellowed with age and sealed with what appeared to be wax imprinted with strange symbols. Something about it seemed important, more significant than the other treasures. When Harry touched it, he felt a strange tingling in his fingertips. As he carefully unrolled it, the brittle parchment crackled. The writing was elaborate, almost calligraphic, but in a language Harry couldn't understand. What caught his attention were the official-looking seals and signatures at the bottom, some in red ink that almost seemed to glimmer in the dusty light. Harry leaned closer, trying to make sense of the document. A splinter from the rough attic floorboard pricked his finger, and before he could stop it, a drop of blood fell onto the parchment. The effect was instantaneous. The drop didn't stain the document as expected. Instead, it seemed to be absorbed, the parchment drinking it in like a sponge. The strange writing began to glow with a golden light that grew increasingly bright, illuminating the attic with an unnatural radiance. Harry dropped the parchment in shock, but it didn't fall. It hovered in mid-air, the light pulsating now, spinning around him like a miniature whirlwind. A voice that seemed to echo from the parchment itself spoke words in that same strange language, and Harry felt a sharp tug behind his navel, as if a hook had caught him there. The attic dissolved around him. For a moment, there was only rushing darkness and a sensation of being squeezed through a very tight tube. Then, with a jolt that knocked him to his knees, Harry found himself on a cold marble floor in an enormous, opulent hall. Gasping for breath, disoriented and terrified, Harry looked up to see dozens of peculiar creatures staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to outrage. They were short, with swarthy faces, pointed ears, and very long fingers. Behind high counters, they'd frozen in the midst of weighing coins, examining jewels, and scratching in ledgers. "I'm sorry," Harry stammered, scrambling to his feet. "I don't know what happened." "Silence," commanded the nearest creature. "How did you breach our transportation wards?" "No wizard may apparate into Gringotts." "Gringotts?" Harry repeated, confusion mounting. The parchment, still glowing faintly, floated beside him. The creature's eyes widened as they fixed on the document. The Founders' Compact, it breathed, then barked orders in that strange language Harry had heard from the parchment. Several other creatures rushed forward, examining the document without touching it, their expressions growing increasingly agitated. An older creature with spectacles and a particularly impressive array of gold adornments approached, flanked by others wearing what appeared to be armor. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank," he announced imperiously. "Explain yourself, wizard child." Harry, trembling now with fear and confusion, could only manage, "I found this in my parents' trunk. I accidentally got blood on it, and then I was here." "Your name?" Ragnarok demanded. "Harry Potter, sir." The name caused an immediate reaction, whispers erupted throughout the hall, and even Ragnarok seemed momentarily stunned. "The Potter heir," he said, more to himself than to Harry. "After all this time." He snapped his fingers, and the floating parchment drifted toward him, though he still did not touch it. "The compact has awakened. The blood connection is confirmed. Summon Nagnok immediately." Harry watched in bewilderment as one of the creatures scurried away. "Please," he said, finding his voice again, "what's happening? What is this place? What was that paper?" Ragnarok regarded him with calculating eyes. "This is Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Mr. Potter. The heart of wizarding economy in Britain. And what you have activated is perhaps the most valuable contract in our vaults, a Founders' Compact, signed by Gandolphus Graves, original purchaser of the land that became Diagon Alley, and sealed by Goblin magic." "Goblin?" Harry asked faintly. "We are goblins," Ragnarok confirmed with a touch of impatience. "Keepers of wizarding gold, enforcers of contracts, and guardians of magical finance. And you, Mr. Potter, have just claimed your inheritance as the legal owner of Diagon Alley." Harry's knees nearly buckled. "I own an alley." "Not just any alley," came a new voice. Another goblin approached, this one with steel-gray hair and a scar running from his left eye to his chin. "You own the commercial heart of wizarding Britain. Every shop, every business establishment, every cobblestone of Diagon Alley rests on land that now, by ancient law and blood right, belongs to you. This is Nagnok," Ragnarok introduced. "Senior account manager of the Potter estate and, it seems, now your legal representative in this matter." Nagnok did not look pleased by this development. He fixed Harry with an appraising stare that felt like being x-rayed. "The ministry won't like this," he said bluntly. "They've grown accustomed to controlling alley affairs these last 7 years." "7 years?" Harry asked. "Since your parents' deaths," Nagnok clarified. "The compact lay dormant, awaiting the heir's claim. The ministry stepped in to temporarily administer alley governance. They will not surrender that power easily, especially not to an 8-year-old wizard who doesn't know a canute from a galleon." Harry's head was spinning. "I don't understand any of this. I live with my aunt and uncle. They told me my parents died in a car crash. I didn't know about wizards or goblins or a car crash." Nagnok looked genuinely outraged. "James and Lily Potter, killed in a muggle accident? What nonsense have these relatives been feeding you?" Before Harry could respond, the doors to the hall burst open, and a procession of humans in colorful robes strode in. At their head was a tall, imperious-looking man with long platinum blonde hair and a black cane with a silver snake's head. "Director Ragnarok," the man called out, his voice cultured and commanding. "The ministry has been alerted to a magical disturbance within Gringotts. As representative of the Wizengamot Financial Committee, I demand an explanation." Ragnarok's expression became carefully neutral. "Lord Malfoy. How expedient of you to arrive so quickly." The blond man, Lord Malfoy, swept his gaze around the hall until it landed on Harry, standing in his oversized, dust-covered clothes beside Nagnok. For just a moment, shock registered in those cold gray eyes before his features smoothed into practiced indifference. "Harry Potter," he said softly, though the name carried throughout the suddenly silent hall. How unexpected. And what business brings the boy who lived to Gringotts without proper supervision? Before Harry could wonder what "boy who lived" meant or why this stranger knew his name, Nagnok stepped slightly in front of him, a subtle but clear protective gesture. "Mr. Potter has claimed his inheritance under the Graves Gringotts Compact of 1317, the Goblin announced formally. As authenticated by blood and magic, he now stands as the legal owner of the land comprising Diagon Alley and its associated properties." Malfoy's composure cracked, just slightly. "That's absurd. The compact is a historical curiosity, not a binding document. The Wisengamot declared administration of the alley a ministry function after the war. The Wisengamot has no authority to overrule goblin-sealed blood contracts," Ragnok replied coldly. "The magic has accepted the heir's claim. Gringotts recognizes Harry Potter as the alley's rightful owner." Lucius Malfoy's hand tightened on his cane. "The boy is a child. He cannot possibly manage such responsibilities." "I didn't ask for this," Harry found himself saying, drawing surprised looks from everyone. "I don't even know what's happening." "Precisely my point," Malfoy said smoothly. "The sensible solution is for the ministry to continue administration until Mr. Potter comes of age. Perhaps with a symbolic recognition of his heritage. The contract specifies no minimum age for claiming ownership," Nagnok countered. "Mr. Potter may appoint advisors, but the authority rests solely with him." "This is preposterous," one of the wizards behind Malfoy sputtered. "We cannot allow the economic center of Wizarding Britain to fall under the control of an underage wizard who has been raised by muggles." "Your allowance is not required, Mr. Fudge," Ragnok said coldly. "Goblin law on this matter is clear and predates ministry jurisdiction." Harry, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, looked between the arguing adults. "Could someone please explain what's happening? In simple terms?" Nagnok gave him an assessing look, then nodded. "Your ancestor, through your father's line, purchased the land where Diagon Alley now stands. He made an agreement with the Goblin Nation, a magical contract that ensures the land passes to his descendants. That contract has recognized you as the current heir, making you the legal owner of the land and, by extension, having certain rights over the businesses that operate there." "Like a landlord?" Harry asked, trying to grasp the concept. "Precisely," Nagnok confirmed, looking slightly impressed by Harry's quick understanding. "A landlord with very specific magical rights and responsibilities." "This is absurd," Malfoy interrupted. "The boy clearly has no understanding of his position. For his own protection and the stability of our economy, the ministry must intervene." Harry didn't miss the calculating look in Malfoy's eyes, nor the way the other ministry officials seemed to defer to him despite his not appearing to hold an official position himself. Something about the man's demeanor reminded Harry of Uncle Vernon at his most duplicitous, when he was trying to impress someone while hiding his true intentions. "Mr. Potter will receive all necessary education regarding his responsibilities," Nagnok stated firmly. "Gringotts will ensure proper management of the alley's affairs while he learns." "Convenient for the goblins," Malfoy remarked silkily. "To have such influence over wizarding commerce." "Less convenient than ministry regulation, that has consistently favored certain families' business interests," Nagnok retorted, his pointed stare making it clear exactly which families he meant. Harry watched this exchange with growing awareness that he had stumbled into something much bigger than he could comprehend. But one thing was becoming clear: neither the goblins nor this Malfoy person were acting out of concern for him. They wanted control of this Diagon Alley, and he had somehow become the key to that control. "I think," Harry said carefully, surprising himself with his own boldness, "that I need to understand everything before any decisions are made." Malfoy's patronizing smile didn't reach his eyes. "Admirable caution, Mr. Potter, but these are complex matters that concern me directly," Harry finished, drawing on courage he didn't know he possessed. Years of navigating the Dursleys' casual cruelty had taught him to read people, to sense when adults were trying to manipulate him. "If this property is mine by right, I should understand what that means before anyone takes charge of it. Something that might have been reluctant respect flickered across Nagnak's face. A reasonable request. Gringotts can provide a complete accounting of the properties, current tenancies, and legal obligations. And while the boy educates himself on centuries of property law, who manages the day-to-day operations of the alley, demanded one of the ministry officials. The current arrangements can continue temporarily, Harry suggested, thinking quickly. Until I understand enough to make proper decisions. Malfoy's eyes narrowed slightly. This was clearly not the easily manipulated child he had expected. The Wizengamot must be consulted. This situation is unprecedented. Not unprecedented, Lord Malfoy, Ragnar corrected. Merely inconvenient for certain interests. The Wizengamot may certainly be informed, but the compact's magic is binding. I suggest you prepare your colleagues for that reality. The confrontation might have escalated further, but the bank's doors opened again, admitting a tall, elderly wizard with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and robes of deep purple adorned with silver stars. His arrival caused an immediate shift in the atmosphere. The ministry official straightened respectfully, Malfoy's expression became carefully neutral, and even the goblins seemed to acknowledge his presence with grudging deference. "Ah," the old wizard said mildly, as if happening upon a pleasant garden party rather than a tense political standoff. "I see the news travels quickly. Good afternoon, Ragnar." Lucius. And, his bright blue eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that belied his gentle tone. "Harry. My boy. How unexpected to find you here." "Professor Dumbledore," Malfoy acknowledged stiffly. "The ministry was just discussing the unusual situation that has arisen." "Yes, I imagine they were," Dumbledore replied pleasantly. "The awakening of the Graves Compact after all these years is quite remarkable. Though perhaps not entirely unexpected." Harry looked at the old man, Dumbledore, with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Unlike Malfoy, whose every word felt calculated to intimidate or manipulate, Dumbledore projected warmth and wisdom. Yet Harry sensed that behind the grandfatherly demeanor lay a mind every bit as strategic as Malfoy's. "You know about this contract too, sir?" Harry asked. "Indeed I do, Harry. Your father mentioned it once, though I don't believe even he realized its full significance." Dumbledore approached, studying Harry with those penetrating blue eyes. "You have been thrust quite suddenly into our world, I fear. There is much you should have been told long before now." "That's an understatement," Harry muttered, then blushed at his own boldness. To his surprise, Dumbledore chuckled. "Quite right. And while the circumstances are not what I would have chosen for your introduction to the wizarding world, perhaps we might make the best of the situation." He turned to Ragnar. "I assume Gringotts will be providing Mr. Potter with suitable accommodations while these matters are sorted?" "The Potter suite has been maintained in readiness," Nagnok confirmed. "As has been true since the compact was first sealed." "Potter suite?" Harry echoed. "A residence maintained within Gringotts for the alley's owner," Nagnok explained. "Tradition dictates that the owner may dwell at the heart of their holdings." "I live with my aunt and uncle," Harry said uncertainly. "An arrangement that must now be reconsidered," Dumbledore said, a slight frown crossing his features. "Though there are important protections in place at your relative's home, Harry." "Protections?" Harry couldn't help the disbelief in his voice. "From what?" An uncomfortable silence followed this question, broken by Malfoy's smooth voice. "Surely the boy should return to his guardians while the legal details are examined. The compact may be valid, but the management of such significant properties by an 8-year-old is simply impractical." "The boy has a name," Harry said quietly but firmly, surprising even himself. "And I'm not going back to the Dursleys until I understand what's happening." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded. "A fair request. Perhaps a compromise. Harry might remain at Gringotts temporarily, under the Goblin's protection, while we determine the best path forward. Educational provisions would need to be made, of course." Gringotts can arrange appropriate tutoring, Nagnok said immediately. The compact actually specifies that the heir must receive education suitable to their responsibilities. How convenient, Malfoy remarked acidly. The goblins gain influence over not only the alley but the Potter heir himself. As opposed to the ministry's disinterested guidance. Nagnok retorted. Gentlemen, Dumbledore interrupted gently, I believe Harry's well-being should be our primary concern. The political implications, while significant, are secondary. Harry wasn't convinced that anyone in the room truly considered his well-being the priority, but Dumbledore at least seemed less overtly self-interested than the others. If I own this alley, Harry said slowly, shouldn't I meet the people who live and work there? The ones who'd be affected by any decisions? This simple question caused another stir among the assembled adults. Malfoy looked appalled at the suggestion, while several of the ministry officials exchanged nervous glances. An unprecedented approach, one of them muttered. But not an unreasonable one, Dumbledore observed, eyes twinkling. The merchants of Diagon Alley would indeed be most affected by any changes in administration. The boy cannot simply wander the alley interviewing shopkeepers, Malfoy objected. The public reaction to Harry Potter's appearance would be chaotic, not to mention the security concerns. For the first time, Harry noticed how the wizards kept saying his name with a peculiar emphasis, as if it carried significance beyond being his identity. Why would people care about seeing me? He asked bluntly. Another uncomfortable silence fell. Dumbledore sighed softly. That, Harry, is part of the longer conversation we must have. Your name is well known in our world, for reasons connected to your parents' deaths, which most certainly did not occur in a car accident. Perhaps, Nagnok interjected, a controlled introduction would be appropriate. The Alley Guild representatives could be summoned to Gringotts to meet Mr. Potter in an official capacity. That would at least maintain proper protocol, one of the ministry officials agreed reluctantly. It seems we have the beginnings of a plan, Dumbledore said, as if the matter were settled. Harry will remain temporarily at Gringotts, meet with representatives of the alley businesses, and begin appropriate education. Meanwhile, the Ministry and Wizengamot can review the legal implications of the compact's activation. And his Muggle guardians? Malfoy pressed. I will personally inform them of the situation, Dumbledore replied. Though I suspect they may be less concerned than one might expect. Something in the old wizard's tone made Harry think Dumbledore knew exactly how the Dursleys treated him, which raised uncomfortable questions about why he'd been left there in the first place. Then if there's nothing else, Ragnarok stated rather than asked, Gringotts will proceed with our obligations under the compact. Mr. Potter will be settled in the Potter suite and briefed on his position. Malfoy looked as if he wanted to object further, but instead inclined his head stiffly. The Wizengamot will expect a full accounting of these developments. This matter is far from settled. With that barely veiled threat, he turned on his heel and strode from the bank, his ministry entourage hurrying after him. Dumbledore remained, regarding Harry thoughtfully. I had hoped for a gentler introduction to your heritage, Harry. There is much you should know, about your parents, about yourself, and about the events that made you famous in our world. Famous? Harry repeated incredulously. Me? Indeed. Though perhaps that conversation should wait until you've had time to adjust to today's revelations. Dumbledore's expression became serious. I must caution you, Harry. Your sudden emergence into the wizarding world, coupled with this unexpected claim on Diagon Alley, will draw significant attention, not all of it welcome. There are those who would seek to use you for their own purposes. I noticed, Harry said dryly, with a pointed glance toward the door through which Malfoy had exited. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. Perceptive. A quality you inherited from your mother, I believe. He grew solemn again. I would ask that you consider my counsel in the days ahead. While I respect your right to make your own choices, there are dangers you may not yet comprehend. With respect, Professor Dumbledore, Nagnok interrupted, the compact specifies that Gringotts shall serve as the heir's primary advisor in matters relating to the alley. Of course, Dumbledore agreed smoothly. I speak merely as someone who knew Harry's parents well and who has his best interests at heart. He turned back to Harry. I am the headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where both your parents studied, and where you too will be welcome when you turn 11. Until then, I hope you will allow me to help you navigate this new world you've entered. Harry nodded cautiously. Thank you, sir. I have so many questions. And they deserve answers, Dumbledore assured him. For now, I suggest you rest and begin learning about your inheritance. We can speak again tomorrow, perhaps, when you've had time to absorb the initial shock. With that, Dumbledore took his leave, moving with surprising agility for a man who appeared so ancient. As the bank doors closed behind him, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Well, Nagnock said dryly, that was quite an entrance into wizarding society, Mr. Potter. I still don't understand what's happening, Harry admitted. Or why everyone seems to know who I am. All in due time, Ragnock said, gesturing toward a marble hallway leading deeper into the bank. For now, let us show you to your accommodations. Tomorrow will be soon enough to begin your education in earnest. Harry followed the goblins, his mind reeling with the day's events. Just that morning, he had been Harry Potter, unwanted nephew of the Dursleys, sleeping in a cupboard and wearing Dudley's cast-offs. Now he was apparently a property owner, a figure of importance in a world he hadn't known existed, with both powerful allies and enemies appearing within hours of his arrival. As they walked through the opulent corridors of Gringotts, Harry made a silent promise to himself: whatever this new world held, he would not allow himself to be used or manipulated. For the first time in his life, he had something that was truly his, not a hand-me-down, not a grudging charity, but a birthright. And he intended to understand it fully. The Potter suite, when they reached it, took Harry's breath away. Hidden behind an ornate golden door that Nagnock unlocked with a complex series of gestures rather than a key, it revealed itself to be not a hotel-like room as Harry had expected, but an entire apartment larger than the Dursleys' whole house. Rich wooden floors gleamed beneath Persian carpets. The walls were paneled in warm cherry wood below and painted a soft cream above. A sitting room featured comfortable-looking furniture arranged around a fireplace of white marble, while doorways led off to what Harry glimpsed as a dining room, study, and several bedrooms. This has been maintained for generations, Nagnock explained, watching Harry's stunned expression with something approaching amusement. The Potter family has always kept quarters near their holdings, though your father preferred the family manor during his brief tenure as heir. I have a family manor too? Harry asked faintly. Indeed. Though it was damaged during the war and has stood empty these past years. Nagnock gestured around the apartment. This will be more suitable for now. The suite connects directly to the alley through a private entrance, allowing the owner to move between Gringotts and their properties without being seen if desired. Harry wandered into the main sitting room, taking in details that spoke of wealth and history. On the mantelpiece stood framed photographs, wizarding ones, with moving subjects who waved or smiled at the camera. With a jolt, Harry recognized his parents from the pictures he'd seen in the trunk. Those were updated by your father when he married, Nagnock commented, following Harry's gaze. James Potter made few changes to the suite, but he insisted on adding photographs of his new family. Harry approached the mantelpiece with almost religious reverence. There were his parents on their wedding day, laughing as they cut a cake. There was his father in what appeared to be Quidditch robes, holding a broomstick and grinning triumphantly. And there, Harry's breath caught, was his mother holding a baby that could only be him, her green eyes, his eyes, shining with love as she gazed down at her son. They really did want me, Harry whispered, almost to himself. Nagnock, overhearing, gave him a sharp look. Of course they wanted you. James and Lily Potter were devoted to you. There were made extensive provisions for your care, provisions that appear to have been ignored, he added with a scowl. They had a will. Harry turned from the photographs. Did it say I was supposed to live with the Dursleys? That, Nagnock said grimly, is a conversation for tomorrow, along with many others. For now, you should rest. A house elf has been assigned to attend you, Nipsey. With a crack that made Harry jump, a strange creature appeared in the middle of the room. It stood about 3 feet tall with bat-like ears, bulging eyes, and skin that reminded Harry of rubber. It wore what appeared to be a pristine pillowcase emblazoned with a P inside a circle. Master Potter has returned, the creature squeaked, bowing so low its long nose touched the floor. Nipsey has waited and waited, keeping the Potter suite ready all these years. Hello, Harry said uncertainly. Nipsey is a house elf, Nagnok explained. Bound to serve the Potter family. She will provide meals, keep your quarters clean, and assist with any needs you might have. Harry, who had spent his life as the Dursleys' unpaid servant, felt deeply uncomfortable with the idea of having a servant of his own. You don't have to bow to me, he told the elf awkwardly. And please call me Harry. Nipsey's already huge eyes widened further. Master Harry is too kind. Just like his father and mother. The elf seemed on the verge of tears. Master James always said Nipsey should call him by his name too, but it isn't proper, sir, it isn't what a good house elf does. Realizing he was causing the creature distress rather than being kind, Harry backtracked. Okay, whatever makes you comfortable then. Nagnok watched this exchange with an inscrutable expression. Nipsey will show you the facilities and provide dinner. Tomorrow morning at 9, I will return to begin your education regarding the alley and your responsibilities. I suggest you prepare questions. I have about 1,000,000 of them, Harry admitted. Start with the most important, Nagnok advised dryly. We have time for the rest. With a formal nod that wasn't quite a bow, the goblin turned to leave. Mr. Nagnok, Harry called after him. Thank you. For explaining things and, standing up for me earlier. The goblin paused, regarding Harry with that same unreadable expression. I am bound by the compact to serve as your advisor, Mr. Potter. It is not a matter of personal choice. Still. Thank you. Something that might have been the ghost of a smile touched Nagnok's severe features. You are, not what I expected, Mr. Potter. Rest well. Tomorrow will be demanding. With that, he was gone, the golden door closing silently behind him. Left alone with the eager house elf, Harry allowed himself to be shown through the apartment, trying to absorb the luxury and space after years in a cupboard. The master bedroom had a 4-poster bed bigger than Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's, with hangings of deep blue velvet. The attached bathroom featured a tub the size of a small swimming pool with multiple taps that Nipsey proudly demonstrated produced different colored and scented waters. The study contained floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with volumes on wizarding law, finance, and history, as well as what appeared to be family journals dating back centuries. A massive desk dominated the center of the room, its surface inlaid with leather and bearing a silver inkstand shaped like a phoenix. By the time the tour concluded, Harry felt overwhelmed by information, luxury, and the sheer magnitude of the changes this single day had brought. When Nipsey led him to the dining room, where a sumptuous dinner for one had been laid out, he was almost too stunned to eat. Is the food not to Master Harry's liking? The elf asked anxiously when Harry just stared at the spread. No, I mean yes, it looks amazing, Harry assured her quickly. I'm just not used to all this. Nipsey wrung her hands. Nipsey can make something different if Master prefers. This is perfect, Harry said firmly, taking a seat and picking up his fork to prove it. The food was indeed delicious, roast chicken, potatoes, vegetables, and fresh bread, followed by treacle tart that made Harry's eyes widen in delight. After years of Dursley leftovers, it seemed like a feast fit for royalty. As he ate, Harry tried to organize his thoughts. He was a wizard. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. He owned a place called Diagon Alley. People knew his name. Dumbledore, Malfoy, and the goblins all wanted influence over him for their own reasons. It was too much to process at once. By the time he finished dinner, exhaustion was catching up with him, the emotional whirlwind of the day combined with the rich food made his eyelids heavy. Nipsey showed him to the master bedroom again, where she had turned down the covers and laid out what appeared to be silk pajamas. "Does Master Harry need anything else before retiring?" Harry shook his head, then had a thought. "Actually, Nipsey, can you tell me anything about Diagon Alley? Since apparently I own it now." The house elf brightened. "Oh yes, Master Harry. Diagon Alley is the heart of wizarding London. All the best shops are there, Ollivanders for wands, Flourish and Blots for books, Madame Malkin's for robes, Gringotts Bank where we are now, and dozens more. Wizards and witches come from all over Britain to shop and conduct business. And my family has owned it for a long time. The Potters have been the alley's caretakers since the great Gandolphus Graves signed the compact with the Goblin Nation in 1317, Nipsey recited proudly. Master Gandolphus was your many times great-grandfather through the Potter line. But if we owned it, why were there arguments today about who controls it?" Nipsey's ears drooped slightly. After Master James and Mistress Lily passed away, there was no Potter of age to claim the compact. The ministry took control, temporarily, but Nipsey hears the goblins saying they never intended to give it back. She twisted her hands nervously. Nipsey should not speak ill of Wizard's government. "It's okay," Harry assured her. "I'm just trying to understand." "The alley belongs to the Potters," Nipsey said with surprising firmness. "The magic knows. The compact knows. That's why it called to you when your blood touched it." This simple explanation made more sense to Harry than much of what he'd heard that day. Magic had recognized him as the rightful owner, regardless of age or knowledge or political convenience. "Thank you, Nipsey," he said sincerely. "That helps." After the house elf departed with another deep bow, Harry changed into the pajamas, which felt impossibly soft against his skin after years of Dudley's rough hand-me-downs, and climbed into the enormous bed. Despite the unfamiliar surroundings and the day's revelation spinning in his head, exhaustion claimed him quickly. His last thought before drifting off was that for the first time in his memory, he would sleep in a proper bed, in a place where he was actually wanted, not by the people, perhaps, but by the magic itself. Morning arrived with sunlight streaming through windows Harry didn't remember seeing the night before. Sitting up in the massive four-poster, he realized that what he had taken for ordinary walls actually contained enchanted windows showing a view of Diagon Alley from above, his first real glimpse of the property he supposedly owned. The sight took his breath away. The alley was a winding cobblestone street lined with the most extraordinary collection of shops Harry could imagine. Though it was early, the thoroughfare was already coming to life, shopkeepers raising awnings, setting out displays, and greeting early customers. From his vantage point, Harry could see colorful robes, strange creatures being led on leashes, and objects floating through the air apparently of their own accord. A soft pop announced Nipsey's arrival with a breakfast tray. "Good morning, Master Harry. Did you sleep well?" "Better than ever," Harry admitted, still staring at the magical view. "Is that really what it looks like down there?" "Indeed, Master. The enchanted windows show the true alley at all times. The master or mistress of the compact must always be able to observe their domain." Nipsey set the tray across Harry's lap, eggs, bacon, toast, potatoes, and a glass of something orange that wasn't quite orange juice. "Master Nagnock will arrive in 1 hour. Nipsey has prepared clothing suitable for a business meeting." Harry glanced at the wardrobe, which now stood open to reveal garments in his size that certainly hadn't been there the previous night. "Where did those come from?" "The Potter suite maintains appropriate attire for its occupant," Nipsey explained, as if this were perfectly ordinary. "The magic measures the current master or mistress and provides what is needed." Deciding that questioning magical logistics was probably pointless, Harry focused on his breakfast. The strange orange drink turned out to be pumpkin juice, which Nipsey informed him was a wizarding staple. It was oddly sweet but refreshing, and Harry found he quite liked it. After breakfast, Harry selected the simplest outfit he could find, dark trousers, a white shirt, and a blue sweater that reminded him somewhat of his school uniform, though made of much finer materials. Even these simple clothes felt luxurious compared to Dudley's cast-offs. Exactly at 9, a chime sounded through the apartment, and Nipsey announced that Master Nagnock had arrived. Harry, who had been watching the increasingly busy alley through the enchanted windows, took a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. Time to get some answers. Nagnock entered the sitting room carrying a leather portfolio and followed by a younger goblin laden with scrolls and ledgers. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I trust you rested well." "Yes, thank you," Harry replied politely. "I have a lot of questions." "As expected." Nagnock gestured to the younger goblin. "This is Griphook, my assistant. He will take notes and provide documentation as needed." He settled into an armchair, placing the portfolio on the coffee table between them. "Before we begin, I should inform you that the news of your arrival has already spread throughout Wizarding Britain. The Daily Prophet, our newspaper, carries the headline, 'Boy Who Lived Returns to Claim Diagon Alley.'" "Boy Who Lived?" Harry repeated with a frown. "That's the second time I've heard that title. Why do people call me that?" Nagnock's expression became grave. "That is perhaps where we should start. Contrary to what your Muggle relatives told you, your parents did not die in a car crash. They were murdered by a dark wizard called Lord Voldemort." Harry felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. "Murdered?" "Yes. During a terrible war that ravaged our world. Voldemort was the most feared dark wizard in generations. Your parents opposed him and were targeted as a result." Nagnock paused, seeming to consider his next words carefully. "On Halloween night in 1981, Voldemort came to your family's home in Godric's Hollow. He killed your father first, then your mother. But when he attempted to kill you as well, something extraordinary happened. The killing curse, a spell that no one had ever survived, rebounded upon its caster. Voldemort was destroyed, and you were left with only that scar on your forehead." Harry's hand went automatically to the lightning-shaped scar he'd had for as long as he could remember. "My scar came from a curse. A curse that should have killed you, yet didn't. Instead, it defeated the darkest wizard of our time. That is why you are called the Boy Who Lived. That is why everyone in our world knows your name. You are credited with ending the war and saving countless lives." Harry sat back, trying to absorb this information. "But I was just a baby. I couldn't have done anything special." "That is the mystery," Nagnock acknowledged. "No one knows exactly what happened that night or why you survived when no one else ever had. Some believe your mother's love provided a protection, others think you possess extraordinary magical power. Whatever the truth, the result is that you are famous in our world, a symbol of hope and the defeat of darkness. And no one thought to tell me any of this." Harry couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. "I've spent my life being treated like garbage by the Dursleys, not knowing anything about magic or my parents or why I have this scar." Nagnock's eyes narrowed. "That is a matter I intend to investigate. Your parents will specify guardianship arrangements that did not include your mother's sister and her husband. Additionally, as the Potter heir, you should have been informed of your heritage and prepared for your responsibilities long before now. My parents' will," Harry seized on this point. "You mentioned it yesterday too. What did it say? Who was supposed to take care of me?" "Your godfather, Sirius Black, was named as your guardian, with several alternatives listed including the Longbottom family and Remus Lupin." Nagnock's expression darkened. "However, circumstances intervened. Sirius Black was imprisoned shortly after your parents' deaths, the Longbottoms were attacked and incapacitated, and Lupin was deemed unsuitable due to his condition. What did my godfather do? Why is he in prison?" Nagnock hesitated, an unusual expression for the normally decisive goblin. "He was accused of betraying your parents to Voldemort and subsequently murdering 13 people, 12 Muggles and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew. He was sent to Azkaban, the wizard prison, without trial, under emergency wartime provisions. Without trial? Harry repeated incredulously. How could they send someone to prison without a trial? The aftermath of the war was chaotic. Many normal procedures were abbreviated. Nagnak's tone suggested he found this as distasteful as Harry did. However, as your magical guardian under the compact, Gringotts now has standing to review the case. Harry leaned forward. You mean you could get him a proper trial? Find out if he really did it? It is within our authority, yes. Though I should caution you, the evidence against Black was considered overwhelming at the time. But not overwhelming enough for an actual trial? Harry countered. If he's innocent, he's been in prison for 7 years for nothing. And if he's guilty, he deserves to rot there. Either way, shouldn't we know for sure? Something that might have been approval flickered in Nagnak's eyes. A fair assessment. I will add it to our list of legal actions. Thank you. Harry took a deep breath, trying to organize his thoughts. So I'm famous because I somehow survived this killing curse and defeated Voldemort. And I own Diagon Alley because of an ancient contract my ancestor made with the goblins. And now everyone is fighting over who gets to control me because of both those things. Succinctly put, Nagnak agreed. The Ministry, particularly factions led by Lucius Malfoy, wants to maintain control over the Alley's administration. Dumbledore likely wishes to ensure you remain under his influence for reasons both benevolent and strategic. And Gringotts is bound by the compact to serve your interests while also protecting goblin rights in the Alley. And what about what I want? Harry asked quietly. That, Nagnak said with unexpected gravity, is what makes this situation unprecedented. The compact has never before activated for an heir so young, nor one raised outside wizarding society. You have the legal right to make decisions regarding the Alley, but without the knowledge typically expected of the position. Then I need to learn, Harry stated firmly. Everything about the Alley, about my responsibilities, about wizarding laws and customs. I don't want to be anyone's puppet. A brief, sharp-toothed smile crossed Nagnak's face. A commendable attitude. We will arrange appropriate tutoring immediately. In the meantime, there are pressing matters requiring attention. The Alley Guild representatives will arrive at 11 to meet you officially. The Ministry has called for a Wizengamot session tomorrow to discuss the compact's activation. And Dumbledore has requested a private meeting with you this afternoon. That's a lot, Harry admitted, feeling overwhelmed again. Welcome to your inheritance, Mr. Potter, Nagnak said dryly. Perhaps we should review the basics of the Alley's operations before your meeting with the Guild. For the next hour, Nagnak and Griphook presented Harry with maps, ledgers, and contracts outlining the structure and finances of Diagon Alley. Harry learned that there were currently 47 businesses operating in the Alley, from the massive Gringotts Bank to tiny specialty shops. Each paid rent based on a complex formula accounting for size, location, and business type, with the funds managed by Gringotts and historically used for Alley maintenance, security, and the Potter family's living expenses. The Ministry has been collecting these rents since your parents' deaths, Nagnak explained, showing Harry a ledger with columns of figures. While continuing to charge additional taxes for the same services the rents were meant to cover. So they've been double charging the shop owners? Harry asked, frowning. Precisely. Many smaller businesses have struggled as a result. Several have closed entirely. Harry studied the figures with growing indignation. Can we stop that? Make the Ministry return what they took? With the compact activated, yes. The Ministry has no legal right to collect these fees, only the taxes approved by the Wizengamot. Then that's our first order of business, Harry decided. The shop owners shouldn't be paying twice for the same things. Nagnak made a note. A popular first decree. Though it will not endear you to the Ministry. I'm more concerned with being fair to the people who actually work in the Alley, Harry replied. The Ministry already seems to dislike me anyway. Not dislike, Nagnak corrected. Fear. You represent a disruption to carefully established power structures. Between your status as the boy who lived and now your control of the alley, you have become a significant political force overnight, without being aligned to any of the traditional factions. Harry shook his head in disbelief. I'm 8 years old. How can I be a political force? Age matters less in wizarding society than lineage, wealth, and magical power, Nagnok explained. You possess all three in abundance. Additionally, your name carries immense symbolic weight. People who have never met you feel they owe you a debt for Voldemort's defeat. That's ridiculous. I didn't do anything. Nevertheless, it is reality. And reality, however irrational, must be navigated carefully. Before their discussion could continue, Nipsey appeared to announce that the Alley Guild representatives had arrived and were waiting in the bank's conference room. It's time for your first official appearance, Nagnok said, gathering his papers. Remember that these are now your tenants. Their livelihoods depend on your decisions, but they also represent your primary base of support against ministry interference. Harry nodded, trying to project more confidence than he felt. Let's meet them. The conference room, when they entered, fell immediately silent. Around a massive oak table sat about a dozen witches and wizards of varying ages, all wearing what Harry was coming to recognize as formal wizarding robes. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to skepticism to outright wonder as they took in the small boy with the lightning scar. Ladies and gentlemen, Nagnok announced formally, may I present Mr. Harry Potter, hereditary owner of Diagon Alley under the Graves Gringotts Compact of 1317. A murmur ran through the assembled merchants. An elderly wizard with spectacles and wispy white hair that reminded Harry of dandelion fluff stood up. Remarkable, he said in a reedy voice. Truly remarkable. The resemblance to James is uncanny, though he has Lily's eyes. He bowed slightly. Garrick Ollivander, Mr. Potter. Wand maker. I remember selling wands to both your parents. Your father favored mahogany, 11 inches. Excellent for transfiguration. Your mother, on the other hand, had a willow wand, 10¼ inches. Particularly good for charm work. You remember every wand you've sold? Harry asked, genuinely impressed. Every single one. Ollivander's pale eyes seemed to look straight through Harry. And I expect I'll be selling you yours in a few years. I wonder what will choose you. That's quite enough mysticism before lunch, Garrick, interrupted a plump witch with rosy cheeks. The boy doesn't need you analyzing him before he's even properly introduced to us all. She smiled warmly at Harry. Alina Fortescue, dear. My husband runs the ice cream parlor. We're delighted to welcome you to the alley, though I must say it's a surprise to have you arrive so unexpectedly. One by one, the guild representatives introduced themselves, Florian Fortescue of the ice cream parlor, Madame Malkin of the robes shop, Mr. Flourish and Mr. Blotz of the bookstore, Imelda Greengrass of the Enchanted Encounter Social Club, Mr. Jigger of the apothecary, and several others whose names and businesses blurred together in Harry's mind. When the introductions concluded, Nagnok outlined the situation regarding the compact's activation and Harry's recognition as the alley's rightful owner. While Mr. Potter is still learning about his inheritance, he has already made one significant decision, the Goblin announced. Effective immediately, all ministry administrative fees for alley operations are cancelled. Merchants will pay only their contractual rents and legally established taxes. This announcement was met with stunned silence, followed by an eruption of applause and exclamations. Those fees have been strangling small businesses for years. About time someone stood up to the ministry's double-dipping. Just like his father, James never could abide unfairness. Harry, overwhelmed by the positive reaction, managed a smile and a nod. When the excitement died down, he cleared his throat nervously. I don't know much about running a business district yet, he admitted, but I want to learn. This is your livelihood. You know the alley better than anyone. I'd like to hear what problems you think need addressing and what changes might help your businesses thrive. This straightforward request seemed to surprise the merchants as much as the fee cancellation had. They exchanged glances, as if unused to being asked their opinions by authority figures. Madame Malkin recovered first. Well, for starters, the restriction on evening hours has hurt many of us. The ministry limited business after 6 p.m., claiming security concerns, but really just to reduce the monitoring costs. And the prohibition on seasonal decorations, added Fortescue. Used to be we could enchant the alley for holidays, floating jack-o'-lanterns at Halloween, singing snow angels at Christmas. Brought in lots of families. But the ministry banned it 3 years ago, too much, frivolous magic, they said. The arbitrary restrictions on new business licenses, Imelda Greengrass contributed. Several promising shops have been prevented from opening because they didn't have the right ministry connections or wouldn't pay certain consulting fees to the right officials. Harry listened as the merchants outlined numerous grievances: excessive regulations, selective enforcement, favoritism toward businesses with connections to ministry officials, particularly those aligned with Lucius Malfoy, and a general decline in the alley's vibrancy and profitability under ministry management. So basically, Harry summarized when they finished, the ministry has been making it harder for you to do business while charging you more for the privilege. Exactly. Florian Fortescue exclaimed. You've got it in one, lad. What would the process be for reversing these restrictions? Harry asked Nagnock. As the alley's owner, you have authority over business hours, decorative standards, and licensing, the Goblin replied. The ministry may object, but the compact is clear regarding your jurisdiction. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Then I think we should remove these restrictions. Let shops set their own hours. Allow holiday decorations again. And review any rejected business applications from the last few years. He looked around at the surprised faces. Does that seem reasonable? The merchants erupted in enthusiastic agreement. Several looked as though they might rush forward and embrace Harry, though Nagnock's presence seemed to deter such familiarity. Mr. Potter, Imelda Greengrass said when the excitement subsided again, allow me to express our collective gratitude. Many of us feared the alley would continue its decline indefinitely. Your arrival and these immediate actions give us hope for a renaissance. I should be thanking you, Harry replied honestly. Without your businesses, the alley would just be empty buildings. I want it to succeed because that means you succeed. This simple statement earned him more appreciative murmurs and nods. As the meeting continued, Harry found himself warming to these merchants who clearly cared deeply about their shops and the alley's community. Their passion and expertise made him feel less overwhelmed by his new responsibilities. When the meeting concluded, the merchants departed with promises to spread word of the positive changes and invitations for Harry to visit their establishments. Only Imelda Greengrass lingered, approaching Harry with a considering expression. Mr. Potter, if I might have a moment of your time, she requested. On a somewhat personal matter. With Nagnock's nod of approval, Harry agreed, and they moved to a quieter corner of the conference room. My daughter Daphne is your age, Mrs. Greengrass explained. She often accompanies me to the alley and has expressed great curiosity about meeting you. I wonder if you might be amenable to a more informal introduction. Perhaps tea at our establishment tomorrow? It would do you good to have acquaintances your own age in the wizarding world. Harry, who had never had friends due to Dudley's interference, felt a surge of both excitement and anxiety at the prospect. I'd like that, he said honestly. If it fits with whatever schedule Mr. Nagnock has arranged. Excellent. Shall we say 3 o'clock? The Enchanted Encounters Club is just off the main alley, beside Flourish and Blots. It's where many wizarding families socialize away from Muggle eyes. 3 o'clock, Harry confirmed. Thank you for the invitation. After Mrs. Greengrass departed, Nagnock approached with an unreadable expression. The Greengrass family is politically neutral but holds significant influence in commercial circles. An association with them could be advantageous. I wasn't thinking about politics, Harry admitted. Just that it might be nice to meet someone my own age who doesn't think I'm a freak. Something like sympathy flickered across Nagnak's severe features. A valid consideration. Social connections are as important as political ones, particularly for a young wizard in your position. He consulted a pocket watch. We have time for lunch before your meeting with Dumbledore. Then we must prepare for tomorrow's Gringotts session. What should I expect from Dumbledore today? Harry asked as they made their way back to the Potter suite. He will likely attempt to convince you to cede some control of the alley's administration, perhaps to himself, perhaps to the ministry under his influence. He will frame it as concern for your well-being and education, which may be partly genuine. Nagnak's tone turned dry. Albus Dumbledore is a master of presenting his own agenda as the only reasonable course of action. I advise listening carefully to what he does not say as much as what he does. You don't trust him, Harry observed. I recognize his skill at achieving his objectives while appearing to merely suggest them, Nagnak corrected. It is not a question of trust but of awareness. Dumbledore is neither villain nor saint, he is a political operator of exceptional ability who genuinely believes he knows what is best for wizarding society. This nuanced assessment gave Harry much to consider as they returned to the Potter suite, where Nipsey had prepared lunch. The morning's meetings had given him a better understanding of the situation but had also raised new questions about his position and the various factions seeking to influence him. As he ate, Harry gazed out at Diagon Alley through the enchanted windows. Already he could see differences in the atmosphere, shopkeepers chatting animatedly with each other, presumably discussing the meeting and his decisions. A few had begun hanging colorful banners or setting up outdoor displays that had apparently been restricted before. The sight filled him with a strange mix of pride and responsibility. These people's livelihoods were now partially dependent on his decisions. It was a heavy burden for an 8-year-old, but also oddly satisfying after years of being treated as worthless by the Dursleys. I wonder what Uncle Vernon would say if he could see me now, Harry murmured to himself. The thought brought a small, vindictive smile to his face. After lunch, Nipsey announced that Professor Dumbledore had arrived. The elderly wizard entered the Potter suite with a benign smile, his bright blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles as he took in Harry's more formal attire and the business documents spread across the coffee table. Harry, my boy. You're looking well. I trust the goblins are taking good care of you. Yes, sir, Harry replied, gesturing for Dumbledore to take a seat while Nagnak remained standing behind Harry's chair. I've been learning about the alley and meeting with the guild representatives. So I've heard, Dumbledore said mildly. Word travels quickly in our small community. Your decision regarding the ministry fees has caused quite a stir, delight among the merchants, consternation in certain government offices. The fees were unfair, Harry stated simply. The shop owners were paying twice for the same services. A principled stand, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though perhaps one with political ramifications you may not have fully considered. Such as? Harry prompted, remembering Nagnak's advice about listening carefully. The ministry under Minister Fudge has grown accustomed to a certain autonomy in its administration of the alley. Your sudden assertion of authority challenges that autonomy directly. While legally sound under the compact, it creates a confrontational dynamic that might have been avoided with a more graduated approach. Harry considered this. You mean I should have asked permission first? Perhaps not permission, Dumbledore demurred, but consultation might have smoothed the path. Minister Fudge responds well to the appearance of deference, even when the outcome isn't entirely to his liking. But the fees were wrong, Harry insisted. Consulting about ending something wrong just gives people time to find ways to keep doing it. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, and a genuine smile touched his lips. A perspective with considerable moral clarity, if not political expediency. You remind me of your mother in that regard. Lily too believed in addressing injustice directly rather than navigating around it. The comparison to his mother warmed Harry, but he remained cautious. Mr. Nagnak has been explaining wizarding politics to me. It seems like there are a lot of people who want to control what happens with the alley, and with me. Perceptive, Dumbledore acknowledged. Yes, your unexpected emergence into our world, coupled with your legal claim to such a significant property, has created quite the stir in various quarters. Which brings me to the purpose of my visit. He leaned forward slightly, his expression becoming more serious. Harry, I am concerned about your current situation. While the goblins are bound to honor the compact, Gringotts is not an appropriate long-term residence for a young wizard who should be experiencing childhood, receiving proper education, and developing friendships with peers. As opposed to living in a cupboard under the stairs? Harry asked quietly. Dumbledore blinked, genuine shock crossing his features before he could mask it. I beg your pardon. That's where the Dursleys kept me. In the cupboard under the stairs. That was my bedroom until yesterday. Along with the spiders. Harry maintained eye contact with the old wizard. They told me my parents died in a car crash because they were drunk. They called me Freak instead of my name. Dudley beats me up, and his parents encourage it. So I'm not sure why you think I should go back there instead of staying here, where people at least explain things to me and don't lock me in a cupboard. Dumbledore seemed momentarily at a loss for words, his customary serenity shaken. Harry, I had no idea conditions were so severe. When I placed you with your aunt and uncle, I believed they would treat you as their own son. Why? Harry asked bluntly. Did you know them? Did you check on me? Ever? I had monitoring systems in place, Dumbledore admitted. But they were designed to alert me to magical dangers, not domestic circumstances. He sighed heavily, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. I placed you there primarily for your protection. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful magical shield based on blood connection. As long as you could call home a place where her blood dwells, through her sister, you would be protected from Voldemort's followers who might seek to harm you. Harry absorbed this information with a frown. So you knew they didn't like magic, didn't like my mum, but you sent me there anyway? For protection. I knew Petunia had complicated feelings about magic, yes. I did not anticipate she would allow those feelings to manifest as mistreatment of a child. Dumbledore looked genuinely troubled. I must ask your forgiveness, Harry. It seems my focus on keeping you safe from external threats led me to overlook the possibility of harm from within your supposed sanctuary. The apology seemed sincere, which made it harder for Harry to maintain his anger. Still, he wasn't ready to simply forgive and move on. So what happens now? The goblins say I can stay here. The compact provides for it. So it does, Dumbledore agreed. Though I would submit that living within a bank, surrounded primarily by goblins and business matters, is hardly an ideal environment for a child's development. It's better than the cupboard, Harry pointed out stubbornly. A fair point, Dumbledore conceded with a small, sad smile. Perhaps we might consider a compromise. You could remain here temporarily while we arrange more suitable accommodations, perhaps with a wizarding family who could provide both proper care and introduction to our society. You would maintain your ownership of the alley but delegate day-to-day administration to appropriate officials, allowing you to focus on education and adjustment to the wizarding world. Harry glanced at Nagnock, whose expression remained carefully neutral. The compact specifies that the heir must reside in the Potter suite or the family manor, the goblin noted. Extended absence could weaken the magical connection. A technical interpretation that serves Gringotts' interests rather well, Dumbledore observed mildly. Though I believe periodic visits would satisfy the magical requirements while allowing Harry a more normal childhood. Mr. Potter's safety cannot be guaranteed outside Gringotts or his own properties, Nagnock countered. The blood protection headmaster Dumbledore mentions would not extend to a random wizarding household. There are other protections that could be arranged, Dumbledore insisted. Harry's well-being encompasses more than physical safety. Harry listened to this exchange with growing frustration. Could I make a suggestion? He interrupted. Since it's my life we're talking about. Both adults turned to him with slightly surprised expressions, as if they'd momentarily forgotten his presence in their tactical debate. I'd like to stay here, at least for now, Harry said firmly. I can learn about the alley and wizarding society from Mr. Nagnock and the tutors he's arranging. I've been invited to meet Daphne Greengrass tomorrow, so I'll have at least one person my age to talk to. And Nipsey seems happy to have someone to look after again. He looked directly at Dumbledore. I'm not saying I'll stay here forever. But right now, this is the first place I've ever been where I feel like I belong. Where I'm not a burden or a freak. I'd like to at least try it before deciding I need to go somewhere else. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, those piercing blue eyes seeming to see far more than Harry's words. Finally, he nodded slowly. A reasonable request. Perhaps I have been too quick to impose solutions without fully consulting the person most affected. His expression softened. Your mother would be proud of your articulate stand, Harry. She too was not afraid to advocate for herself. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely touched by the comparison. I would like to learn more about my parents, if you have time to tell me sometime. It would be my pleasure, Dumbledore assured him. They were remarkable people, not just for their magical abilities, which were considerable, but for their character and courage. He rose from his seat. I shall respect your wish to remain here for the present. However, I would ask that you allow me to arrange occasional outings to experience more of the wizarding world than can be seen from Diagon Alley. There is much you should know about your heritage beyond property ownership. That sounds reasonable, Harry agreed cautiously. Excellent. Then we have the beginnings of a compromise. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. I shall see you tomorrow at the Wizengamot session. The proceedings may seem intimidating, but remember, you have both law and magic on your side. And, he added with a small smile, you have made some rather influential allies already among the alley merchants. Never underestimate the political power of commerce, Harry. With that enigmatic advice, Dumbledore took his leave, leaving Harry and Nagnock to consider the implications of the meeting. He gave in rather easily, Nagnock observed once the door closed behind the headmaster. Dumbledore rarely abandons his preferred course so quickly. Maybe he really does feel bad about the Dursleys, Harry suggested. Perhaps. Or he is adjusting his strategy rather than his objective. Nagnock consulted his pocket watch. Regardless, we must prepare for tomorrow. The Wizengamot session will be more challenging than today's meetings. Many old families resent the compact's power, particularly its recognition of goblin authority in certain matters. Wizards don't like goblins much, do they? Harry asked, noting the bitter edge in Nagnock's tone. Centuries of conflict and mutual distrust are not easily overcome, the goblin replied. The compact was revolutionary in its time for establishing a partnership between our races. Many wizards still resent its provisions, viewing goblin rights as an affront to human supremacy. That's stupid, Harry said bluntly. You've been nothing but helpful to me, while wizards like this Malfoy person just seem to want to use me for their own purposes. Nagnock's lips twitched in what might have been an aborted smile. Your perspective is, refreshingly direct, Mr. Potter. Though I would caution that political realities require more nuanced navigation than moral judgments alone. The rest of the day passed in intensive preparation for the Wizengamot hearing. Nagnock and Griphook coached Harry on wizarding legal procedures, the structure of the governing body, and the various factions likely to support or oppose his claim. They reviewed the compact's provisions in detail, identifying the strongest arguments for Harry's authority and anticipating potential challenges. By evening, Harry's head was spinning with names, procedures, and political alignments. When Nagnock finally departed, promising to return early the next morning, Harry collapsed onto the sitting room sofa with a groan. Is Master Harry not feeling well? Nipsey asked anxiously, appearing with a tray of tea. Just tired, Nipsey. There's so much to learn all at once. The house elf nodded sympathetically. Master James always said the same when he was learning his duties. He would tell Nipsey, politics is just people being complicated about simple things. This simple observation made Harry smile. He sounds like he was smart. Oh yes, Master James was very clever. Sometimes too clever for his own good, Mistress Lily would say. Nipsey poured tea with practiced precision. Master Harry reminds Nipsey of both of them, Master James's courage and Mistress Lily's kindness. You knew them well. Nipsey served the Potter family since before Master James was born, the elf said proudly. Nipsey helped raise Master James and then looked after the Potter suite when he moved to the manor with Mistress Lily. They would visit often before they had to hide. Harry sipped his tea, comforted by this connection to his parents' lives. What were they like? Really like, I mean. Nipsey's huge eyes softened with memory. Master James was full of laughter and mischief. Always planning some joke or adventure with his friends. But loyal, so loyal. He would do anything for those he loved. She smiled fondly. Mistress Lily was like sunshine, warm and bright, but could burn you if you deserved it. She had a temper when she saw unfairness. But such a kind heart. Both of them loved Master Harry more than anything. Nipsey has never seen parents so devoted to their child. This simple, heartfelt description brought tears to Harry's eyes. All his life, he'd been told his parents were worthless, drunks who died in a car crash, leaving their burden of a son to the Dursleys. To hear they had been real people who had loved him, who had died protecting him, filled an aching void he'd never fully acknowledged. Thank you, Nipsey, he said softly. For remembering them. For telling me. The house elf bowed, her own eyes suspiciously bright. It is Nipsey's honor, Master Harry. The Potters have always been good to Nipsey's family. And now the last Potter has returned home. Home. The word resonated within Harry. Despite the whirlwind of politics, responsibilities, and revelations, that simple truth remained, for the first time in his memory, he was home. With that comforting thought, he finished his tea and prepared for bed, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges in the form of the Wizengamot hearing. As he drifted off to sleep, Harry's last conscious thought was that, whatever happened, he would face it as a Potter should, with the courage his father had shown and the sense of fairness his mother had championed. Morning arrived all too soon. Harry was awakened by Nipsey announcing that Master Nagnok had arrived early to prepare for the Wizengamot session. After a quick breakfast, Harry found himself being fitted with formal wizarding robes, deep green with subtle gold embroidery that Nagnok informed him were the traditional colors of the alley's owner. The Wizengamot convenes at 10, the Goblin explained as Harry struggled with the unfamiliar fastenings. As this is an administrative rather than criminal proceeding, it will be held in the Ministry's main chamber rather than the courtrooms. You will be presented as the Compact's heir and required to demonstrate the blood connection for the official record. Another blood test? Harry asked nervously. A formality only. The Compact's magic has already accepted you, this is merely for the Wizengamot's documentation. Nagnok's expression turned grave. You should be prepared for opposition, particularly from the faction aligned with Lucius Malfoy. They may attempt to discredit your claim or argue for supervisory measures that would effectively maintain ministry control. And Dumbledore? Harry asked. Where does he stand in all this? Officially, as Chief Warlock, he presides over the session and maintains procedural order. Unofficially. Nagnok hesitated. Dumbledore has complex motivations. He genuinely desires what he believes is best for you, but his vision of best may not align with your wishes or the Compact's provisions. So basically, everyone has their own agenda, Harry summarized. Welcome to politics, Mr. Potter, Nagnok replied dryly. They traveled to the Ministry via the Floo network, a disorienting method of transportation involving fireplaces that left Harry dizzy and covered in soot despite Nagnok's detailed instructions. The Ministry of Magic's atrium was a vast, imposing space with a polished dark wood floor and peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that moved and changed like heavenly bodies. A fountain depicting a witch, wizard, centaur, goblin, and house elf dominated the center of the hall, though Harry couldn't help noticing that the humans were positioned prominently while the other beings gazed up at them with adoring expressions. Their arrival caused an immediate stir. Witches and wizards stopped mid-stride to stare, whispers following in their wake as Nagnok led Harry toward the security desk. The guard's eyes widened comically when he registered Harry's scar, and he fumbled the wand-weighing procedure so badly that Nagnok eventually snapped, "Mr. Potter does not yet possess a wand, as you would know if you bothered to check his age rather than gawking at his forehead." The journey to the Wizengamot chambers took them through crowded corridors and a rattling golden elevator packed with ministry employees who stared openly at Harry. By the time they reached the appropriate level, Harry's nerves were frayed from the constant scrutiny. "Is it always going to be like this?" he muttered to Nagnok as they approached a set of imposing double doors. "People staring and whispering." "Fame has its burdens," the goblin replied unsympathetically. "Though the novelty will eventually diminish. Your father found that humor and confidence were effective shields against unwanted attention." Before Harry could respond, the doors swung open to reveal a large, tiered circular chamber reminiscent of an amphitheater. Rows of plum-robed witches and wizards occupied the higher tiers, while the floor held several tables arranged in a horseshoe pattern. At the far end, elevated slightly on a dais, sat Albus Dumbledore in magnificent purple robes, a small wooden gavel before him. As Harry entered with Nagnok, a hush fell over the chamber, followed by an eruption of murmurs and exclamations. "By Merlin, he's just a child. Looks exactly like James. Can't possibly be qualified, the prophecy child." Dumbledore tapped his gavel, restoring order. "The Wizengamot recognizes Harry James Potter and his Goblin Council, appearing in the matter of the Graves Gringotts Compact of 1317. Harry followed Nagnok to one of the tables, acutely aware of the dozens of eyes tracking his every movement. Opposite them sat a delegation of ministry officials, including a nervous-looking man with a lime-green bowler hat whom Nagnok identified under his breath as Minister Fudge. Lucius Malfoy occupied a seat in the front row of the observation gallery, his cold eyes fixed on Harry with calculating intensity. "Before we proceed," Dumbledore continued, "as this is Mr. Potter's first appearance before the Wizengamot, perhaps introductions are in order. I am Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. To my right is Amelia Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To my left, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge." The introductions continued, a blur of names and titles that Harry tried desperately to remember. When they concluded, Dumbledore explained the purpose of the session. "We are convened today to address the activation of the Graves Gringotts Compact, a document of historical and legal significance. For the past 7 years, following the deaths of James and Lily Potter, administration of Diagon Alley has fallen to the Ministry under Clause 73 of the Emergency Powers Act. The recent claim by Harry Potter, as blood heir to the compact, necessitates a review of this arrangement." A severe-looking witch with a monocle, Amelia Bones, Harry recalled, spoke next. "The first order of business must be verification of the claimant's identity and blood right under the compact. Mr. Potter, are you prepared to submit to the ceremonial testing?" Harry glanced at Nagnok, who nodded reassuringly. "Yes, Madam Bones." At a gesture from Dumbledore, an elderly wizard approached carrying a stone basin inscribed with runes. "This is a modified Familius Revelio ritual," he explained. "A drop of your blood, combined with the potion in the basin, will reveal your parentage and lineage to the required generational depth for the compact's provisions." With Nagnok watching hawkishly to ensure no improper magic was employed, Harry allowed the wizard to prick his finger and collect a drop of blood, which was added to the swirling silver liquid in the basin. Immediately, the potion began to change color, first gold, then crimson, then a deep royal blue. Names appeared on the surface in glowing script: Harry James Potter, son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, grandson of Fleamont Henry Potter and Euphemia Folly Potter. The lineage continued back several generations until it reached, descendant of Gondolphus Graves, signatory to the Compact of 1317. A final flash of light emanated from the basin, and the testing wizard stepped back with a bow. "The blood connection is confirmed beyond dispute. Harry James Potter is the legitimate heir to the Graves Gringotts Compact. Murmurs filled the chamber, some approving, others distinctly dissatisfied. Minister Fudge looked particularly unhappy, leaning over to whisper urgently to a toad-like witch beside him. "The Wizengamot acknowledges the blood verification," Dumbledore announced formally. "We now turn to the question of implementation. Senior Account Manager Nagnok, as Goblin representative to the Compact, please outline Gringotts' position." Nagnok rose, his demeanor coldly professional. "The position of Gringotts is simple. The Compact is a binding magical contract that supersedes any temporary administrative measures. With the heir's blood confirmation, all authority over Diagon Alley reverts immediately to Harry Potter, with Gringotts serving in its traditional advisory role as specified in the original agreement." "Preposterous," exclaimed a wizard from the ministry table. "The boy is 8 years old. He cannot possibly manage such responsibilities." "The compact specifies no minimum age requirement," Nagnok countered smoothly. "The magic itself judges the heir's worthiness, not human conventions of maturity." Minister Fudge cleared his throat nervously. "Surely some compromise can be reached. Perhaps a transitional period, with the ministry maintaining operational oversight while young Mr. Potter is educated in the necessary procedures." "The ministry's transitional period has already lasted 7 years, Nagnok pointed out acidly. "During which time numerous policies have been implemented that directly contradict the Compact's provisions for merchant rights and fair taxation." This sparked an outbreak of heated exchanges, with various Wizengamot members arguing for or against ministry control. Harry watched, increasingly uncomfortable with being discussed as if he weren't present, until Madame Bones tapped her wand sharply against her table. "Perhaps," she suggested, her voice cutting through the chaos, "we should hear from Mr. Potter himself. He is, after all, the central figure in this matter." All eyes turned to Harry, who suddenly found his throat very dry. Nagnok gave him an encouraging nod. "Thank you, Madame Bones," Harry began, his voice steadier than he felt. "I understand that my age makes this situation unusual. I don't pretend to know everything about running Diagon Alley. But I've already started learning, and the merchants themselves have been helping me understand what needs to change." He took a deep breath, remembering Nagnok's coaching on projecting confidence. "Yesterday, I met with the Alley Guild representatives. They told me about the double fees the ministry has been charging, the restrictions on business hours that hurt their livelihoods, and other rules that seem designed to make things harder instead of better. Those measures were implemented for public safety and orderly commerce," protested the toad-like witch. "Then why do they mostly help big businesses with ministry connections while hurting smaller shops?" Harry countered, recalling the merchants' complaints. "And why charge fees for services that the rents already cover?" A murmur of approval ran through the chamber, not from the ministry officials, but from various Wizengamot members who apparently found Harry's direct questions refreshing. "The boy has a point, Dolores," remarked an elderly witch with an elaborate silver headdress. "My sister owns the astronomy shop in the alley, and those fees nearly drove her to closure last year." Minister Fudge, looking increasingly flustered, tried another approach. "No one disputes that certain policies might benefit from review, Mr. Potter. But surely you can see the wisdom in having experienced administrators handle such complex matters while you focus on your education." "I plan to continue my education," Harry assured him. "Including learning about the alley's administration. But the compact gives me the right to make these decisions, with advice from Gringotts and the merchants themselves. I'm not going to give that up just because it's inconvenient for the ministry." This blunt statement caused another stir, surprise from many Wizengamot members, outrage from the ministry contingent, and what appeared to be grudging respect from Madame Bones. Lucius Malfoy chose this moment to interject. "Chief Warlock, if I might address the chamber." At Dumbledore's nod, he continued silkily. "While young Mr. Potter's enthusiasm is admirable, this situation sets a dangerous precedent. If an 8-year-old child can override ministry authority based on an ancient contract, what other historical agreements might suddenly resurface to disrupt our carefully established governance? A specious argument, Lord Malfoy, Nagnok replied coldly. The compact has never been secret or disputed. The Ministry's temporary control was always understood to end when a Potter heir came of age or otherwise claimed their birthright. But surely the Wizengamot has authority to establish a reasonable interpretation of that birthright? Malfoy pressed. One that acknowledges both the compact's legitimacy and the practical realities of proper administration. Before Nagnok could respond, Harry spoke up. Mr. Malfoy seems very concerned about my age and experience. But I wonder if he'd be arguing the same way if the compact benefited him instead of me? A stunned silence followed this impertinent question, broken by several hastily suppressed chuckles from the Wizengamot seats. Malfoy's face tightened with barely controlled anger. A childish oversimplification, he said dismissively. But accurate, Madame Bones observed dryly. Let us not pretend this debate is purely about administrative competence. There are significant financial and political interests at stake. Dumbledore, who had been observing the exchanges with thoughtful attention, finally spoke. Perhaps we are approaching this matter from an unnecessarily adversarial position. Mr. Potter has acknowledged his need for continued education and guidance. The question is not whether he requires assistance, but who should provide it and under what authority. He surveyed the chamber over his half-moon spectacles. I would propose the following compromise. The Wizengamot acknowledges Harry Potter as the legitimate heir under the compact, with all rights and responsibilities therein. A small advisory committee comprised of representatives from Gringotts, the Alley Guild, and the Ministry will assist him in administrative matters, with final authority remaining with Mr. Potter as the compact stipulates. This proposal was met with mixed reactions, thoughtful consideration from some quarters, immediate rejection from others. Minister Fudge leaned over for another urgent consultation with his advisors. The Ministry cannot accept such a diminished role, the toad-like witch, Dolores, eventually declared. The public interest demands proper oversight. The public interest is precisely what has been ignored under Ministry administration, Nagnok countered. As evidenced by the unanimous complaints from the alley merchants themselves. The debate continued in this vein for some time, with various Wizengamot members offering modifications to Dumbledore's proposal. Throughout, Harry noticed that the chamber had effectively divided into three camps, those supporting full Ministry control, those acknowledging his rights under the compact, and a middle group seeking compromise. What surprised him most was that the division didn't follow what Nagnok had described as traditional political lines. Some of the most conservative members actually supported his claim, apparently valuing ancient magical contracts above Ministry authority, while several supposedly progressive voices argued for restricting his rights due to his age. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of debate, Madame Bones called for a structured vote on a modified version of Dumbledore's proposal. The compromise maintained Harry's legal ownership and final authority but established a 3-member advisory council, 1 goblin appointed by Gringotts, 1 merchant elected by the Alley Guild, and 1 Ministry representative approved by both other councillors. Those in favour of the compromise measure? Dumbledore called. A clear majority of the Wizengamot raised their hands, including Madame Bones and several influential-looking witches and wizards whom Harry recognized from Nagnok's briefing as heads of prominent families. Those opposed? A smaller but significant number raised their hands, including Malfoy and the Ministry contingent. The compromise is approved, Dumbledore announced. The Wizengamot hereby recognizes Harry James Potter as the legitimate heir to the Graves Gringotts Compact, with all rights and responsibilities therein, effective immediately. The Advisory Council shall be established within 7 days, with members serving 1-year terms subject to renewal. He looked directly at Harry. Mr. Potter, do you accept this arrangement? Harry glanced at Nagnok, who gave a barely perceptible nod. Yes, Chief Warlock. I accept. Then by the authority of the Wizengamot, I declare this matter resolved. The session is adjourned. Dumbledore tapped his gavel, and the formal atmosphere immediately dissolved into dozens of conversations as Wizengamot members rose from their seats. A qualified victory, Nagnok muttered to Harry. The Advisory Council is an innovation not specified in the compact, but it preserves your ultimate authority while providing a structure that satisfies the Wisengamot's concerns. So we got what we wanted? Harry asked, uncertain. We maintained the essential principle, your rightful position as the alley's owner. The concessions are largely procedural rather than substantive. Nagnak's expression turned grimly amused. And the requirement that the ministry representative be approved by both Gringotts and the guild ensures they cannot simply install a puppet. Before they could discuss further, they were surrounded by Wisengamot members eager to meet the famous Harry Potter and express their positions on the compromise. Harry did his best to remember names and affiliations as Nagnak had coached him, offering polite thanks for their support or careful diplomatic responses to those who had opposed his claim. Madam Bones approached with a direct, assessing gaze. Mr. Potter, that was a most interesting session. You handled yourself well for one so young. Thank you, Madam Bones, Harry replied, recalling Nagnak's description of her as scrupulously fair but intimidating. I'm still learning. Aren't we all, she said with a small smile. I shall be watching your administration of the alley with interest. My niece Susan speaks often of visiting the ice cream parlor there, perhaps you two will cross paths when you're both at Hogwarts. This casual reference to his future schooling, presented as a certainty rather than a question, reminded Harry that for all the day's political maneuvering, he was still a child with a normal wizarding education ahead of him. The thought was oddly comforting amid the adult complications he'd been navigating. Minister Fudge approached next, his manner nervous but determined. Well, Mr. Potter, it seems we'll be working together through this new council arrangement. I trust you'll find the ministry's contributions valuable as you learn the ropes, so to speak. I look forward to constructive cooperation, Minister, Harry replied, using one of the diplomatic phrases Nagnak had drilled into him. The alley's success benefits everyone. Fudge seemed somewhat reassured by this non-confrontational response. Yes, quite right. We all want what's best for Diagon Alley, of course. Perhaps you might visit my office sometime. Informally, you understand. Always good to establish a working relationship. Once the council is formed, I'm sure there will be many opportunities for discussion, Nagnak interjected smoothly, saving Harry from having to commit to a private meeting with the minister. As the crowd of well-wishers and political opportunists gradually thinned, Harry spotted Lucius Malfoy watching from a distance, his expression unreadable. When their eyes met, Malfoy gave a slight, cold nod before turning away, neither conceding defeat nor declaring continued opposition, but acknowledging Harry as a player in the game rather than merely a child to be manipulated. Finally, Dumbledore approached, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Congratulations, Harry. You've navigated your first Wisengamot session with remarkable poise. Thank you for proposing the compromise, Professor, Harry said. It seemed to satisfy most people. The art of politics often lies in finding solutions that allow all parties to claim some measure of victory, Dumbledore observed. Though I suspect your goblin advisor might have preferred a more absolute outcome. Nagnak's expression remained neutral. The compact's integrity has been preserved. The details of implementation are secondary. Indeed. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry. You are now officially recognized as the alley's owner, the youngest in its long history. A significant responsibility, but also an opportunity to make a positive difference in many lives. I'll try to do it right, Harry promised. I believe you will. Dumbledore smiled gently. Your parents would be proud of how you've conducted yourself today, Harry. James, I think, would have particularly enjoyed watching you stand up to Lucius Malfoy. They had what might charitably be called a mutual antipathy during their school days. This casual insight into his father's life made Harry's heart leap. Did they? What about my mother? Lily was more diplomatic by nature, though no less determined when principles were at stake. Dumbledore's eyes grew distant with memory. She once organized an entire student campaign against a policy that disadvantaged Muggle-born students, all while maintaining such impeccable politeness that even those who opposed her couldn't find grounds to object to her methods. Harry stored away these precious details, hungry for any connection to his parents. "I'd like to hear more stories sometime." "And I would be delighted to share them," Dumbledore assured him. "Perhaps during one of those outings we discussed. There are places connected to your family's history that you might find illuminating." "I'd like that," Harry agreed, genuinely eager despite his lingering wariness of the headmaster's motives. With final congratulations, Dumbledore took his leave, and Nagnock indicated it was time for them to depart as well. The return journey through the ministry was no less filled with stares and whispers, but Harry found them slightly less bothersome now that the tension of the hearing had passed. "You performed adequately," Nagnock informed him as they prepared to use the flue back to Gringotts, high praise from the taciturn goblin. "Your direct question to Malfoy was particularly effective. Sometimes the simplest challenges are the most difficult to counter." "I just said what I was thinking," Harry admitted. He seemed so fake. An accurate assessment. Lucius Malfoy cultivates an appearance of aristocratic concern while pursuing entirely self-interested goals. Nagnock checked his pocket watch. "We should return to Gringotts. You have your meeting with the Greengrass family at 3, and we must prepare you for that social interaction." Harry groaned inwardly at the thought of more preparation and coaching, but nodded his agreement. The Wizengamot session had been exhausting but also exhilarating in a strange way. For the first time in his life, adults had listened to him, considered his words, and treated him as a person with rights and opinions rather than an inconvenient burden to be silenced and hidden away. As they stepped into the flue, Harry reflected that in just 2 days, his life had transformed completely. He had gone from an unwanted, isolated child in a cupboard to the recognized owner of Wizarding Britain's commercial heart, with political allies, opponents, and a growing understanding of his place in this new world. Whatever challenges lay ahead, and he had no doubt there would be many, Harry was determined to face them with the same courage and integrity that had apparently characterized his parents. The Dursleys had tried to crush his spirit and convince him he was worthless, but the wizarding world had recognized him as someone of value, someone with a birthright and responsibilities. It wasn't freedom from hardship, but it was freedom from the particular hardships of Privet Drive. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 2, The Steward's Path. Almost a year had passed since Harry Potter had first set foot in Diagon Alley as its reluctant 8-year-old owner. The seasons had turned full circle, summer fading to autumn, winter, spring, and now back to summer again. Harry, now 9, stood at the enchanted windows of the Potter suite, watching the morning bustle below with a proprietary pride that would have been unimaginable to the boy who once lived in a cupboard. The alley had transformed under his stewardship. Gone were the drab, uniform awnings mandated by ministry regulation, replaced by a kaleidoscope of colors and designs that reflected each shop's unique character. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor now featured chairs and tables shaped like various magical creatures that occasionally animated to delight young customers. Quality Quidditch Supplies had installed a hovering display where the latest racing broom performed aerial acrobatics within a contained magical field. Even Flourish and Blots had embraced the new freedom, with books that formed animated displays in their front windows, rearranging themselves to illustrate different magical themes throughout the day. Most importantly, the alley was thriving. Since the cancellation of the ministry's duplicative fees and the loosening of restrictive regulations, business had boomed. New shops had opened, filling long vacant spaces, and existing merchants had expanded their offerings. The Wizengamot's Advisory Council had proven surprisingly effective, with the Goblin and merchant representatives consistently outvoting the ministry appointee on matters of alley governance. "Are you wool gathering again, Mr. Potter?" came Nagnock's dry voice from behind him. Harry turned with a smile. Over the past year, his relationship with the Goblin had evolved from formal advisor and advisee to something approaching mentor and student, though Nagnock would never admit to such sentimental attachments. "Just appreciating the view," Harry replied. "The summer decorations look brilliant. Madame Malkin's enchanted mannequins are my favorite." Nagnock made a non-committal sound as he joined Harry at the window. The mannequins in question were performing an elaborate dance in lightweight summer robes that changed color with their movements. Frivolous magic, the goblin commented, though without real disapproval. Though I suppose it attracts customers. That's the point, isn't it? Harry grinned. Shopkeepers are happier, customers are happier, and the account ledgers you showed me yesterday prove everyone's making more money, including the Goblin Nation through its percentage. Indeed. Nagnok consulted his ever-present pocket watch. Your magical theory tutor arrives in 20 minutes. Before that, we have several matters requiring attention. Harry nodded, moving to the large desk that had become his command center. Once intimidating in its size and formality, it was now covered with orderly stacks of parchment, reference books, and magical instruments that helped him manage the alley's affairs. He had grown into his role with surprising aptitude, absorbing lessons in commerce, wizarding law, and magical governance with an enthusiasm that occasionally startled his tutors. First, Nagnok began, opening his leather portfolio, the application for the new apothecary specializing in Eastern ingredients. The guild representatives have approved it, but the ministry's counselor has raised security concerns, the usual delaying tactic. Harry reviewed the application, which included detailed business plans, safety measures, and credentials. Mr. Cho seems well qualified. His certification from the Imperial Academy of Potions in Beijing is impressive. What exactly are the security concerns? Unspecified, as usual, Nagnok replied with a hint of disdain. Though I suspect the real issue is that Severus Snape, who holds exclusive ministry contracts for certain rare potions, has expressed concern about competition. Harry had heard of Snape, a Hogwarts professor with political connections who also maintained a lucrative side business in specialized brewing. That's not a valid reason for rejection. Approve the application and inform the ministry representative that security concerns must be specifically documented in future. Nagnok made a note. Second, Gringotts has completed its review of the Black case as you requested. The findings are troubling. Harry's expression grew serious. Over the past year, he had learned more about his parents' lives and deaths, including the circumstances surrounding his godfather's imprisonment. The more he discovered, the more questions arose. Troubling how? He asked, leaning forward. There is no record of a trial. No transcript of testimony. No evidence catalogued according to standard procedures. Nagnok placed a thin file on the desk. What we do have is a transfer order signed by Bartemius Crouch, then head of magical law enforcement, remanding Sirius Black to Azkaban for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, as well as for conspiracy with the Dark Lord resulting in the deaths of James and Lily Potter. But no evidence was presented to support these charges. Harry pressed. None that was properly documented. Witnesses claimed to have seen Black confront and kill Pettigrew, but their statements were never formally recorded. The Aura report notes that only Pettigrew's finger was found at the scene, with no explanation for how the rest of his body could have been completely destroyed while leaving his clothing intact. Harry frowned, a habit he developed when confronting problems that defied simple solutions. This doesn't make sense. Even if everyone believed he was guilty, there should be a proper record. The aftermath of the war was chaotic, Nagnok reminded him. Many normal procedures were suspended. But yes, even by the standards of that time, the Black case is exceptionally poorly documented. What are our options? As your magical guardian under the compact and manager of Potter affairs, Gringotts has standing to petition for a review of the case on your behalf. We cannot demand a trial directly, but we can request that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement examine whether proper procedures were followed. Harry considered this. Would that go to Madame Bones? Yes. As current department head, she would be responsible for the review. She seems fair, Harry mused, recalling his interactions with the stern but honest witch at Wisengamot sessions. Draft the petition. I want to read it before it's submitted. Of course. Nagnok made another note. Finally, we have received a rather interesting letter. From France. He produced an elegant envelope of cream parchment bearing a wax seal with an ornate N stamped into it. Harry opened it curiously. The letter inside was written in flowing calligraphy on expensive stationery. To the Honorable Harry Potter, proprietor of Diagon Alley, greetings from Paris. I write to introduce myself and express my interest in a potential business relationship that could prove beneficial to us both. The Noir family has, for 7 generations, developed and managed premier magical shopping districts throughout Europe. Our flagship property, Le Passage Mystique in Paris, is widely regarded as the continent's most sophisticated magical retail destination. We have similar successful ventures in Madrid, Rome, and most recently, Berlin. Having heard of the recent changes in Diagon Alley's management and your commendable efforts to revitalize this historic property, I believe the time may be right for us to discuss a possible collaboration or acquisition that would bring Diagon Alley into our family of world-class magical marketplaces. I will be visiting London next week and would welcome the opportunity to meet with you personally to discuss how the Noir Group's resources, expertise, and international connections could elevate Diagon Alley to new heights while providing you with significant compensation for your interests. My assistant will contact your office to arrange a mutually convenient time for our meeting. With highest regards, Sebastian Noir, Managing Director, Noir Magical Enterprises. Harry read the letter twice before looking up at Nagnock. He wants to buy Diagon Alley. So it would seem. The goblin's expression was carefully neutral. The Noir family does indeed own and operate several upscale magical shopping districts in Europe. Their properties are known for luxury offerings catering to wealthy clientele. But I can't sell the alley, Harry said with certainty. The compact doesn't allow it, does it? Not in the conventional sense, no. The compact establishes your family line as the alley's stewards in perpetuity. However, there are provisions for management contracts and profit-sharing arrangements that might satisfy Monsieur Noir's objectives while technically maintaining your ownership. Harry studied the letter again, noting its carefully chosen language. He makes it sound like he'd be doing me a favor by taking it off my hands. A standard negotiating tactic, Nagnock observed. Present your desires as benefits to the other party. Should I meet with him? Nagnock considered the question. It would be diplomatically awkward to refuse outright. The Noir family has significant international influence. However, I would advise extreme caution in any discussions. Sebastian Noir has a reputation for aggressive business tactics and getting what he wants, by whatever means necessary. I'll meet him, Harry decided. But I want you there, and I want to know everything about him and his business practices before he arrives. A prudent approach. Nagnock actually looked approving. I shall arrange a comprehensive briefing. Their discussion was interrupted by Nipsey announcing the arrival of Madame Brightspark, Harry's magical theory tutor. Over the past year, a rotating schedule of tutors had been teaching Harry everything from basic wizarding subjects to specialized knowledge about the alley's governance and magical infrastructure. Tell her I'll be right there, Nipsey, Harry requested, gathering his notes. To Nagnock, he added, we'll continue this after my lesson. Indeed. I shall compile information on the Noir enterprises while you study. The Goblin paused. A reminder that Miss Greengrass is expected at 2 o'clock for your weekly social engagement. Harry couldn't help smiling at Nagnock's formal description of what had become a genuine friendship. Daphne Greengrass, daughter of Imelda Greengrass from the Enchanted Encounters Club, had been Harry's first friend in the wizarding world. Their initial awkward meeting had evolved into a standing weekly appointment that Harry always looked forward to. I haven't forgotten, he assured Nagnock. She's bringing some books on ancient wizard houses that she thinks might help with understanding the Wardstone system. Miss Greengrass continues to demonstrate commendable initiative, Nagnock observed, which Harry recognized as high praise from the Goblin. Madame Brightspark was waiting in the study, a slender witch with silver-streaked black hair pulled into a tight bun. A former unspeakable who had retired from the Department of Mysteries to pursue independent research, she had been teaching Harry the fundamental principles of magic that most wizarding children absorbed haphazardly through observation but never formally learned. Good morning, Mr. Potter, she greeted him crisply. I trust you've completed the reading on magical resonance patterns. Yes, Madam Brightspark. Harry produced his notes, which included diagrams of various magical wave patterns and their interactions. Though I'm still confused about how consonant and dissonant resonances affect spell combinations. An excellent topic for today's lesson, then. She tapped the desk with her wand, causing his diagram to rise into the air and expand. Magical resonance is fundamental to understanding why certain spells work together while others conflict. For the next hour and a half, Harry was immersed in the theoretical underpinnings of magic. Unlike the practical spellcasting he would learn at Hogwarts, these lessons focused on why magic worked the way it did, knowledge that would eventually allow him to manipulate magical forces with greater precision and creativity than rote memorization of spells could provide. When the lesson concluded, Harry's head was swimming with wave patterns and resonance equations, but he felt the familiar satisfaction of understanding something fundamental about how magic functioned. You continue to progress well, Madam Brightspark told him as she packed her teaching materials. Most young wizards find these concepts tedious, but you seem to grasp their importance. It's fascinating, Harry said honestly. Knowing why magic behaves certain ways makes more sense than just memorizing incantations. Precisely the attitude that separates magical practitioners from true magical scholars, she approved. For next week, please review the chapter on crystalline structures as magical conductors. It will be relevant to your interest in the alley's wardstones. After Madame Brightspark departed, Harry had just enough time for a quick lunch before Daphne's arrival. As he ate the excellent stew Nipsey had prepared, he reviewed his notes on the alley's magical security system, a network of ancient wardstones concealed throughout Diagon Alley that protected the district from various magical and mundane threats. His exploration of this system had begun quite by accident, 3 months after taking ownership of the alley. While examining the architectural plans for a shop expansion, he had noticed discrepancies between the official layouts and the actual building configurations. These inconsistencies led to the discovery of hidden spaces throughout the alley, maintenance tunnels, emergency exits, and storage vaults that had been forgotten over centuries of development. Most intriguing were the references to a Founder's Path, a system of connected passages that supposedly allowed the alley's owner to move unseen throughout their domain. With Nagnak's reluctant assistance and after numerous safety precautions, Harry had located the entrance to this path within the Potter Suite itself, a concealed door that responded only to his blood and magic. The Founder's Path had proven to be an extensive network of tunnels running beneath and sometimes through the walls of Diagon Alley. At key junctions sat wardstones, massive crystals carved with ancient runes that powered the alley's protective enchantments. According to the fragmentary records Harry had pieced together, these wardstones could be activated by the alley's rightful owner to provide enhanced protection in times of danger. The problem was that no one seemed to know exactly how this activation worked. The original documentation had been lost or deliberately obscured centuries ago, and subsequent owners had relied on Gringotts security measures rather than maintaining the independent system. Harry was drawn from his musings by Nipsey announcing Daphne's arrival. He hurried to the sitting room, grinning as his friend entered. Daphne Greengrass had changed little in the year he'd known her. Still slender and poised, with dark blonde hair typically arranged in a neat braid, she carried herself with the confidence of a pure-blood heiress but lacked the condescension Harry had observed in others of similar background. Her most striking features remained her eyes, a clear, ice blue that could shift from warmth to glacial disdain in an instant, particularly when confronting what she deemed stupidity. "You look like you've been buried in theory again," she observed by way of greeting, noting the ink smudge on Harry's hand. "Brightspark working you hard?" "Magical resonance patterns," Harry confirmed. "Brilliant but brain-melting. How was your morning?" "Tedious. Mother insisted I accompany her to a charity committee meeting at Lady Parkinson's. 2 hours of gossip thinly disguised as philanthropy." She rolled her eyes, setting a heavy book on the coffee table. "But I escaped with this from the Parkinson Library. It's got a whole chapter on ancient property wardstones." "Brilliant." Harry examined the tome, Foundations of Power, Magical Architecture Through the Ages, by Wilhelmina Stonecrafter. How did you convince them to lend it to you? A sly smile crossed Daphne's face. I mentioned I was researching for a school essay on historical properties. Pansy's mother practically thrust it at me, thinks if she's nice to me, I'll convince you to give Pansy an invitation to the Potter suite. Harry grimaced. He had met Pansy Parkinson briefly at a formal alley function and found her both simpering and calculating, an unpleasant combination. Not happening. I know. That's what makes it amusing. Daphne settled comfortably into what had become her chair during these weekly visits. Any interesting developments this week? Actually, yes. Harry retrieved Sebastian Moir's letter. This arrived today. Daphne read it carefully, her eyebrows rising. The Noir Group. Mother calls their Paris district dizzyingly overpriced but irresistible. Only the wealthiest families shop there regularly. What do you know about Sebastian Moir? She considered this. Not much specifically. The family is old French nobility, very wealthy and well-connected. I believe Sebastian is the youngest son who's been put in charge of international expansion. She tapped the letter thoughtfully. You're not actually considering selling, are you? I can't, even if I wanted to. The compact prevents it. Good. Daphne handed back the letter. The Noir Group would turn the alley into another playground for the elite. Ordinary witches and wizards would be priced out within a year. That's what I thought too. Harry appreciated Daphne's straightforward assessments. Unlike many adults who either patronized him or tried to manipulate him, she treated him as an equal and spoke her mind openly. I'm meeting with him next week, though. Nagnock says it would be diplomatically awkward to refuse. Diplomatic indeed, she agreed. Just be careful. Mother says old European magical families play by different rules. They've never fully embraced the international statute of secrecy the way Britain has. They still have one foot in the Muggle aristocracy and one in magical society. This was the kind of cultural insight Harry valued from Daphne. Growing up with the Dursleys had left him woefully ignorant of both magical and Muggle social structures, and his position as the alley's owner frequently required navigating complex interpersonal and political waters. Enough about business, Daphne declared. Did you finish that book I lent you? The one about magical creatures? Their conversation shifted to more casual topics, books they'd read, magical theory Harry was studying, gossip from the pure-blood circles Daphne reluctantly participated in. Despite their different backgrounds, they had discovered shared interests in magical history, chess, which Daphne played ruthlessly, and a certain irreverent humor that made even tedious subjects entertaining. After an hour of conversation, they turned to the property Wardstone book Daphne had brought. Together, they pored over the densely written text and intricate diagrams, occasionally exclaiming over discoveries relevant to the alley's system. Look at this, Harry pointed to a passage describing blood-keyed activation sequences. It says the primary Wardstone responds to the hereditary owner's magical signature combined with blood intent. Blood intent, Daphne repeated thoughtfully. That's serious old magic. It means not just your blood physically touching the stone, but your magic carrying your deliberate purpose into it. How would that work practically? According to this, she traced the text with her finger, you would need to focus your intent clearly while your blood makes contact with the Wardstone. The stronger and more specific your purpose, the more precisely the wards would respond. Harry nodded, thinking of the massive crystal he had discovered at the central junction of the Founder's Path, a Wardstone larger than himself, glowing with a faint inner light even in its dormant state. The book doesn't say anything about what happens when they activate, though. Probably because it varies by property, Daphne speculated. Each warding system would have been designed for specific threats relevant to that location. They continued studying until Nipsey appeared with tea and cakes, a tradition for these afternoon sessions. As they enjoyed the refreshments, their conversation drifted to the upcoming school year. Though both were still 2 years away from Hogwarts, the prospect loomed large in their thoughts. Mother's already started dropping hints about Slytherin expectations, Daphne said with a mixture of amusement and resignation. For generations of greengrasses in Slytherin house apparently creates an obligation. Would you mind being in Slytherin? Harry asked curiously. Not really. Ambition suits me. She grinned. The question is whether Slytherin could handle both of us. Harry laughed. Who says I'd be in Slytherin? My parents were both Gryffindors. Please. Daphne gave him a look. You live above a bank run by goblins, you're learning to manage property and negotiate politics at age 9, and you're cunning enough to outmaneuver ministry officials 3 times your age. If that's not Slytherin material, what is? When you put it that way. Harry smiled, though the thought made him slightly uncomfortable. From what he'd learned, Slytherin House had a complicated reputation and had produced more than its share of dark wizards, including Voldemort himself. Daphne, ever perceptive, caught his hesitation. Houses aren't destiny, Harry. My mother's best friend was a Hufflepuff. People are more complicated than 4 categories can contain. I know. It's just strange to think about school at all. Sometimes I forget that managing the alley isn't actually my primary job, I'm supposed to be a student first. Most students don't own Europe's second largest magical shopping district, she pointed out dryly. I think normal childhood milestones don't really apply to you. Their afternoon continued pleasantly until Daphne had to leave for dinner with her family. As always, Harry found himself energized by their conversation. Her sharp intelligence and different perspective helped him see problems from new angles. The remainder of the week passed in a blur of lessons, administrative decisions, and preparation for Sebastian Noir's visit. Nagnok provided an extensive briefing on the Noir family and their business practices, including several instances where their acquisitions had resulted in dramatic changes to previously accessible magical districts. Le Passage Mystique in Paris was once similar to Diagon Alley, Nagnok explained, showing Harry photographs of a charming, historical magical street. After the Noir acquisition, it underwent what they called revitalization. The subsequent photos showed a transformation to gleaming storefronts housing luxury brands, with the architectural character preserved but sanitized of its quirky individuality. Gone were the small, family-owned shops, replaced by high-end retailers selling expensive goods to a clearly affluent clientele. Where did the original businesses go? Harry asked, frowning at the before and after images. Some relocated to less prestigious areas. Others closed permanently. The Noir Group offers compensation, but rarely enough for true relocation of established businesses. Nagnok's tone was matter-of-fact rather than judgmental. They target properties with historical significance but economic challenges, presenting themselves as saviors while maximizing profit through exclusivity. Harry studied the dossier with growing concern. Sebastian Noir himself was described as brilliant but ruthless, educated at Beaux Batons and the Magical Institute of Economics in Switzerland, with a reputation for charm, cunning, and complete disregard for obstacles to his objectives. He doesn't sound like someone who takes no for an answer, Harry observed. A succinct assessment, Nagnok agreed. Which makes your upcoming meeting particularly delicate. He will arrive expecting negotiation, not refusal. When the day of Sebastian Noir's visit arrived, Harry dressed in his formal business robes, deep green with gold piping, custom-made to befit the alley's owner. Though still small for his age, a year of proper nutrition and regular physical activity exploring the alley's secrets had begun to erase the effects of the Dursleys' neglect. His perpetually messy black hair remained an untamable force, but Nipsey had at least managed to make it look deliberately tousled rather than simply chaotic. Sebastian Noir arrived precisely at the appointed time, escorted by Grip Hook to the formal meeting room adjacent to the Potter suite. Harry's first impression was of immaculate presentation. Noir was perhaps in his mid-20s, tall and slender with aristocratic features, dark hair styled with casual precision, and robes that Harry immediately recognized as far more expensive than even his best formal wear. Everything about him projected confident sophistication. Mr. Potter, Moore greeted him with a slight bow and a French accent that somehow enhanced rather than detracted from his polished demeanor. A pleasure to meet you at last. Your reputation precedes you, even in Paris. Welcome to Gringotts, Mr. Noir, Harry replied, using the formal greeting Nagnock had coached him on. Please, have a seat. This is Senior Account Manager Nagnock, who advises me on alley matters. If Noir was surprised or dismayed by the goblin's presence, he showed no sign of it. Of course. The partnership between the Potter line and the Goblin Nation is legendary. Bonjour, Senior Account Manager. Nagnock offered a formal nod in return as they all took seats around the polished conference table. I must say, Moore continued smoothly, it is remarkable to meet someone so young who has already made such an impact on magical commerce. The revitalization of Diagon Alley over the past year has been noted throughout European business circles. Thank you, Harry replied, maintaining the professional demeanor he'd developed for business meetings. The credit belongs primarily to the merchants themselves. They only needed the freedom to innovate. Ah, but that freedom was your gift to them, was it not? A bold first move that set the tone for your administration. Noir's smile was practiced but charming. It is precisely that vision that makes me believe our organizations could achieve remarkable things together. I was intrigued by your letter, Harry said carefully. Though I should clarify that Diagon Alley isn't precisely mine to sell. The Graves Gringotts Compact establishes the Potter line as stewards rather than conventional owners. Noir waved a manicured hand dismissively. Ancient legal structures can always be accommodated within modern business frameworks. I am not proposing to violate the compact, merely to optimize the arrangement for everyone's benefit. For the next 30 minutes, Sebastian Noir outlined his vision for Diagon Alley's elevation, with such enthusiasm and confidence that Harry could almost see the transformation he described. The Noir Group would invest millions of galleons in infrastructure improvements, bring internationally renowned magical retailers to the alley, and create a shopping destination worthy of London's magical heritage. Throughout, he carefully emphasized how this would benefit current merchants through increased foot traffic and opportunities for upmarket repositioning, while Harry would receive both a substantial upfront payment and ongoing profit sharing without the burden of day-to-day management. You've clearly put a lot of thought into this, Harry observed when Noir finally concluded his presentation. The potential is tremendous, Noir agreed eagerly. Diagon Alley has history, character, and location that cannot be replicated. With the right management and vision, it could become the crown jewel of European magical commerce. And the current merchants? The ones who can't, what did you call it? Reposition upmarket? A flicker of something, annoyance? Impatience? Crossed Noir's perfect facade before his smooth smile returned. We would, of course, provide generous relocation assistance. Not every business model is suited to a premier shopping destination. It is simply economic reality. What Mr. Potter means, Nagnock interjected, is that the compact includes provisions for the welfare of established alley businesses. Any management arrangement would need to honor those provisions. Noir's gaze cooled slightly as he turned to the goblin. I am sure creative solutions could be found that satisfy all legal requirements while achieving our shared business objectives. The thing is, Mr. Noir, Harry said, redirecting the Frenchman's attention, I'm not convinced we do share objectives. The alley is thriving as it is, businesses are profitable, customers are happy, and the community is stronger than it's been in years. It is doing well by modest local standards, certainly, Moore conceded with the faintest hint of condescension. But with all respect, Mr. Potter, you are managing a quaint local shopping street. I am offering to transform it into an international destination that would put British magical commerce on the global map. The patronizing tone irked Harry more than he let show. I appreciate your vision, Mr. Noir. But I'm not interested in transforming Diagon Alley into something that wouldn't be accessible to ordinary wizarding families. The alley's purpose isn't to be exclusive, it's to serve the entire magical community. For just a moment, Noir's polished veneer cracked, revealing a flash of genuine frustration. Mr. Potter, perhaps you don't fully grasp the opportunity before you. The Noir Group is prepared to make an extremely generous offer, one that would secure your financial future and legacy while relieving you of responsibilities that, frankly, a child should not have to bear. I understand the opportunity perfectly, Harry replied evenly. I'm declining it. The alley isn't for sale or outsourced management. Noir stared at him, clearly unused to such direct rejection. Then his expression smoothed once more into professional poise. I see. Well, business is often about timing. Perhaps we are simply approaching this possibility prematurely. He rose gracefully from his seat. I shall be in London for the next 2 weeks. Should you reconsider, or wish to discuss more limited forms of collaboration, my door is open. Thank you for understanding, Harry said, standing to conclude the meeting formally. Griphook will escort you back to the main hall. With impeccable manners that nevertheless conveyed his disappointment, Sebastian Noir took his leave. Once the door closed behind him, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That was intense. Indeed. Nagnock looked thoughtful. He accepted your refusal with surprising equanimity. I had anticipated more persistence. You think he's going to try something else? Sebastian Noir did not achieve his reputation by accepting initial refusals. I suspect this is merely his opening gambit. Harry frowned. What could he do? The compact is clear, I can't sell the alley even if I wanted to. There are many ways to achieve business objectives beyond direct acquisition, Nagnock warned. We would be wise to monitor his activities while he remains in London. The Goblin's caution proved prescient. Over the next several days, Harry received reports of Sebastian Noir meeting with various alley merchants, ministry officials, and members of the Wizengamot. Though the content of these meetings wasn't public, the pattern suggested someone laying groundwork for something significant. He met with Lucius Malfoy twice, Daphne reported during her next visit, her family's social connections providing intelligence that even Gringotts networks couldn't access. Mother overheard them at the Parkinsons' dinner party discussing modernization initiatives and international investment opportunities. That can't be good, Harry mused. Lucius Malfoy had maintained a careful distance since the Wizengamot hearing a year earlier, neither openly opposing Harry's administration nor supporting it. An alliance between Malfoy and Noir could create significant political pressure. There's more, Daphne continued. Noir has been hosting private dinners for select alley merchants, the wealthier ones with connections to the continent. Twilfit and Tattings, Mortimer's Magical Antiquities, Gladrags, the upscale shops. Divide and conquer, Nagnock observed when Harry relayed this information. Create a faction within the alley that supports his vision, isolating those who would oppose it. Harry's concerns deepened when Florian Fortescue requested an urgent meeting. The jovial ice cream shop owner arrived looking uncharacteristically serious. Young man, he began without preamble, we've got trouble brewing. This Frenchman's been making rounds with promises that would turn any merchant's head, expansion financing, international promotion, exclusive supplier arrangements. Half the alley's talking about nothing else. Are people interested in what he's offering? Harry asked directly. Fortescue sighed heavily. Some are. The luxury businesses see profit potential. Others are worried they'll be left behind if they don't get on board. But most of us smaller shops know what happens in these revitalization schemes, we get priced out and replaced. That won't happen, Harry assured him firmly. The compact gives me final say over any significant changes to the alley's structure or tenancy. That's what I've been telling folks, Fortescue agreed. But this Noir character is slick. He's been suggesting that your youth might mean you're not seeing the big picture or understanding modern commercial realities. Harry felt a flare of indignation. After a year of successful management that had benefited nearly everyone in the alley, he thought he'd moved past having his age used against him. What exactly is he proposing? Some kind of investment partnership where the Noir Group provides capital for alley improvements in exchange for management authority and profit participation. He's careful to say you'd remain the titular owner, while his company handles the complex business operations. Fortescue's expression made clear what he thought of this arrangement. It's dressed up fancy, but we've seen this before when big money moves in, rents triple, local character disappears, and suddenly nobody who actually lives in magical Britain can afford to shop there anymore. After Fortescue departed with Harry's reassurance that he had no intention of accepting Noir's proposal, Nagnock looked grave. The situation is evolving quickly. Noir is building leverage, political, economic, and social. He intends to create circumstances where refusing his offer becomes increasingly difficult. Can he actually force my hand somehow? Harry asked, concerned by the goblin's tone. Not directly. But he could potentially create enough pressure, from merchants, ministry officials, and public opinion, that opposing him becomes politically costly. Harry paced the room, thinking hard. We need to counter this. Get ahead of whatever he's planning. A public statement reaffirming your commitment to the alley's current direction would be appropriate, Nagnock suggested. Perhaps a meeting with the full Merchants Guild to address concerns directly. Yes, but we need more than just words. Harry stopped pacing, an idea forming. What about accelerating some of the improvement projects we've been discussing? Show everyone that we already have plans for enhancing the alley without changing its character. Nagnock considered this. The public square renovation and expanded children's play area could be implemented quickly. As could the magical transit point connecting to platform 9 3/4 during school shopping season. Let's do all of that, Harry decided. And I want to meet with every merchant personally, not just the guild representatives. Let them hear directly from me that I'm not selling out to Noir. The following week became a whirlwind of activity. Harry held daily meetings with merchants, both individually and in groups, reassuring them of his commitment to maintaining the alley's accessibility while still pursuing thoughtful improvements. The renovation projects launched with public ceremonies, generating positive coverage in the Daily Prophet and excitement among regular alley patrons. Throughout this counteroffensive, Sebastian Noir maintained his charm offensive, hosting lavish events at his suite in the Enchanted Encounters Club and continuing to cultivate relationships with influential figures. When he and Harry crossed paths at a Gringotts reception, the Frenchman was unfailingly polite but with an undercurrent of amused confidence that suggested he viewed Harry's efforts as childish resistance to inevitable progress. You are working very hard, Mr. Potter, Noir commented, sipping champagne while Harry nursed a butterbeer. One might almost think you felt threatened. Not threatened, Harry replied evenly. Just committed to the alley's true character. The merchants and customers seem to appreciate that commitment. For now, perhaps. But expectations evolve. What satisfies today's market may disappoint tomorrow's. Noir's smile didn't reach his eyes. The wizard who anticipates the future rather than clinging to the past is the one who truly serves his community. And who defines what that future should be? Harry challenged. The people who live and work here, or outside interests with different priorities? Noir chuckled softly. Such principled resistance. Admirable in its way, if somewhat provincial. I do hope you'll keep an open mind as our discussions continue. There aren't any discussions continuing, Mr. Noir. I've been clear about my position. For now. Noir raised his glass in a mock toast. Youth has many advantages, Mr. Potter, but perspective comes with time. We shall see. The encounter left Harry unsettled. Despite all evidence suggesting Noir's plan was being effectively countered, the Frenchman's confidence remained unshaken. Either he was exceptionally skilled at bluffing, or he had strategies in motion that Harry hadn't yet detected. 2 days later, Harry received an unexpected visitor. Madame Bones, head of magical law enforcement, arrived at Gringotts requesting a private meeting. Her usual stern demeanor was colored with what appeared to be genuine concern. Mr. Potter, she began once they were seated in the conference room with Nagnock present, I felt it necessary to inform you personally of a development regarding your petition in the Sirius Black case. Harry sat up straighter. With all the Noir-related activity, He'd almost forgotten about the petition Gringotts had filed requesting review of his godfather's imprisonment. "Has there been progress?" he asked eagerly. "Of a sort." Madame Bones looked troubled. "Upon receiving your petition, I began a preliminary review of the case files, or rather, attempted to. I discovered that key evidence and documentation are missing from the ministry archives." "Missing?" Nagnok repeated sharply. "Or deliberately removed?" "That is precisely my concern." Bones met the goblin's gaze directly. "Records that should exist, interrogation transcripts, evidence catalogs, witness statements, are simply not there. What remains is fragmentary and procedurally irregular even by wartime standards." "So you can't conduct the review?" Harry asked, disappointment evident in his voice. "On the contrary, Mr. Potter. These irregularities themselves constitute grounds for a more comprehensive investigation. I have initiated a formal review based on procedural violations alone." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "However, I felt it important to warn you that this action has already generated resistance from certain quarters within the ministry." "Let me guess," Harry said, his young face showing a cynicism beyond his years. "Lucius Malfoy doesn't want Sirius Black's case reopened?" Madame Bones raised an eyebrow at his directness. "I cannot comment on specific opposition. But yes, there are influential figures who consider this matter best left undisturbed. Which brings me to the reason for this visit." She leaned forward slightly. "Are you aware that Sebastian Noir has been making inquiries about your petition regarding Black?" Harry exchanged a startled glance with Nagnok. "No. Why would he care about my godfather's case?" "That is precisely what concerns me. A French businessman with no apparent connection to British judicial matters has been meeting with members of the Gringotts Legal Affairs Committee, specifically discussing the Black case in relation to your current conflict over Diagon Alley." The implications hit Harry immediately. "He's using the Black case as leverage against me." "It would appear so," Bones confirmed. "The suggestion being floated is that pursuing disruptive legal challenges while refusing reasonable international investment demonstrates poor judgment that might warrant reconsideration of your authority over the alley." Harry felt a surge of anger. "That's ridiculous. They're completely separate issues." "In rational terms, yes. In political terms." She left the sentence unfinished, her meaning clear. Nagnok looked grim. "This confirms our suspicion that Noir is pursuing multiple avenues of pressure. Using the Black case as a political weapon is inventive and ethically questionable," Bones added with evident disapproval. "Which is why I felt obligated to inform you directly. My department's review will proceed based on the legal merits alone, but you should be aware of these extrajudicial maneuvers." After Madame Bones departed, Harry paced the conference room in agitation. "This is getting out of hand. Noir's actually trying to block justice for my godfather just to pressure me on a business deal." "Politics and commerce are often intertwined in unfortunate ways," Nagnok observed, though his tone suggested he found the tactic distasteful even by Goblin standards. "This does, however, indicate a certain desperation. Noir is escalating because your direct opposition has proven more effective than he anticipated. What's his endgame here? He has to know I won't sell just because he's making things difficult." Nagnok considered this. Perhaps his objective has evolved. If he cannot acquire the alley directly, he may seek to undermine your authority to the point where the ministry intervenes, creating an opportunity for him to negotiate with them instead. Can they do that? Override the compact? Not legally, no. But if enough political pressure were generated, questions about your competence, concerns about international relations, economic arguments about progress, temporary emergency measures might be implemented. Once established, such temporary arrangements have a way of becoming permanent, as we saw during the years between your parents' deaths and your claim. Harry stopped pacing, his expression hardening with determination. "Then we need to shut this down conclusively. Not just counter his moves but end the game entirely. A decisive action would be appropriate, Nagnok agreed. Though our options are constrained by both magical law and political realities. Before they could discuss further, a breathless Griphook burst into the room, a shocking breach of goblin etiquette that immediately signaled emergency. Senior account manager, he addressed Nagnok with uncharacteristic urgency, there is an incident in the alley. Multiple reports of disruption at several locations simultaneously. What kind of disruption? Harry demanded. Property damage, magical disturbances. The details are confused, but it appears coordinated. Harry didn't wait for further explanation. I need to see. The observation room, now. The observation room was a specialized chamber adjacent to the Potter suite where enchanted mirrors showed views of the entire alley from multiple angles, a security system established by previous owners and maintained by Gringotts. As they rushed in, Harry gasped at the scenes displayed across the wall of mirrors. Chaos had erupted throughout Diagon Alley. Outside flourish and blots, bookshelves had apparently burst through the windows, spilling their contents onto the street. Near quality Quidditch supplies, broomsticks were flying erratically, causing pedestrians to duck and flee. The newly renovated public square was flooded with some purple substance that emitted clouds of sparkling smoke. And at multiple points throughout the alley, small explosions kept occurring, damaging storefronts and creating general panic. What in Merlin's name is happening? Harry breathed, watching the mayhem unfold. Nagnok studied the scenes with narrowed eyes. The pattern is too coordinated for accidental magic. This is deliberate. Noir? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. The timing is suggestive, Nagnok agreed cautiously. Though direct evidence would be required for such an accusation. Evidence or not, we need to stop this before someone gets hurt. Harry's mind raced through options. The Aurors. Already responding, Griphook reported, pointing to red-robed figures appearing at the edges of the disturbance. But they seem unable to contain the magical effects. Harry watched as an Auror attempted to vanish the purple flood, only to have it splash back with greater force, knocking him off his feet. Another tried to immobilize the flying books, but they simply tore themselves apart and continued swirling in even smaller, more numerous projectiles. Counterspelled, Nagnok observed grimly. Standard magical law enforcement techniques have been anticipated and defended against. This is sophisticated work. A new mirror image caught Harry's attention, a crowd gathering outside Gringotts itself, faces angry and frightened. Among them, Harry spotted several of the merchants he had recently reassured about the alley's stability and security. This is about more than just damage, he realized aloud. It's about undermining confidence, showing that we can't protect the alley from threats. A logical conclusion, Nagnok agreed. If merchants and patrons lose faith in the current administration's ability to maintain order, then Noir's offer of professional management suddenly looks more attractive, Harry finished, anger building within him. We need to stop this now, not just contain it. The alley's emergency response protocols are already activated, Griphook reported. But they are designed for conventional magical accidents, not coordinated sabotage with counterspelled effects. Harry stared at the chaos, a realization forming. The ward stones. The ancient protection system, this is exactly what it was designed for. Nagnok looked alarmed. Mr. Potter, the wardstone system has not been fully activated in centuries. We have incomplete information about its functions and effects. We have incomplete documentation, Harry corrected. But the stones themselves are intact. I've seen them. And according to everything we've learned, they're specifically keyed to respond to threats against the alley under the owner's direction. The goblin's expression remained deeply concerned. The blood magic involved is potent and unpredictable. Without proper preparation, there isn't time for proper preparation, Harry cut him off, watching as the purple flood began corroding the cobblestones of the square he had just renovated. People could get hurt. Businesses could be destroyed. And everything we've built this past year will be undermined. Determination hardened his features, no longer a child's face but that of the alley's steward facing a direct threat to his domain. I'm activating the ward stones. Through the Founder's Path. Recognizing that Harry would not be dissuaded, Nagnok shifted to practical concerns. You cannot go alone. The tunnels may themselves be compromised if this attack is as coordinated as it appears. Then come with me, Harry challenged. Unless Goblin protocol prevents you from entering. The compact allows for Goblin assistance in emergencies affecting the alley's integrity, Nagnok conceded. Griphook, alert Director Ragnarok of the situation and our course of action. Then coordinate with alley security to focus on evacuating civilians from the affected areas. The younger Goblin hurried off to execute these instructions while Harry led Nagnok to the concealed entrance of the Founder's Path, a section of wall in the study that appeared solid but, when touched with a drop of Harry's blood, revealed a narrow passageway descending steeply into the foundations beneath Gringotts. We need to reach the central ward stone, Harry explained as they hurried down the rough stone steps, lit only by their wands. It's at the junction where all the main paths converge. The Founder's Path was a network of ancient tunnels, clearly constructed long before modern magical building techniques. In places, the walls were simply the rough-hewn bedrock beneath London, while in others, carefully fitted stonework created archways and chambers. Magical lanterns flickered to life as they passed, responding to the presence of the alley's owner with a soft, golden glow. They had explored only a small portion of this network over the past year, focusing primarily on mapping the main arteries rather than the countless side passages that branched off into unknown depths. Now, Harry led them confidently through the primary tunnel that ran the length of the alley, emerging occasionally into small observation chambers with one-way viewing portals that allowed them glimpses of the continuing chaos above. The damage is spreading, Nagnok observed grimly as they paused to check their bearings. Through a viewing portal disguised as part of the wall in Madame Malkin's stockroom, they could see that the rogue magic had now affected the robe's shop, causing garments to wrap themselves around fixtures and furniture in snake-like coils. These effects are designed to escalate rather than dissipate. All the more reason to hurry, Harry urged, leading them deeper into the tunnel system. After what seemed like an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, they reached a circular chamber at what Harry's explorations had determined was the exact center of Diagon Alley. Here, 5 tunnels converged like spokes of a wheel, and in the center of the chamber stood the massive crystal that was the alley's primary ward stone. Standing at least 7 feet tall and nearly 4 feet wide, the crystal glowed with a faint inner light that pulsed almost like a heartbeat. Its surface was covered in deeply carved runes that spiraled from base to peak in patterns too complex for Harry to fully comprehend despite his magical theory studies. At its base, a shallow basin had been carved from the same crystal, currently empty but clearly designed to hold liquid. The primary ward stone, Nagnok breathed, a note of reverence in his voice despite the urgent circumstances. Few goblins have ever seen it, though our records speak of its creation. The basin is for blood, Harry said, recalling the texts he and Daphne had studied. Blood intent to activate the protective magic. Nagnok nodded gravely. The ancient texts speak of the owner's sacrifice awakening the stone's guardianship. But Harry, he added with uncharacteristic use of the boy's first name, blood magic of this magnitude is not without cost. The stone will draw not just your blood but your magical energy to power its response. What choice do we have? Harry asked simply, gesturing to another viewing portal where they could see the purple flood had now reached the steps of Gringotts itself, with panicked crowds pressing against the bank's doors seeking safety. This is my responsibility. The alley is under my protection. Before Nagnok could respond further, a new sound reached them, voices echoing from one of the connecting tunnels, approaching rapidly. Must be this way, according to the map. Hurry before the brat figures it out. Noir wants this finished before the Aurors get organized. Harry and Nagnok exchanged alarmed glances, quickly extinguishing their wand lights and pressing themselves against the wall beside the tunnel entrance. Moments later, 3 figures emerged into the chamber, wizards in nondescript dark robes with their hoods up and faces obscured by simple cloth masks. They froze at the sight of the massive ward stone, momentarily awed despite their mission. "There it is," the tallest one breathed. "The central control point, just like Moore's information said." "Let's get this done," another urged nervously. "The disruption spells won't hold the Aurors off forever." The third pulled a vial of viscous black liquid from his robes. "One application of this to the base, and the whole wardstone network will be corrupted. No more magical protections, no more special owner's authority. Just a normal commercial district ready for new management." Harry felt a surge of fury unlike anything he'd experienced before. These people weren't just causing temporary damage, they were attempting to permanently destroy the magical protections that had safeguarded the alley for centuries, all to further Sebastian Noir's business ambitions. Without conscious thought, he stepped out from his hiding place, wand raised. "Stop right there." The three intruders whirled in surprise, wands coming up automatically. "It's the Potter brat," the tall one exclaimed. "How did he?" "Doesn't matter," snapped the one with the vial. "Take him down." Spells erupted in the chamber as all three attackers fired simultaneously. Harry dove behind the ward stone for cover, while Nagnok, showing surprising agility for his age, rolled to the side and came up with a wicked-looking dagger in one hand and his wand in the other. "Stupefy!" Harry shouted, remembering the basic defensive spell his tutors had begun teaching him despite his young age. The red bolt flew wide, his aim thrown off by adrenaline and inexperience. The chamber became a chaos of flashing spells, with Harry and Nagnok severely outnumbered and outmatched in magical combat. A cutting hex grazed Harry's arm, drawing blood and causing him to gasp in pain. Nagnok fared slightly better, his goblin magic allowing him to raise a partial shield that deflected the worst attacks, but even he was being forced steadily back. "We can't hold them," the goblin called urgently. "The ward stone, Harry. It's our only chance." Understanding instantly, Harry pressed his bleeding arm against the base of the massive crystal. The moment his blood touched the ancient stone, he felt a connection form, a magical resonance that hummed through his very bones. The chamber seemed to fall silent around him as time slowed to a crawl. The attacking wizards, Nagnok, the flashing spells, all faded into the background of his awareness as the wardstone's magic enveloped him, questioning, seeking his intent. Harry closed his eyes, focusing all his will on a single purpose: protect the alley and its people from those who would harm them. The blood from his wound flowed more freely now, drawn into the basin at the wardstone's base by magical attraction rather than gravity. As the basin began to fill, Harry felt the crystal's resonance intensify, synchronizing with his own magical core in a way that both exhilarated and terrified him. "Stop him," one of the attackers shouted, his voice seeming to come from very far away. "He's activating the ward network." A spell struck Harry directly in the back, but instead of causing harm, it was absorbed by the growing connection between him and the ward stone. He felt the magical energy of the attack converted, channeled into the awakening protection system. The crystal's glow brightened dramatically, pulsing in time with Harry's heartbeat. The runes carved into its surface began to illuminate one by one, spiraling upward in increasingly rapid sequence. The blood in the basin started to glow with the same inner light, rising up the sides of the crystal in defiance of natural laws. Through the magical connection, Harry suddenly became aware of the entire alley above them, every shop, every cobblestone, every frightened person seeking shelter from the magical chaos. He could feel the corrupted magic causing havoc, identify its sources and patterns, understand its designed purpose to create maximum disruption while evading standard countermeasures. With this awareness came knowledge, not learned but instinctively understood through his connection to the ward stone, of how to respond. He directed his intent more specifically now: contain the corruption. Shield the innocent. Reveal the perpetrators. The wardstone's light flared blindingly bright. The blood that had been climbing its surface suddenly shot upward in a crimson column that passed straight through the chamber's ceiling, connecting to the network of smaller wardstones placed throughout the alley. Above ground, Witnesses would later describe an extraordinary sight, shafts of golden red light erupting from the ground at dozens of points throughout Diagon Alley, connecting in a complex geometric pattern that formed a dome of protective energy over the entire district. Where this energy encountered the magical disruptions, it didn't battle them directly but simply nullified them, the purple flood evaporating into harmless mist, the animated objects becoming ordinary again, the explosions fizzling into sparkles of dissipating magic. In the wardstone chamber, Harry remained connected to the crystal, his eyes glowing with the same golden red light as magical energy poured through him. The attacking wizards, realizing their plan had catastrophically backfired, turned to flee, but found the tunnel entrances sealed by curtains of impenetrable magical force. "What's happening?" one cried in panic, firing spell after ineffective spell at the barrier. "The alley is protecting itself," Nagnok answered, lowering his weapons as he watched the wardstone's power manifest. "And identifying those who threatened it." A tendril of golden red energy extended from the central crystal toward each of the attackers, wrapping around them like luminous ropes. They struggled futilely as the magic bound them in place, their disguises dissolving to reveal their true faces. "The stone knows you now," Nagnok told them with grim satisfaction. "As does the alley's master." Through his connection to the wardstone, Harry could indeed see more than just their faces, he could sense their magical signatures, their recent activities, even fragments of their intentions and communications. He saw Sebastian Moore giving orders, providing detailed maps of the Founder's path, handing over specialized disruptive potions designed to create maximum chaos while avoiding serious injury, chaos that would undermine confidence in the current administration while creating no actual legal liability. The connection was beginning to strain him now, drawing heavily on his magical reserves. Though only 9, Harry had been practicing controlled magic with his tutors for months, developing strength and precision beyond his years. Still, maintaining the wardstone's full activation was beyond his current capacity for more than short periods. With a final pulse of intent, secure the alley, hold the attackers, Harry began to withdraw from the deep connection, allowing the protection magic to settle into a sustainable pattern rather than the full emergency response. The golden red light dimmed gradually, though the captured attackers remained bound by tendrils of energy that showed no signs of weakening. As the last of the connection faded, Harry staggered, suddenly aware of his physical exhaustion. Nagnok moved quickly to support him before he could collapse. "Extraordinary," the goblin murmured, genuine awe in his voice. "Not since Gandolphus Graves himself has the wardstone responded with such power." "Did it work?" Harry asked weakly. "Is the alley safe?" "See for yourself." Nagnok guided him to the nearest viewing portal. Above them, Diagon Alley was returning to normal. The magical disruptions had been completely neutralized, leaving only minimal physical damage in their wake. Aurors were moving through the district, helping shaken patrons and assisting merchants with repairs. Most remarkably, a network of faint golden lines remained visible in the cobblestones, the wardstone's protection system, now awakened and actively maintaining security rather than simply lying dormant as it had for centuries. "What about these 3? Harry nodded toward their captives, who had fallen silent, apparently recognizing the futility of resistance against ancient magic they couldn't counter. "The wardstone's binding will hold them until you choose to release them to proper authorities," Nagnok explained. "Their connection to Noir has been magically documented by the ward network itself, evidence that even the Wizengamot cannot dismiss." Harry straightened, drawing on reserves of strength he hadn't known he possessed. "Then let's go upstairs. We have some explaining to do to the Aurors, and some accusations to make against a certain French businessman." The aftermath of what would come to be known as the Wardstone incident unfolded rapidly. Harry, supported by Nagnok, emerged from the Founder's path directly into Gringotts' main hall, where Aurors had established a command post to coordinate their response to the disturbances. Madame Bones herself was present, issuing instructions to her red-robed subordinates when Harry appeared. She stopped mid-sentence, taking in his disheveled appearance, the blood on his arm, and the determined expression on his young face. "Mr. Potter. I might have known you'd be involved somehow." The situation is contained, Madam Bones, Harry reported formally. The alley's wardstone network has been activated and has neutralized the magical disruptions. So we've observed, she replied dryly. Most impressive magic for someone who hasn't even started at Hogwarts yet. The magic is the alley's own, Harry corrected. I just woke it up. With Nagnak's assistance, he explained the events in the wardstone chamber, including the captured attackers and their connection to Sebastian Noir. Serious allegations, Bones noted, though her tone suggested she found them entirely plausible. These captives, you say they're being held by the ward magic itself? Yes. The wardstone recognized them as threats and is detaining them for proper authorities. Bones dispatched a team of Aurors to follow Nagnak to the chamber and take custody of the prisoners. We'll need to question them thoroughly. If their testimony confirms Noir's involvement, we'll have grounds for arrest. You might want to move quickly, Nagnak advised. Foreign nationals with Noir's connections have been known to claim diplomatic immunity or simply disappear across borders when legal complications arise. Trust me, Senior Account Manager, I am well aware of how the privileged elite tend to evade consequences. Bones' expression hardened. Mr. Noir will not be leaving the country until this matter is resolved. I'll see to that personally. The next several hours passed in a blur of statements, documentation, and medical attention for Harry's wound. Though minor, the cut had been exposed to powerful magic through the wardstone connection and required specialized treatment from a goblin healer to ensure no adverse effects developed. By evening, word had spread throughout the alley of Harry's role in ending the chaos. Merchants and patrons alike gathered outside Gringotts, not in panic as they had earlier but in gratitude and celebration. When Harry finally emerged to inspect the damage and check on the shops, he was met with cheers and applause that made him blush furiously. There's our guardian. Florian Fortescue called out, leading the ovation. Not yet 10 and already protecting us better than the ministry ever did. The crowd's approval was overwhelming, but what meant more to Harry was seeing the alley itself recovering so quickly. The physical damage was minimal, broken windows, scattered merchandise, scorched cobblestones, and already being repaired by shopkeepers working together. The emotional impact of having their security restored, of knowing the alley had ancient protections now actively watching over them, was evident in the community's resilient response. You've won their loyalty, Nagnak observed quietly as they walked through the district, stopping to speak with merchants and assess repairs. Not through politics or manipulation, but through direct action and genuine protection. That is a bond Sebastian Noir could never buy, no matter how many galleons he offered. I was just doing what the compact requires, Harry demurred, uncomfortable with the adulation. The alley's owner is supposed to protect it. Many owners have claimed that title. Few have embodied its responsibilities as you did today. The following morning brought news that Sebastian Noir had indeed attempted to leave the country, only to be detained at the international float terminal by Aurors acting on Madame Bones' orders. The three captured saboteurs, faced with irrefutable magical evidence of their actions, had quickly implicated Noir as the mastermind behind the plot. They're singing like phoenixes, reported William Weasley, a curse-breaker who had been called in to examine the wardstone network and ensure it had sustained no damage. Bill, as he preferred to be called, was a tall, ponytailed young man whose expertise in ancient magic had proven invaluable in understanding what had occurred. Noir hired them through intermediaries, but the wardstone's magic recorded the magical signatures of everyone involved in the planning. Magical law enforcement has evidence that would stand up in any court. Will they actually prosecute him, though? Harry asked skeptically, having learned enough about wizarding politics to know that wealth and connections often outweighed justice. He's from an important family with international ties. Madame Bones isn't easily intimidated, Bill assured him. And in this case, she has public opinion firmly on her side. The French ministry is already distancing itself from the Noir family, calling this a private business matter rather than anything with diplomatic implications. The most surprising development came that afternoon when Lucius Malfoy requested a meeting with Harry. The aristocratic wizard arrived at Gringotts impeccably dressed as always, but with a carefully neutral expression replacing his usual supercilious demeanor. "Mr. Potter," he greeted Harry with a formal bow that would have been appropriate for an adult of equal status, a significant shift from his previous condescension. "I wish to express my concern regarding yesterday's unfortunate events, and to clarify my own position." "Please, have a seat, Lord Malfoy," Harry replied with equal formality, Nagnock standing vigilant nearby. "I want to state unequivocally that while I did meet with Sebastian Noir to discuss potential international investment opportunities, I had no knowledge of his plans to sabotage the alley or undermine your authority." Malfoy's delivery was smooth, practiced. "Had I suspected such intentions, would naturally have alerted appropriate authorities immediately." Harry maintained a diplomatic expression, though internally he doubted Malfoy had been entirely ignorant of Noir's schemes. "I appreciate your clarification, Lord Malfoy. Furthermore," Malfoy continued, "I wish to express my admiration for your decisive response to the threat. The activation of the Wardstone network was both impressive and historically significant. Few wizards twice your age could have managed such a feat." This was unexpected, genuine praise, however reluctantly offered, from a man who had consistently opposed Harry's authority. "The alley's security is my primary responsibility," Harry replied simply. "Indeed?" Malfoy studied him thoughtfully. "Perhaps I have underestimated both your commitment and your capability in that regard. A miscalculation I do not intend to repeat." The subtext was clear. Malfoy was realigning his position, recognizing that Harry had just demonstrated both magical power and public support that made direct opposition politically unwise. "I look forward to more constructive interactions in the future, Lord Malfoy," Harry said, offering the wizard a diplomatic exit. "As do I, Mr. Potter." Malfoy rose, giving another formal bow. "I believe we may find areas of mutual interest where cooperation proves beneficial to all parties." After he departed, Nagnock looked almost amused. "You have accomplished something remarkable, Mr. Potter." Lucius Malfoy seldom recalculates his position so dramatically. "He now sees you as a political force worthy of accommodation rather than a child to be manipulated." "He's still trying to manipulate me," Harry pointed out. "He's just changing his approach." "Of course. But the shift from opposition to attempted alliance is significant nonetheless." The most meaningful visit, however, came the following day when Daphne Greengrass arrived, having been kept away from the alley during the disturbances by her worried mother. The moment she entered the Potter suite, she broke with her usual decorum and wrapped Harry in a fierce hug. "You complete idiot," she exclaimed, pulling back to glare at him. "Ancient blood magic. Confronting armed saboteurs. Were you trying to get yourself killed?" Harry blinked in surprise at her vehemence. "I was trying to protect the alley." "It worked, didn't it?" "That's not the point." Daphne flung herself into her usual chair, still glaring. "Everyone's talking about how you single-handedly saved Diagon Alley, activated magic that's been dormant for centuries, and faced down professional criminals. Meanwhile, I've been sitting at home imagining you blown to pieces or drained of all your magic by some ancient backlash." "I wasn't alone," Harry assured her. "Nagnock was with me the whole time." "Oh, well, that makes it completely reasonable then," she retorted sarcastically. A 9-year-old and a banker against professional saboteurs. Despite her anger, Harry could see the genuine concern underneath. "I'm sorry I worried you," he said more gently. "But there wasn't time to call for help, and the Wardstone was the only way to stop the damage before it got worse." Daphne's expression softened slightly. "Mother says the alley looks different now. That you can see the magic in the cobblestones. The protection network is active now," Harry explained. "The stones show where the ward lines connect. It's actually quite beautiful at night, they glow softly, like star patterns on the ground. And you're connected to this system somehow? Through the blood magic?" "Sort of." Harry tried to explain the sensation he'd experienced, the awareness of the entire alley, the instinctive knowledge of its protections, the ability to direct its defensive magic. I can feel it even now, like a background hum. Nagnok says the connection will probably always be stronger for me than it was for previous owners because I activated it so young, before my magical core was fully formed. Daphne studied him with those perceptive ice-blue eyes. You've changed, she said finally. Not just because of yesterday. You're different than when we first met. Well, I hope so, Harry joked. I was a complete mess a year ago, didn't know anything about magic or being a wizard or owning an alley. That's not what I mean. She leaned forward, suddenly serious. You have this presence now. Like you belong in your own skin. Like you know who you are and what you're supposed to be doing. Harry considered this. It was true that the insecure, bewildered boy who had accidentally activated the compact seemed very far away now. A year of education, responsibility, and increasingly confident decision-making had transformed him in ways he hadn't fully recognized until this moment. I guess I've found my place, he said simply. This is where I'm supposed to be. The remainder of the summer passed in a whirlwind of activity. Sebastian Noir was formally charged with multiple counts of property damage, conspiracy, and attempted destruction of historical magical artifacts. Though his family hired the best magical barristers available, the evidence was overwhelming, and he was ultimately sentenced to 5 years in a minimum security wing of Azkaban, a shockingly severe punishment for someone of his status, reflecting the Wizengamot's desire to demonstrate that attacks on Diagon Alley would not be tolerated. The Noir group quickly distanced itself from Sebastian's actions, issuing public apologies and offering reparations for any damages not covered by magical insurance. Their expansion plans in Britain were quietly shelved, and rumors suggested that Sebastian's elder brother had assumed control of the company's international division. For Harry, the most significant outcome was the accelerated review of Sirius Black's case. With Noir's interference exposed as part of a criminal conspiracy, Madame Bones had received Wizengamot approval for a full investigation, including the use of Veritaserum on key witnesses from the original arrest. The findings were shocking even to those who had suspected irregularities. There was never a trial because there was never an interrogation, Bones reported to Harry during a private meeting in late August. Black was stunned at the scene, transported directly to Azkaban, and held incommunicado on Crouch's orders. The witness statements were collected days later and show signs of memory charm tampering. And most damning of all, there's no record that anyone ever checked Black's wand to confirm what spells he had cast. So he could be innocent? Harry asked, hope warring with anger at the injustice. We've scheduled a formal hearing for next week with Veritaserum testimony. If the evidence continues in this direction, Mr. Black could be released and fully exonerated before the end of the month. This news electrified Harry. The possibility of meeting his godfather, someone who had known his parents well, who had been chosen by them to raise Harry if anything happened to them, was both thrilling and terrifying. What would Sirius be like after 7 years in Azkaban? Would he want anything to do with Harry, or would the connection to James and Lily be too painful? These questions occupied Harry's thoughts in the days leading up to the hearing. When the day finally arrived, he dressed in his formal robes and traveled to the ministry with Nagnok, his stomach churning with nervous anticipation. The hearing was closed to the public due to the sensitive nature of the case and the high-profile individuals involved, but as the wronged party's heir, Harry was permitted to attend. He sat quietly in the visitors' gallery as ministry officials presented the findings of their investigation, detailing the procedural violations, missing evidence, and contradictory witness accounts that had led to Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial. When the prisoner himself was finally brought in, Harry had to suppress a gasp. Sirius Black bore little resemblance to the handsome, laughing young man in the photographs Harry had found of his parents' wedding. This Sirius was gaunt, his once thick black hair hanging in matted strands around a face that seemed to have aged decades rather than years. His eyes, however, still burned with an intensity that suggested his spirit remained unbroken despite his body's deterioration. The Veritaserum questioning was straightforward but devastating in its revelations. Under the truth serum's influence, Sirius described how James and Lily Potter had switched secret keepers at the last moment, choosing Peter Pettigrew rather than the more obvious choice of Sirius himself. How he had gone to check on Pettigrew the night of the attack and found him missing with no signs of struggle. How he had raced to Godric's Hollow only to find his friends dead and their baby somehow alive. How he had confronted Pettigrew in that Muggle Street, only to have the smaller man shout accusations, cut off his own finger, blast the street apart, and escape in his unregistered Rat-Animagus form. I laughed, Sirius admitted, his voice flat under the serum's influence. It wasn't happiness. It was madness. Everything was gone, James, Lily, my future with Harry, my reputation. All destroyed by the friend we'd trusted. The irony was too much. I laughed because if I hadn't, I would have shattered completely. The questioning continued, establishing beyond doubt that Sirius had never served Voldemort, never betrayed the Potters, never killed Peter Pettigrew, who was apparently still alive, and never harmed the Muggles who died in the explosion Pettigrew had caused. When the Veritasirum wore off, Madame Bones stood to address the Wizengamot. Based on the evidence presented, including testimony under Veritasirum and forensic review of the original scene, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement recommends immediate exoneration of Sirius Black on all charges, his immediate release from custody, and full reinstatement of his civil rights and property. Furthermore, we recommend the issuance of an arrest warrant for Peter Pettigrew on charges of murder, conspiracy, and treason. The vote was unanimous, a rarity in Wizengamot proceedings. Sirius Black was declared innocent of all charges, his Order of Merlin, posthumously awarded to Pettigrew, was revoked, and formal apologies were issued by the Ministry for the miscarriage of justice. Through it all, Harry sat frozen in place, overwhelmed by emotions he couldn't fully process. Joy that his godfather was innocent. Rage at the injustice he had suffered. Grief for the years they had both lost, Sirius in prison, Harry with the Dursleys. Hope for what might come next. Fear that it might not be what he imagined. As the formal proceedings concluded and the chamber began to empty, Harry remained in his seat, unsure what to do. Should he approach Sirius immediately? Wait for the man to recover somewhat before introducing himself? Would Sirius even want to see the child who had indirectly cost him 7 years of his life? The decision was made for him when Madame Bones approached his seat. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Black has asked to see you, if you're willing. He's been moved to a private room where he can begin to adjust before facing the public." Heart pounding, Harry nodded and followed her through a side door and down a corridor to a simply furnished room where Sirius sat on a sofa, a healer checking his vital signs while he sipped something steaming from a mug. When Harry entered, Sirius looked up, and his ravaged face transformed with an expression of such naked emotion that Harry found himself blinking back tears. "Harry," Sirius breathed, setting down the mug with shaking hands. "Merlin, you look so much like James." "But you have my mother's eyes," Harry finished with a small smile. "Everyone tells me that." "May I?" Sirius hesitated, then opened his arms slightly, the gesture tentative and uncertain. Harry didn't hesitate. He crossed the room and embraced his godfather, feeling the man's too thin frame shake with suppressed sobs as his arms closed around Harry with desperate gentleness, as if afraid he might break him or that Harry might disappear like a dream. "I'm so sorry," Sirius whispered hoarsely. "I should have been there. Should have raised you like they wanted. Should never have gone after Peter myself." "It's not your fault," Harry assured him, his own voice thick with emotion. "You couldn't have known what would happen." They remained like that for a long moment before Sirius pulled back slightly, examining Harry's face with wonder. "Look at you. 9 years old and already making history. The alley's heir, they tell me, and quite the magical prodigy." Harry blushed. "I'm still learning. There's so much I don't know." A ghost of the roguish grin that had once been Sirius's trademark flitted across his gaunt features. "Well, that's what godfathers are for, isn't it? To teach their godchildren all the things they're not supposed to know." The healer cleared her throat pointedly. Mr. Black needs rest and continued medical treatment. His time in Azkaban has left significant physical and magical depletion that must be addressed. Of course, Harry agreed immediately, concerned by how frail Sirius looked despite his animated spirit. I don't want to tire you out. Tire me out. Sirius barked a laugh that held echoes of his old self. Harry, seeing you has given me more energy than I've felt in 7 years. But, he added, seeing the healer's stern expression, I suppose there will be time for proper catching up once I'm not quite so disheveled. Where will you go? Harry asked suddenly, realizing that Sirius had no home prepared after his unexpected release. St. Mungo's has a private rehabilitation ward for cases like Mr. Black's, the healer explained. He'll need at least 2 weeks of intensive treatment before considering independent living arrangements. And after that? Harry pressed, a plan forming in his mind. Sirius shrugged. I own a house in London, though it's been empty for years. Not the most cheerful place, but it's secure and magically protected. I'll sort something out. Or, Harry suggested carefully, there's plenty of room in the Potter suite. It's where I live now, above Gringotts. It's connected to Diagon Alley, so you wouldn't be isolated during recovery, and Nipsey would be thrilled to have another Potter to fuss over. The naked hope that flashed across Sirius's face was answer enough, though he tried to maintain some adult restraint. That's very generous, Harry, but I wouldn't want to impose. You've built a life for yourself, and having a recovering ex-prisoner around might complicate things. It's not an imposition, Harry insisted. It's what my parents would have wanted. And besides, he added with a grin, I could use someone to help me figure out the Marauders map I found in my dad's things. It's brilliant, but I think there are features I haven't discovered yet. Sirius's jaw dropped. You have the map. And you figured out how to work it? A genuine laugh escaped him, rusty but real. James would be so proud. And Lily would be horrified that her 9-year-old has his hands on that particular piece of mischief. So you'll come? When you're well enough? The question hung between them, weighted with possibilities for both. For Harry, it represented a connection to his parents he had never expected to recover. For Sirius, a chance at the family bond that had been violently torn from him 7 years earlier. I'd be honored, Sirius said finally, his voice rough with emotion. If you're sure it won't disrupt your life too much. My life could use a little disruption, Harry assured him. It's been getting far too orderly and responsible lately. As summer drew to a close, Harry reflected on the extraordinary year that had passed. From struggling to understand his unexpected inheritance to confidently managing the alley's affairs. From knowing nothing of his family history to anticipating his godfather's imminent arrival. From being friendless to having found loyal companions in Daphne, the alley merchants, and even, in his own stern way, Nagnock. The Wardstone incident had marked a turning point. The alley's magical protections, now actively functioning rather than lying dormant, created a visible reminder of the district's special status and Harry's role as its guardian. Merchants reported feeling safer than ever, and customer numbers had increased as word spread of the enhanced security. Politically, Harry's position had strengthened significantly. Those who had dismissed him as a child playing at business now regarded him with newfound respect, even wariness from certain quarters. Lucius Malfoy had maintained his new, more conciliatory approach, focusing on areas where their interests might align rather than opposing Harry directly. The Ministry, particularly under Fudge's leadership, continued to seek influence over alley affairs, but with markedly less aggression than before. The Advisory Council functioned more smoothly now that the Ministry representative recognized the limits of their authority. Most importantly for Harry personally, the connections he'd formed had begun to fill the emotional void left by his loveless childhood with the Dursleys. Daphne's friendship provided intellectual stimulation and genuine companionship. The merchants offered a community that respected him for his actions rather than his famous name. Nagnock's mentorship had evolved into something approaching paternal guidance, though the Goblin would never acknowledge such sentiment. And now Sirius, a direct link to his parents, someone who had loved them and had been chosen by them to guide Harry through life. The prospect of building that relationship, of having something approaching family for the first time in his memory, filled Harry with both excitement and trepidation. Standing at the enchanted windows of the Potter suite, watching the evening activity in the alley below, Harry felt a sense of purpose and belonging that would have been unimaginable to the boy in the cupboard. The path ahead still held challenges, continuing to manage the alley while preparing for eventual attendance at Hogwarts, investigating the mystery of the missing Pettigrew, helping Sirius recover from his ordeal, and undoubtedly facing new threats from those who coveted the alley's prosperity or resented his growing influence. But for now, as the ward stones began their nightly illumination, tracing patterns of protective magic through the cobblestones below, Harry Potter was content. He had found his place in the world, not just as the boy who lived or even as the alley's owner, but as himself, a young wizard growing into powers and responsibilities that would shape not only his future but the futures of all who depended on him. The steward's path was neither easy nor straight, but Harry no longer walked it alone. And that made all the difference. Chapter 3, The Defender's Duty. The ancient tome lay open on Harry Potter's desk, its yellowed pages covered with spidery handwriting that seemed to shift and dance in the lamplight. At 10 years old, Harry had learned to recognize when a magical text didn't want to be read. This one practically radiated reluctance, the ink fading whenever he focused too intently on a particular passage. "You won't win this battle of wills," he told the book conversationally. "I'm more stubborn than you are." The book, predictably, didn't respond, but the text seemed to stabilize slightly. Harry had been working on this particular volume for weeks, ever since Nagnok had reluctantly retrieved it from the deepest vaults of Gringotts. Titled simply, The Steward's Obligation, it was the only comprehensive record of the duties, not just the rights, that came with ownership of Diagon Alley. "More joy reading about property management," came an amused voice from the doorway. Harry looked up with a smile as Sirius Black sauntered into the study. In the 6 months since his release from Azkaban, Harry's godfather had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though still leaner than in the old photographs, his face had filled out, the hollow-eyed desperation replaced by healthy color and the return of his mischievous grin. His hair, now clean and neatly trimmed to shoulder length, was streaked with premature gray that somehow added to his rakish appearance rather than aging him. "Not exactly property management," Harry replied, gesturing to the reluctant text. "More like magical defense obligations." Sirius peered over Harry's shoulder at the book, his expression growing more serious. "Ah. The Obligation Codex. James mentioned that once," said his father, considered it the most important and most troublesome part of the compact. "You knew about this?" Harry asked, surprised. His godfather had shared countless stories about the Marauders' adventures and Harry's parents, but had rarely discussed the Potter family's connection to the alley. Only by reputation. Sirius settled into a chair beside the desk. "Your grandfather told James it was something each Potter had to discover and interpret for themselves, that the knowledge contained within was too dangerous to be casually shared." Harry frowned at the book. "That explains why it's being so difficult. It doesn't want to be read by anyone except the current alley owner, and even then, it's selective about what it reveals." "Magical books with opinions," Sirius shuddered theatrically. "Nearly as bad as portraits with grudges. Speaking of which, Madame Havisham is complaining again about the draft from the enchanted windows." The portrait of Lady Elspeth Havisham, a formidable witch from the 1700s who had married into the Potter line, had become Sirius's particular nemesis since his move into the Potter suite. Her painting hung in the main corridor, giving her an unfortunately comprehensive view of comings and goings, which she commented on with aristocratic disdain. "Tell her I'll adjust the weather charms again," Harry said absently, still focused on the book. "Though I'm beginning to think she just enjoys having something to complain about." "Oh, undoubtedly," Sirius agreed cheerfully. "But that's not why I interrupted your scholarly pursuits. There's a rather important owl waiting in the sitting room, bearing what appears to be an official Hogwarts letter." Harry's head snapped up, the difficult book instantly forgotten. "My Hogwarts letter? Already?" But my birthday isn't for another week. Apparently Minerva's getting efficient in her old age, Sirius grinned. Or perhaps she wanted to ensure you had plenty of time to consider your options, given your unique circumstances. Those unique circumstances had been the subject of numerous discussions over recent months. Unlike most young wizards, Harry's attendance at Hogwarts would require careful arrangements. The compact specified that the alley's owner must reside in the Potter suite or family manor at least part-time to maintain the magical connection, particularly now that the Wardstone network had been activated. This obligation seemed fundamentally incompatible with boarding at a school in Scotland for most of the year. Harry hurried to the sitting room, where a handsome tawny owl perched patiently on the back of a chair. It extended its leg regally, allowing Harry to remove the heavy parchment envelope bearing the Hogwarts crest and his name written in emerald green ink. The familiar address format brought a smile to his lips. Mr. H. Potter, the Potter suite above Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley, London. Breaking the wax seal, Harry found not just the standard acceptance letter and supply list, but a separate note on McGonagall's personal stationery. Dear Mr. Potter, while your place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been secured since birth, the headmaster and I recognize that your unique position as steward of Diagon Alley presents logistical challenges regarding residency requirements. After consultation with Gringotts representatives and magical transportation experts, we propose the following accommodation. A secured floor connection will be established between the Potter suite and a private study adjacent to your house dormitory, allowing you to return to Diagon Alley each evening if required by the compact's magic. Should the connection prove adequate to maintain the necessary magical link, you may choose to reside at Hogwarts for extended periods as your duties permit. This arrangement, while unprecedented, reflects the school's commitment to providing education to all magical children while respecting ancient magical obligations. Please confirm whether this solution is acceptable, or if you wish to discuss alternatives. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. They're offering a private floor connection. Sirius peered over Harry's shoulder, eyebrows raised. That's extraordinarily accommodating. Hogwarts doesn't typically customize attendance arrangements for individual students. I suspect Dumbledore had something to do with it, Harry mused, rereading the letter. The headmaster had maintained a carefully balanced relationship with Harry over the past 2 years, neither pushing for influence nor completely stepping back. Their occasional meetings had been cordial, focused primarily on Harry's magical education and, increasingly, his parents' legacy. Undoubtedly, Sirius agreed. Though I imagine the prospect of the boy who lived not attending Hogwarts would be politically problematic for the school. The Board of Governors would have kittens. Harry rolled his eyes at the title he'd never grow comfortable with. So I could actually attend normally, more or less. Just flew back to check on the Wardstones periodically. Seems reasonable, Sirius nodded. And convenient for weekend visits from your devastatingly handsome and wise godfather. I'll be sure to tell Remus you're looking forward to seeing him, Harry replied innocently. Sirius barked with laughter. The reunion between the two remaining marauders had been emotional and occasionally tense, with Remus tormented by guilt for believing in Sirius's guilt for so long. But over the past 6 months, their friendship had rekindled, strengthened by their shared determination to provide Harry with the support system his parents had intended. Speaking of visitors, Sirius said, glancing at an ornate clock on the mantelpiece, isn't the Greengrass girl due soon? Something about research for your project? She's not the Greengrass girl, Sirius. Her name is Daphne. Harry couldn't keep the defensive edge from his voice, which only widened his godfather's grin. Ah yes, Daphne, Sirius repeated, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. The brilliant, sharp-tongued blonde who has you tying yourself in knots whenever she's around. The young lady whose arrival sends you rushing to flatten your eternally hopeless hair. That Daphne. Harry felt heat rising in his cheeks. We're friends. She's helping me with research. Of course, Sirius agreed, far too readily. Just like your mother was just helping your father with transfiguration homework in 6th year. Purely academic. Before Harry could formulate a suitably cutting response, Nipsey appeared with a crack. "Miss Daphne Greengrass has arrived, Master Harry. Nipsey has prepared tea and those little lemon cakes Miss Daphne enjoys." "Thank you, Nipsey," Harry said quickly, shooting a warning glance at his godfather. "Please show her in." Sirius made a show of examining his fingernails. "Don't mind me. I'll just sit here quietly and observe this purely academic research session." "Don't you have somewhere to be?" Harry asked pointedly. "Like literally anywhere else?" "As a matter of fact, I'm meeting Remus at Flourish and Blots," Sirius admitted, rising from his chair. "But I couldn't resist the opportunity to watch you squirm a bit. It's practically my godfatherly duty." He ruffled Harry's hair affectionately as he passed, earning an exasperated groan. "Remember, your father was hopeless around redheads, but Potters have a much better track record with blondes." "Out!" Harry commanded, pointing to the door. Sirius departed with a theatrical bow, passing Daphne in the doorway. Harry watched with resignation as his godfather winked at her before disappearing down the corridor, Daphne's raised eyebrows suggesting Sirius's intent had been all too obvious. "Your godfather seems in good spirits," she observed dryly as she entered. "He lives to embarrass me," Harry sighed, then brightened as he held up his Hogwarts letter. "But look what just arrived." Daphne's cool composure broke into a genuine smile. "Your Hogwarts letter. Mine came yesterday. Mother's already planning a special dinner to celebrate." They spent a few minutes comparing their letters and discussing the proposed floor arrangement, which Daphne pronounced eminently sensible, though it ruins my plan to torment you about being a part-time student. Eventually, they settled at the study table where, the steward's obligation, still lay open, its text visibly squirming as Daphne approached. "Still fighting with the book, I see," she noted, maintaining a respectful distance. Previous experiments had proven that the text became completely illegible when anyone other than Harry tried to read it directly. "It's starting to surrender," Harry said with more confidence than he felt. "I've managed to decipher several sections about the Wardstone activation protocols, but I'm still struggling with the part about ancient threats the alley's owner is obligated to defend against." This project had consumed much of Harry's free time over the past year. After the Sebastian Moore incident and the activation of the Wardstone network, he had become increasingly aware of gaps in his understanding of the alley's magical protections. Conventional sources offered little information, the most substantive references merely alluded to obligations beyond common knowledge established in the original compact. Daphne had thrown herself into the research with characteristic determination, unearthing obscure historical references and family accounts that mentioned the alley's deeper protections and the steward's burden. Their breakthrough had come when she discovered a journal written by Thaddeus Potter in the 1750s, which mentioned consulting the obligation codex regarding the stirrings beneath the alley. "What has it revealed so far?" Daphne asked, settling into her usual chair beside Harry but carefully not looking directly at the book. "Fragments, mostly," Harry admitted. "The Wardstone network isn't just for protection against ordinary threats like what Moore arranged. It's meant to contain something that exists beneath the alley, something that was there before the alley was built." "Define something," Daphne prompted, reaching for her notebook. "That's where it gets frustrating. The book keeps using different terms, the ancient presence, the sleeping power, that which dwells in darkness. Deliberately vague, like it's testing whether I'm ready for the full explanation." "Magical books with trust issues," Daphne muttered, making a note. "Charming. It did reveal one concrete detail today," Harry added, pointing to a passage that had finally stabilized enough to read clearly. "The alley was built where it is specifically to contain whatever this presence is. Gandolphus Graves didn't just buy random land for a shopping district, he was a magical researcher who discovered this power point and recognized both its potential and its danger." Daphne leaned forward, careful not to look directly at the text. "So the compact wasn't just a business arrangement. It was establishing a permanent guardianship." "Exactly. The Goblin Nation provided the Wardstone magic, Graves provided the location and his family line as anchors, and together they created a system to harness the power while keeping it contained. Harry frowned at the book. But it doesn't explain what happens if the containment fails, or what specifically I'm supposed to do if something goes wrong. Typical, Daphne sighed. Ancient magical texts are allergic to straightforward instructions. It's always riddles and cryptic warnings and dramatic hints about dire consequences. Despite the frustration, Harry couldn't help smiling at her exasperation. In the 2 years since they'd met, Daphne had become not just his first friend but his closest confidant. Her sharp intelligence, pragmatic approach to problems, and refusal to be intimidated by either his fame or his position had made her invaluable as both research partner and emotional anchor through the tumultuous events of the past year. And if his feelings had recently begun evolving into something more complicated than friendship, if he sometimes found himself noticing the way sunlight caught in her blonde hair, or how her ice-blue eyes sparkled when she solved a particularly difficult puzzle, well, that was his problem to manage. He wasn't about to risk their friendship on what could easily be just the confused emotions of a boy on the cusp of adolescence. Earth to Harry, Daphne's voice cut through his thoughts. You vanished for a moment there. Sorry, he blinked, refocusing. Just thinking about how the book might be more forthcoming if threatened with dragon fire. Violence against literature is rarely the answer, she replied primly, though her lips twitched with amusement. Perhaps we're approaching this wrong. Instead of trying to force the book to reveal everything at once, we should focus on why it's important right now. Has anything unusual happened with the Wardstone network lately? Harry hesitated, debating how much to share. Over the past 3 months, he had indeed noticed subtle changes in the alley's magical atmosphere, nothing dramatic enough to raise alarms, but concerning nonetheless. The Wardstones have been restless, he admitted. The protection patterns shift more frequently than before, and sometimes I feel pulses of magic that don't match the normal rhythms. Daphne's expression sharpened with interest. Since when? Mid-April, maybe? Around Easter. I thought it might be seasonal fluctuations at first, but it's been getting more pronounced. And? He hesitated again. And, she prompted. I've been having dreams. About the alley, but different. Older. Like I'm seeing it before it was built, when it was just raw land with something powerful underneath. He hadn't shared this with anyone, not even Sirius, partly because it sounded melodramatic even to his own ears. But Daphne didn't dismiss his concern. She simply nodded thoughtfully and made another note. The blood connection to the Wardstones must be deeper than we realized. You're not just controlling them, you're receiving information from them. That's what I was thinking. But I can't interpret what they're trying to tell me. Harry ran a hand through his perpetually unruly hair, a gesture of frustration he'd unconsciously inherited from his father. It feels like a warning. Like something's changing beneath the alley. Before Daphne could respond, a soft chime sounded, the alert system that connected Harry's study to the Alley Guild security office. He tapped the enchanted mirror on his desk, and the concerned face of Florian Fortescue appeared. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Potter, but we've got a situation at Borgin and Burke's. Magical disturbance of some kind, customers reporting strange sounds and objects moving on their own. Harry frowned. Borgin and Burke's was technically not in Diagon Alley proper but in the adjacent Nocturne Alley. However, the Wardstone network's activation had revealed that the protective boundaries actually encompassed both shopping districts. Apparently the original compact had included all the connected magical marketplaces, though Nocturne had developed its shadier reputation later. Any injuries? None reported so far. Borgin claims it's just a cursed music box acting up, but the readings on the Wardstone monitors are unusual. Fortescue looked uncomfortable. As head of the Merchants Guild, he had been trained to interpret the basic security displays that showed Wardstone activity throughout the alley. What kind of unusual? Harry pressed. The pattern's all wrong, pulsing rather than steady, and concentrated in one spot instead of flowing through the network. Almost like something's pushing against the wards from the inside. Harry exchanged a quick glance with Daphne, whose raised eyebrow conveyed volumes. "I'll check it out personally," he decided. "Tell Borgin I'll be there in 15 minutes, and ask him not to touch whatever's causing the disturbance." After Fortescue's face disappeared from the mirror, Daphne fixed Harry with a pointed look. "Coincidence? A magical disturbance just when we're researching ancient threats to the alley?" "I don't believe in coincidences anymore," Harry replied grimly, rising from his desk. "Not where the alley is concerned." "I'm coming with you," she stated rather than asked, already gathering her things. "Daphne, if this is connected to what we've been researching, then you'll need someone who's read all the same materials and can help spot connections," she finished firmly. "Besides, you know perfectly well I'll just follow you if you try to leave me behind, and that would be much less efficient." Harry couldn't help smiling despite his concern. "Has anyone ever won an argument with you?" "My father managed it once in 1987, she replied with mock solemnity. "The family commemorates the occasion annually." Recognizing defeat, Harry led the way to his private entrance to the alley, a concealed door that connected directly to the Founder's path. Since the Wardstone activation, he had used these hidden passages frequently, finding them more efficient than navigating the often crowded main thoroughfare, particularly when responding to security concerns. The path to Nocturne Alley was less well maintained than the main branches, the magical lighting dimmer and the air carrying a faint musty scent. As they approached the area beneath Borgin and Burke's, Harry felt it immediately, a discordant vibration in the magical field, like an instrument slightly out of tune with the rest of an orchestra. "You feel that?" he asked quietly. Daphne nodded. "It's making my teeth itch. Whatever it is, it's not in harmony with the Wardstone network." They emerged from the Founder's path through a concealed door in the shop's back storeroom, startling Mr. Borgin, who had apparently been rummaging through a cabinet of protective amulets. "Mr. Potter." The shop owner straightened quickly, his perpetually hunched posture momentarily forgotten. With his balding head and obsequious manner, Borgin resembled nothing so much as a nervous vulture. "Thank you for responding so promptly. It's just a minor issue, I'm sure, a temperamental artifact acting up. Nothing that requires your personal attention." Harry wasn't fooled by the casual dismissal. Borgin's eyes darted nervously toward the main shop, and his hands twisted anxiously around a protective charm he'd been holding. "If it's activating the Wardstone alarms, it's my concern," Harry replied firmly. "Where exactly is this temperamental artifact?" Borgin hesitated, clearly conflicted between his desire to handle matters privately and his awareness of Harry's authority under the compact. Finally, he sighed in resignation. "In the display room. The ornate cabinet against the back wall, it arrived last week from an estate clearance. Perfectly legitimate," he added hastily, "with all appropriate documentation." Harry exchanged a skeptical glance with Daphne. Borgin and Burke's had a reputation for skirting the edges of magical legality, dealing in items that were often technically permitted but morally questionable. However, since the Wardstone activation, the shop had been more careful, the enhanced security magic could detect truly dark artifacts, and Borgin had quietly removed the worst offenders rather than risk losing his lease. They followed the nervous proprietor into the main shop, which was currently empty of customers. The space was cluttered with bizarre and unsettling objects, shrunken heads, twisted bones fashioned into decorative items, jewelry that seemed to follow movement with malevolent interest. But Harry's attention was immediately drawn to a tall, ornate cabinet in the corner, which was vibrating subtly, a faint humming emanating from within. "It started this morning," Borgin explained, maintaining a cautious distance. "Just a slight tremor at first, but it's been growing stronger. I've tried standard containment spells, but they seem to aggravate it." Harry approached carefully, extending his magical awareness as he'd learned to do with the Wardstones. The discordant feeling intensified as he drew closer, not just out of harmony with the alley's magic, but actively opposed to it, like oil separating from water. "There's something inside it," he murmured, more to himself than the others. "Something that doesn't belong here." "I haven't been able to open it," Borgin offered. "The lock seems to be stuck," and my unlocking charms just bounce off. Harry circled the cabinet slowly, noting the intricate carvings that covered its surface, intertwining serpents and strange, angular runes that didn't match any magical language he'd studied. As he completed his circuit, his scar gave a sudden, sharp throb of pain, causing him to wince. "Harry?" Daphne was at his side immediately, concern evident in her voice. "What is it?" "My scar," he said quietly, so Borgin wouldn't overhear. "It hurt when I got close to this side of the cabinet." Daphne's expression grew more troubled. "Your cursed scar? The one from—" "Yes." Harry didn't need her to finish. They both knew the scar's origins, the failed killing curse from Voldemort that had somehow rebounded, defeating the Dark Wizard and marking Harry in the process. In the decade since, the scar had been dormant, a simple lightning-shaped mark that set him apart but caused no discomfort. Until now. Moving more cautiously, Harry approached the cabinet again, focusing on the area that had triggered the pain. There, half hidden among the serpentine carvings, was a small drawer built into the frame, nearly invisible unless one knew to look for it. "There's a hidden compartment," he said, gesturing for Daphne to stay back. "I think whatever's causing the disturbance is in there, not in the main cabinet." "Mr. Potter, perhaps we should call in specialists," Borgin suggested nervously. "The Department of Magical Artifacts, or even the Unspeakables. The compact gives me authority over magical disturbances affecting the alley's security," Harry reminded him, though privately he shared some of Borgin's concern. Whatever was causing this disturbance felt fundamentally wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand toward the hidden drawer. Before his fingers even touched it, his scar flared with pain again, more intensely this time. Simultaneously, the drawer slid open of its own accord, as if eager to reveal its contents. Inside lay a single item, a small, leather-bound journal with a worn black cover, unremarkable except for the name embossed in fading gold on the lower corner, T. M. Riddle. The moment Harry saw it, he knew this was the source of the disturbance. The journal radiated wrongness, a magical signature that clashed violently with the Wardstone network's harmonious flow. And yet, there was something almost familiar about it, a resonance that made his scar prickle and burn. "Don't touch it," Daphne warned sharply, having moved to look over his shoulder despite his earlier gesture to stay back. That level of magical discord usually indicates serious dark magic. "What exactly is it?" Harry asked Borgin, who had gone very pale. "I don't know," the shopkeeper replied, and for once his nervous manner suggested honesty rather than evasion. The cabinet came with contents intact, old scrolls, a few antiquarian books, some silver instruments. Nothing especially valuable. I hadn't even noticed that compartment. Harry studied the journal without touching it, trying to understand why it provoked such a strong reaction from both his scar and the Wardstone network. The name meant nothing to him. T. M. Riddle could be anyone, but something about the book felt malevolent, aware in a way inanimate objects shouldn't be. "We need to contain it properly," he decided. "Not just shielding spells, something that will isolate it from the alley's magic completely." "The Gringotts high-security vaults have isolation chambers," Daphne suggested. "Designed specifically for artifacts that might interact dangerously with other magical items." Harry nodded. That seemed the safest immediate option, though he was reluctant to simply lock the journal away without understanding what it was and why it affected him so strongly. "Mr. Borgin, do you have dragon-hide gloves and a lead-lined box?" he asked, remembering his magical materials lessons about containment protocols for suspect artifacts. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly, perhaps relieved that Harry wasn't proposing to handle the object directly. Of course, of course. One moment." He hurried into the storeroom, returning moments later with thick gloves and a small metal box inscribed with containment runes. "This box is certified for Class 3 dangerous artifacts," Borgin explained, handing over the items. "Blocks most magical emanations and prevents object-to-object influence." Harry donned the gloves carefully, then reached for the journal. The moment his gloved fingertips touched the leather cover, his scar exploded with pain so intense his vision momentarily whited out. Simultaneously, the journal seemed to convulse, its pages fluttering wildly as though caught in a violent wind, though the air in the shop remained still. "Harry!" Daphne's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Let go." But he couldn't let go. His hand seemed frozen to the journal, the pain in his scar building to an unbearable crescendo. Through the haze of agony, Harry became aware of something impossible. The journal was fighting back, its magic lashing out not randomly but with purpose, directly targeting the connection between him and the Wardstone network. With a supreme effort of will, Harry managed to wrench his hand away, the journal falling back into the drawer. The pain receded immediately, though a dull throbbing remained in his forehead. What in Merlin's name was that? Daphne demanded, her usual composure shattered by alarm. She gripped Harry's arm, steadying him as he swayed slightly. "It's alive," Harry gasped, still trying to process what he'd experienced. Or, not alive exactly, but aware. "It recognized me somehow, and it tried to interfere with my connection to the Wardstones." Borgin had retreated several steps, genuine fear replacing his usual nervous obsequiousness. "Mr. Potter, I want no part of this. Whatever that thing is, it's beyond the scope of normal dark artifacts. I'll surrender ownership immediately, consider it forfeit under whatever clause of the compact you prefer." The shopkeeper's uncharacteristic willingness to give up a potentially valuable item only reinforced Harry's sense that they were dealing with something exceptionally dangerous. Despite the pain and confusion, his mind raced through the implications. The journal had reacted specifically to him and targeted his Wardstone connection. This couldn't be coincidence, it suggested the object had been deliberately placed to disrupt the alley's protections. "We need to get it to Gringotts," he decided, his voice stronger as he regained his composure. "But not by touching it directly. Mr. Borgin, do you have a levitation harness?" The specialized tool, essentially a cage of magic-resistant metal designed to safely transport cursed objects, was retrieved from the storeroom. Working carefully, they managed to secure the journal without direct contact and seal it within the lead-lined box. "I'll arrange payment for both the cabinet and its contents," Harry assured Borgin, who nodded gratefully, clearly eager to be rid of the troublesome artifact regardless of compensation. As they prepared to depart with their secured cargo, Daphne pulled Harry aside. "This is connected to what we've been researching," she said quietly. "The timing, the way it interfered with the Wardstone connection, it can't be coincidence." "I know," Harry agreed grimly. "And there's something else. When I touched it, I felt recognition. Not from me, but from it. Like it knew who I was." Daphne's eyes widened slightly. "A magical object that recognizes the boy who lived? That has very disturbing implications." Harry didn't need her to elaborate. They both knew what remained unspoken. The only magical entity with a particular interest in Harry Potter was the one who had given him his scar in the first place. And while Voldemort had reportedly been destroyed that Halloween night, the wizarding world had never recovered a body, just as they'd never fully explained how a baby had defeated the most feared dark wizard in generations. They returned to Gringotts through the Founder's Path, the lead box carefully suspended in the levitation harness between them. Harry could feel the journal's malevolent presence even through the containment measures, like a persistent whisper at the edge of hearing. More concerning, he could also feel the Wardstone network responding to its proximity, the protective magic pulsing with increased vigilance, as if recognizing a significant threat. Nagnok met them in the main hall, his expression grave as Harry explained the situation. The senior goblin's reaction to the contained journal was immediate and alarming. He actually took a step back, his normally impassive face showing clear revulsion. "This object carries a magical taint that offends goblin senses," he stated flatly. "It must be isolated immediately in our deepest containment vault." "I need to understand what it is first," Harry insisted. "It reacted to me specifically, and it tried to interfere with my Wardstone connection." "That can't be coincidence." Nagnok studied him for a long moment, then nodded curtly. "The analysis chamber, then." But we proceed with extreme caution. The analysis chamber was a specialized room deep within Gringotts where dangerous magical artifacts could be examined safely. Its walls were lined with rare metals and enchanted stone that contained and neutralized unpredictable magical effects. In the center stood a pedestal surrounded by a complex array of detection instruments and protective barriers. Once the journal was carefully positioned on the pedestal, Nagnok began activating the chamber's diagnostic enchantments. Crystalline orbs glowed with various colors as they detected and categorized the magical emanations from the contained artifact. Most unusual, the goblin muttered, studying the readings. The magical signature is fragmented, as if the object contains only a portion of a larger whole. What does that mean? Harry asked. It is difficult to explain in human terms, Nagnok replied, his expression troubled. The closest approximation would be that this object contains a piece of a wizard's magic, not simply enchantments placed upon it, but actual magical essence that once belonged to a living person. That's impossible, Daphne interjected. Magic can be channeled or stored, but a wizard's essential magical nature can't be separated from them while they live. Unless, Harry said slowly, a horrible suspicion forming, they found a way to split their magic deliberately. To put part of themselves into an object. Nagnok's sharp gaze fixed on him. That is an unusually specific hypothesis, Mr. Potter. What leads you to suggest it? Harry hesitated, trying to articulate the intuitive leap his mind had made. The way it responded to me. Not just recognizing me, but hating me. And the name, T.M. Riddle. I feel like I should know it, like it's important somehow. The goblin's expression grew even graver. There is a form of magic so dark it is forbidden to speak of it within these halls. A magic that splits not just the caster's magical essence but their very soul, anchoring a portion to an object to prevent final death. A Horcrux, Daphne whispered, her face pale. When both Harry and Nagnok looked at her in surprise, she explained, there was a reference in one of the Black family books Sirius showed us, just a mention, with no details. It said creating one was the darkest possible violation of magical nature. The Goblin Nation does not speak this word, Nagnok said stiffly. But yes, this object bears the taint of such magic. If your suspicion is correct, Mr. Potter, and this artifact is connected to the wizard who gave you that scar. He didn't need to finish the thought. The implications were too terrible to contemplate directly, that Voldemort might have created a Horcrux, that a piece of the Dark Wizard's soul could be contained in this innocuous-looking journal, that this might explain why his body had never been found after his apparent defeat. We need more information, Harry decided, pushing aside the horror to focus on immediate actions. Sirius mentioned that Dumbledore was investigating Voldemort's history before his rise to power. He might know who T.M. Riddle was. A consultation with the headmaster would be prudent, Nagnok agreed. However, I strongly advise that this object remain secured here until we have more answers. Its attempt to interfere with the Wardstone connection is particularly concerning, suggesting a specific design to disrupt the alley's protections. Harry nodded, though his curiosity about the journal burned within him. Something about it called to him, not in an attractive way but as a challenge, a piece of a puzzle he hadn't known he needed to solve. Keep it contained, but don't destroy it yet, he instructed. I'll contact Dumbledore today. As they left the analysis chamber, the journal safely secured behind multiple magical barriers, Harry felt a curious mixture of dread and relief, dread at what they might have discovered, relief that they had contained it before whatever plan it served could be realized. You should tell Sirius immediately, Daphne advised as they returned to the Potter suite. If this really is what we think it is, then it's not just about the alley anymore. It could mean he's finding ways to return. Harry agreed, though the conversation with his godfather promised to be difficult. Sirius had only recently begun truly recovering from his Azkaban ordeal, and bringing up anything connected to Voldemort risked reopening barely healed wounds. They found Sirius in the sitting room with Remus Lupin, the two former marauders poring over what appeared to be architectural plans spread across the coffee table. Expanding your property empire? Harry asked, trying for a light tone despite his inner turmoil. Sirius looked up with a grin that faded quickly as he registered their expressions. "What's happened?" "We found something in Borgin and Burke's," Harry began, then hesitated, looking meaningfully at Remus. While he trusted his father's friend implicitly, the information they'd uncovered was potentially explosive. "Remus can hear anything you have to tell me," Sirius said firmly. "No secrets between us, remember?" Taking a deep breath, Harry recounted the events at the shop and the subsequent analysis at Gringotts, including Nagnak's reluctant identification of the journal as a potential Horcrux. As he spoke, both men's expressions grew increasingly grave, the architectural plans forgotten. "T.M. Riddle," Remus repeated when Harry finished, his normally gentle face hardened with concern. "The name is familiar, but I can't place it." "If it's what you suspect," Sirius said carefully, "then this explains things Dumbledore has hinted at over the years, his certainty that Voldemort wasn't truly gone, just diminished somehow. Waiting for an opportunity to return. Which makes this journal a direct threat," Harry concluded. "Not just to me, but to everyone. If it was placed in the alley deliberately, interfering with the Wardstone connection might have been the first step towards something worse." "We need Dumbledore," Remus stated, rising from his seat. "I can contact him immediately through secure channels. This isn't something that should wait." While Remus departed to send the message, Sirius moved to sit beside Harry, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "How are you holding up? This is a lot to process, even without the personal connection to your scar." "I'm fine," Harry answered automatically, then amended, "No, that's not true. I'm scared. Not just of what the journal might mean, but of how it affected me. When I touched it, even with protection, I felt connected to it somehow. Like it knew me from the inside." Sirius's face darkened with concern. "All the more reason to get Dumbledore involved quickly. If there's a connection between your scar and this object, then I might be connected to Voldemort in ways none of us understood," Harry finished quietly. Daphne, who had remained silent during much of this exchange, suddenly spoke up. "The steward's obligation, the book might have information about this. If the alley was established partly to contain some ancient power, and now Voldemort or his followers are trying to interfere with that containment. You think the ancient threat the alley's owner is supposed to defend against could be connected to Voldemort?" Harry asked, considering the possibility. "I don't know," she admitted. "But the timing seems significant. The Wardstone's becoming restless, your dreams about something beneath the alley, and now this object that tries to disrupt your connection to the protective network. It would explain why the book has been so reluctant to reveal information," Sirius observed. "If it's testing whether you're ready to confront the full truth." Harry thought about the obligation codex, still waiting in his study with its half-revealed secrets and cryptic warnings. "I need to try again with the book," he decided. "With what we know now, it might respond differently." Before he could act on this resolution, however, Remus returned with surprising news. "Dumbledore's already on his way. Apparently, he was planning to visit today anyway, something about information he's recently uncovered that he wanted to share with you." "More coincidences that aren't really coincidences," Harry murmured, exchanging a meaningful glance with Daphne. They didn't have long to wait. Within 15 minutes, the Floo connection flared with green flames, and Albus Dumbledore stepped gracefully into the sitting room. Despite the summer heat, he wore sweeping robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, his long white beard neatly tucked into a silver belt. "Harry, my boy," he greeted warmly, though his bright blue eyes were serious behind their half-moon spectacles. "It seems we have much to discuss, and on matters more urgent than I had anticipated." After brief greetings, they settled around the sitting room as Harry once again explained their discovery of the journal and Nagnak's reluctant assessment of its nature. Throughout the recounting, Dumbledore listened intently, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "T.M. Riddle," he said when Harry finished, the name heavy with significance. "Tom Marvolo Riddle. That was the birth name of the wizard the world would come to fear as Lord Voldemort. A stunned silence followed this revelation. Though Harry had suspected a connection, having it confirmed so directly sent a chill through him. "You're certain?" Sirius asked, his voice tight. "Without doubt," Dumbledore confirmed grimly. "I taught Tom Riddle at Hogwarts, many years before he adopted his new identity. The diary you describe would date from his school days, when he was already exhibiting disturbing tendencies but had not yet fully embraced the dark path that would transform him." "A school diary?" Daphne asked skeptically. "That seems rather mundane for a vessel of dark magic." "The most dangerous dark objects often appear innocuous," Dumbledore replied. "And for Tom, Hogwarts represented his first real home, his introduction to the magical world, and the beginning of his obsession with power. A diary from that formative period would hold significant personal meaning." "The Goblin called it a Horcrux," Harry said directly, watching the headmaster's face closely. "He said it contained a piece of Voldemort's soul." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, as if in pain. "I have suspected for some time that Voldemort employed this darkest of magic to ensure his survival. This confirmation is troubling beyond words, but not entirely unexpected." "What exactly does a Horcrux do?" Sirius asked, his expression haunted. "We know it's dark magic, but the specifics." "It anchors the creator to the mortal world," Dumbledore explained gravely. "Even if their body is destroyed, a portion of their soul remains earthbound, preventing true death. With the proper rituals, this soul fragment can be used to create a new body, effectively returning the wizard to life." The implications hung heavy in the air. If the diary was indeed a Horcrux, it meant Voldemort had taken concrete steps to prevent his permanent defeat, and that his apparent destruction the night he attacked the Potters had been merely a temporary setback. "The diary is secure for now," Harry said, breaking the tense silence. "But we need to understand why it was placed in the alley, and specifically how it interferes with the Wardstone network." "That," Dumbledore said quietly, "may relate to the information I came to share with you today. I have been researching Tom Riddle's history extensively, trying to understand both his past and his possible future plans. Recently, I discovered something rather significant about his connection to the land upon which Diagon Alley stands." All eyes turned to the headmaster expectantly. "The magical power point that Gandolphus Graves discovered and built the alley to contain, it has been known by many names throughout history. The Druids called it a crossing of ley lines. Medieval wizards named it a wellspring of raw magic. But its oldest known designation, in texts predating the Roman conquest, was the Serpent's Cradle." "Serpent?" Harry repeated, immediately thinking of Voldemort's snake-like features and his association with Slytherin House. "Indeed. The site was said to be a place where serpent magic, what we would now call parcel magic, was particularly potent. Legends suggest it was once a gathering place for speakers of Parseltongue, who could access and channel its power in ways others could not. And Voldemort is a Parselmouth," Sirius stated flatly. "As a descendant of Salazar Slytherin." "Precisely." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "I believe Tom discovered this connection during his research into his ancestry. He would have been drawn to the idea of a power source with specific affinity to his rare magical gift." Harry's mind was racing, connecting pieces of information that suddenly seemed to form a coherent picture. So the alley wasn't built just to harness the power, but specifically to keep it out of the hands of Parselmouths who might misuse it. A reasonable conclusion, Dumbledore agreed. The Wardstone network, with its goblin-crafted protections, would effectively neutralize attempts to access the raw power through parcel magic alone. Only the rightful owner, recognized by the compact's blood magic, could safely interact with the power point. "And the diary," Daphne interjected, her quick mind following the implications, was trying to disrupt Harry's connection to the Wardstones. If it succeeded, then the containment could fail, Harry finished, a cold certainty settling in his stomach. The power would be accessible to anyone who could speak Parseltongue, or to Voldemort himself, if he found a way to return. "But why now?" Remus asked, speaking up for the first time. "The diary could have been planted years ago. Why would it activate at this particular moment? Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully. That is indeed the critical question. I suspect it relates to your activation of the Wardstone network last year, Harry. The diary, as a sole fragment, may have been dormant until it sensed the increased magical activity. Or perhaps. He trailed off, his expression troubled. Perhaps what? Sirius prompted. Perhaps it is responding to its master's increased activity elsewhere, Dumbledore said quietly. There have been incidents over the past year that suggest Voldemort's disembodied spirit has become more active, possessing creatures or weak-minded individuals temporarily while seeking a more permanent solution to his bodiless state. This new information sent another wave of cold dread through Harry. You think he's actively trying to return? And the diary is part of that plan? I believe it may be, Dumbledore confirmed. Though whether the diary was placed recently as part of a coordinated effort, or has been lying dormant for years and only now awakened in response to changing circumstances, I cannot say with certainty. Harry stood abruptly, pacing the room as he tried to process everything they'd learned. The alley's ancient power, the Wardstone network's true purpose, Voldemort's connection through Parseltongue, the Horcrux diary, it all formed a pattern that pointed toward imminent danger, not just to him personally but to the entire magical community. I need to consult the obligation codex again, he decided. With what we know now, it might reveal more about how the alley's owner is supposed to defend against this specific threat. A prudent course, Dumbledore agreed. Though I would caution against handling the diary directly until we better understand its capabilities and limitations. Soul magic is unpredictable and often insidious in its effects. I wasn't planning to have tea with it, Harry replied with a flash of dry humor that reminded everyone present of both his youth and his resilience. But I need to understand what I'm facing if I'm going to fulfill my responsibilities as the alley's steward. As the others continued discussing implications and potential next steps, Harry slipped away to his study, where the ancient tome still lay open on his desk. Approaching it with newfound purpose, he placed both hands flat on the open pages. I know what you've been trying to tell me, he said directly to the book. The threat beneath the alley, the power the Wardstones contain, it's connected to Parseltongue and Voldemort. I need to know how to defend against it properly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the text on the pages began to shift and change, the previously reluctant ink flowing into new patterns, forming words and diagrams that had been hidden from him before. The book had finally deemed him ready for the knowledge it protected. What it revealed kept Harry reading well into the night, long after Dumbledore had departed with the promise to research methods of safely destroying Horcruxes, and even after Sirius had checked on him twice with increasing concern. The obligation codex detailed the true nature of the power beneath the alley, not merely a convergence of magical energy, but a sentient force that had existed since ancient times, neither good nor evil but immensely powerful and particularly responsive to those who could speak the serpent tongue. Gandolphus Graves had not just built the alley to contain this power, but had established a symbiotic relationship with it. The Wardstones channeled and regulated its energy, allowing it to flow beneficially through the alley's foundations while preventing its uncontrolled release. In return, the alley's owner received certain benefits: enhanced magical connection to the district, ability to activate the protective network, and a degree of influence over the ambient magic that permeated the shopping area. Most crucially, the book explained the vulnerability that had concerned Graves and the goblins most. If a Parselmouth of significant power were to establish direct connection with the force beneath the alley, they could potentially usurp control from the rightful owner, redirecting the power toward their own purposes. This was the threat the compact had been specifically designed to prevent, binding the power to the Graves, later Potter, bloodline through goblin magic that was independent of Parseltongue. The diary's interference with Harry's Wardstone connection now made terrible sense. As a fragment of Voldemort, it sought to weaken the blood-based protections that prevented its master from accessing the power directly. If it succeeded, the raw magical energy beneath the alley could potentially be used to restore Voldemort to a physical form without the need for complex rituals or assistance from living followers. When Harry finally emerged from his study, dawn was breaking over Diagon Alley, golden light spilling through the enchanted windows. He found Sirius asleep in an armchair outside the study door, apparently having stationed himself there out of concern. Daphne had been sent home the previous evening with assurances that Harry would contact her today, though he suspected she had left reluctantly. "Sirius," he said softly, gently shaking his godfather's shoulder. "Wake up. We need to talk." The animagus came awake instantly, years in Azkaban having conditioned him to light sleep. "Harry? What time is it? Did you sleep at all?" "No," Harry admitted. "But I found what we needed to know." He briefly summarized what the Obligation Codex had revealed, watching understanding and alarm spread across Sirius's face. "So Voldemort could use this power source to return?" his godfather asked gravely. "If he could break the ward stone protection, yes. And the diary was the first step toward doing that." Harry ran a hand through his untidy hair, exhaustion warring with determination. "We need to destroy it before it can cause any more disruption." "Dumbledore said he'd research methods," Sirius reminded him. "Destroying a Horcrux isn't like tossing an ordinary dark object into a magical incinerator. It requires specific, powerful magic." "We may not have time to wait," Harry argued. "The Codex made it clear that once this process starts, once a fragment of a Parselmouth's magic begins interfering with the ward stone network, it progresses exponentially. The longer the diary exists, the more damage it does to the protections." Sirius studied him with concern. "You're exhausted, Harry. Let's at least wait until you've had some rest before making any decisions." "The diary is safely contained for now." Reluctantly, Harry agreed, his body finally registering the fatigue of an all-night research session. He allowed Sirius to usher him to his bedroom, though his mind continued racing with implications and possible courses of action even as he fell into a troubled sleep. He dreamed of serpents writhing beneath the cobblestones of Diagon Alley, of a high, cold laugh echoing through the Founder's Path, of a diary whose pages bled real blood that seeped into the foundations of Gringotts. In the dream, he stood at the central ward stone, watching helplessly as cracks spread across its crystalline surface, dark magic seeping through like poison. Harry woke with a gasp several hours later, his scar throbbing dully. The dream had felt different from his usual nightmares, more coherent, almost like a warning or a vision. Without bothering to change from his rumpled clothes, he hurried to find Sirius, only to discover that his godfather wasn't alone. Daphne had returned, along with her mother Imelda Greengrass, both looking grave. They were in deep conversation with Sirius and Nagnock in the sitting room, which fell silent as Harry entered. "What's happened?" he demanded, immediately sensing that something was wrong. "There's been another incident," Sirius explained, his expression troubled. "Not with the diary, which remains secure. But in Nocturne Alley, a shop owner reported finding strange markings carved into the foundations of his building. Serpents and runes, similar to those on the cabinet where the diary was hidden." "When?" "Early this morning," Nagnock answered. "The wardstone monitors showed minor disturbances, but nothing that triggered full alerts." "It's starting," Harry said grimly. "Even with the diary contained, something is happening with the power beneath the alley." Imelda Greengrass spoke up, her aristocratic features set in lines of concern. "There's more. My contacts at the Ministry report unusual patterns of dark magic being detected throughout Britain over the past week. Concentrated spots of activity with a magical signature that some older Aurors recognize from the last war. Death Eater activity," Sirius translated bluntly. "Voldemort's followers becoming active again after years of lying low. Coordinated with what's happening in the alley?" Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. "It appears so," Nagnock confirmed. "Which suggests a larger plan is in motion, with the diary as just one component. We need to inspect these markings," Harry decided. "If they're related to Parseltongue or the power beneath the alley, I might be able to interpret them through my connection to the Wardstone network." The group made their way to Nocturne Alley, Harry using his authority as the alley's owner to clear curious onlookers from the area. The shop in question was a dingy establishment specializing in ingredients for questionable potions, its proprietor nervous but cooperative when faced with the combined authority of Harry Potter and a senior Gringotts goblin. The markings were located in the shop's cellar, carved into the stone foundation with precision that suggested magical rather than manual creation. They formed an intricate pattern of intertwined serpents surrounding runic symbols that, as Harry had suspected, resonated with the same discordant energy he'd felt from the diary. "Can you read them?" Daphne asked, staying close to his side as he examined the carvings. Harry shook his head. "Not exactly read, but I can feel what they're doing." He extended his magical awareness as he'd learned to do with the ward stones, sensing the energy patterns flowing through and around the markings. "They're like access points. Tapping into the power beneath the alley and redirecting it." "Redirecting it where?" Sirius asked sharply. "I'm not sure yet." Harry traced the flow of energy with his magical senses, following it through the foundation stones. "It's being gathered, concentrated somewhere. Building up. For what purpose?" Nagnok demanded, his goblin senses clearly detecting the magical disturbance as well, though from his expression, he couldn't interpret it as specifically as Harry. "I think." Harry hesitated, trying to articulate what he was perceiving. "I think it's being prepared for a summoning of some kind. Drawing on the alley's power to call something, or someone, from elsewhere." The implications hung heavily in the air. If Voldemort's followers were attempting to use the alley's ancient power to restore their master, it represented a threat beyond anything they had anticipated. "We need to seal these markings immediately," Nagnok declared. "And check for others throughout both alleys." "Sealing won't be enough," Harry said, his expression grim. "They're already active, already channeling power. We need to disrupt the entire network they're creating." Over the next several hours, Harry led a systematic search of both Diagon and Nocturne alleys, using his connection to the Wardstone network to detect similar magical signatures. They discovered 7 more sets of markings, each carefully hidden in the foundations of different buildings, forming what appeared to be a precise geometric pattern when mapped across the shopping district. "It's a ritual circle," Imelda Greengrass concluded as they marked the final location on a map spread across Harry's desk. Her expertise in ancient magical practices, cultivated through the Greengrass family's long interest in historical enchantments, proved invaluable in interpreting the pattern. An invocation array designed to concentrate and direct magical energy toward a specific purpose. "Bringing Voldemort back," Sirius stated flatly. "Potentially," Imelda agreed. "Though a ritual of this complexity would require more than just the passive accumulation of energy. It would need an active catalyst, a focal point where the gathered power could be directed with purpose." The diary, Harry realized. It was meant to be that focal point, a piece of Voldemort himself to guide the ritual. "But we have the diary contained," Daphne pointed out. "So the ritual can't complete, right? Unless there's another focal point we haven't identified," Nagnok cautioned. "The diary's placement may have been only one approach. Those orchestrating this may have alternatives prepared." As if in confirmation of the goblin's warning, a sharp chime sounded, the emergency alert from the Alley Guild security office. Harry activated the communication mirror on his desk immediately, and Florian Fortescue's worried face appeared. "Mr. Potter, we have reports of suspicious individuals appearing throughout the alley. Wearing hooded cloaks, moving in coordinated patterns, carrying wands openly. The Wardstone monitors are showing increasing disturbances, but not from any single location. It's like the entire network is being strained." Harry exchanged alarmed glances with the others. "How many individuals?" "At least a dozen spotted so far, possibly more in Nocturne. They're not causing obvious trouble yet, just positioning themselves. But something doesn't feel right. Alert the Auror office immediately," Harry instructed. "Then implement the alley's emergency protocols, get civilians to secure locations and activate the shopfront protection wards." As Fortescue nodded and disappeared from the mirror, Harry turned to the others. "This is it, whatever they've been planning, it's happening now. They must have realized we discovered the diary and decided to accelerate their timeline. We should contact Dumbledore, Sirius urged, already moving toward the flue. There's no time, Harry countered. By the time he arrives, whatever they're planning could already be underway. I need to get to the central ward stone. It's the only way to counter a coordinated attack on the alley's magical protections. You can't go alone, Daphne insisted, her expression resolute despite the fear evident in her eyes. If this is Death Eater activity, they'll be specifically targeting you. I'll accompany him through the Founder's Path, Nagnock stated rather than offered. Goblin magic provides additional protection against certain forms of dark magic, particularly those targeting ward stones we helped create. I'm going too, Sirius declared firmly, his hand already gripping his wand. James and Lily would never forgive me if I let you face this alone, Harry. And I'll coordinate with the Ministry response from here, Imelda Greengrass added. As a respected pureblood with social connections throughout wizarding government, she could potentially expedite the aura deployment and ensure the threat was taken seriously. Harry looked at Daphne, knowing what she would say before she opened her mouth. Don't even try to tell me to stay behind, she warned, her ice-blue eyes flashing with determination. I've been researching this with you from the beginning. I'm coming. There was no time to argue, and truthfully, Harry was grateful for the support. If the diary and the carved markings were indeed part of a plan to use the alley's power to restore Voldemort, they would need every advantage to prevent it. They moved quickly through the private entrance to the Founder's Path, Harry leading the way with his wand illuminated. The hidden passages, usually quiet and still, seemed to vibrate with unseen energy, the very stones humming with magical disturbance. The wardstone network is under significant strain, Nagnock observed as they hurried through the tunnels. The invocation array is drawing power faster than the protections can compensate. Can you feel where it's being directed? Sirius asked, his wand at ready as he brought up the rear of their group. Toward the central junction, Harry confirmed, his connection to the wardstones providing an instinctive awareness of the magical flows. Where the primary wardstone is located. They're trying to overwhelm it, force it to release rather than contain the power beneath. As they approached the central chamber, Harry felt a sharp throb from his scar, a warning that made him signal the others to halt. Someone's already there, he whispered, extending his magical senses cautiously. Multiple presences around the central wardstone. How many? Sirius asked quietly. At least 5, no, 6, Harry corrected, focusing more intently. They're doing something to the wardstone. I can feel it responding incorrectly, the protection patterns are becoming erratic. We need a plan, Daphne whispered. We're outnumbered, and if they're Death Eaters, they're likely experienced duelists. Harry thought quickly, considering their limited options. A direct confrontation would be dangerous, particularly with Daphne present, who had magical training but no combat experience. Yet they couldn't allow the intruders to continue interfering with the wardstone. The wardstone responds to me as the alley's owner, he said finally. If I can get close enough to establish direct contact, I can potentially override whatever they're doing and re-establish the proper protection patterns. You'd be exposing yourself directly, Sirius objected. They'd target you immediately. Not if they're distracted, Harry countered. We create a diversion, you three attack from one tunnel entrance while I circle around and approach from another. Absolutely not, his godfather growled. I'm not letting you face these people alone. I won't be alone, Harry insisted. I'll have the wardstone's magic supporting me. It's our best chance, Sirius. The longer they interfere with the wardstone, the more damage they do to the alley's protections. After tense negotiation, they agreed on a modified plan. Sirius and Nagnock would create the primary diversion, using their combined combat experience to maximum effect. Daphne would remain in reserve, ready to assist Harry if needed but staying out of the main confrontation. Harry would approach the wardstone from a secondary tunnel, using his connection to the alley's magic to shield his presence until he could reach the crystal. Be careful, Daphne whispered as they prepared to separate. Don't try to be heroic, just reach the ward stone and re-establish the protections. I'll be fine, Harry assured her, though the confidence in his voice was partly for her benefit. The throbbing in his scar had intensified as they drew closer to the chamber, suggesting a more direct connection to Voldemort than simply his followers being present. They moved into position, Harry circling through a narrow maintenance tunnel that connected to the chamber from behind the ward stone itself. From his concealed vantage point, he could see the intruders clearly now, 6 black-robed figures wearing silver masks that confirmed their identity as Death Eaters. They stood in a circle around the central ward stone, wands raised, chanting in what Harry recognized with a chill as Parseltongue. The ward stone itself had changed drastically from when Harry had last seen it. The clear crystal was now clouded with swirling darkness, its usual golden-red glow replaced by an ominous green illumination that pulsed like a heartbeat. At its base, where the blood basin had once been empty, now swirled a dark liquid that wasn't blood but something more sinister, a potion or magical substance that seemed to be seeping into the crystal itself. Most disturbing of all, a familiar black diary lay open atop the ward stone, its pages fluttering as if in a strong wind despite the still air of the chamber. Somehow, impossibly, the Death Eaters had retrieved it from Gringotts' secure vault, or perhaps, more likely, this was a second copy, a contingency that explained why the diary Harry had found had been so carelessly left in Borgin and Burke's. The signal came, a series of explosions and flashes of light as Sirius and Nagnok launched their attack from the main tunnel entrance. The Death Eaters broke their chant, several turning to defend against the unexpected assault while others maintained their positions around the ward stone, continuing the ritual. Harry seized the moment, darting from his hiding place toward the massive crystal. He had almost reached it when a voice called out, high, cold, and terrifyingly familiar despite Harry never having heard it in his conscious memory. The boy comes, as predicted. How convenient. Harry froze involuntarily as pain lanced through his scar, far more intense than any previous occurrence. Through watering eyes, he saw one of the Death Eaters turn toward him, but something was wrong with this figure. It moved oddly, as if the body beneath the robes wasn't entirely solid, and the silver mask had been replaced by a face-like projection that seemed to hover above the collar rather than being worn. Harry Potter, the apparition continued, its voice sending chills down Harry's spine. The boy who lived, come to die as the Lord who fell returns. With horrifying certainty, Harry realized he was not facing a mere Death Eater, but something far worse, a partial manifestation of Voldemort himself, not fully corporeal but more substantial than a ghost, using the ritual and the alley's power to begin his return. You're too late, Harry managed, fighting through the pain in his scar. The Wardstone network is already active. The alley's protections won't fall to this ritual. A cold, humorless laugh emerged from the apparition. Foolish child. I don't seek to destroy the Wardstones, I seek to control them. With my soul fragment as conduit and your blood magic as key, the power beneath will recognize a new master. The implication struck Harry with terrible clarity. They didn't need to break the alley's protections, just redirect them. And they needed Harry himself, his blood connection to the Wardstones, to complete the transition. The battle around them intensified, Sirius and Nagnok fighting skillfully but clearly outnumbered by the Death Eaters. Harry caught glimpses of Daphne, who had been forced to join the conflict, deflecting curses with surprising proficiency for her age, though clearly outmatched by the adult opponents. Harry knew he had seconds at most before the Death Eaters overwhelmed his friends or the partially manifested Voldemort attacked him directly. With no time for subtlety, he lunged for the Wardstone, his hand closing around the diary atop it while his other palm pressed against the crystal surface. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. Pain beyond anything he had ever experienced coursed through his body as two opposing magical forces, the diary's dark soul magic and the Wardstone's ancient protective power, collided with his own magical core as the conduit. His scar felt as though it would split his head apart, blood trickling down his face as the lightning bolt opened anew. Through the haze of agony, Harry became aware of something impossible. He could see the magic itself, flows of energy swirling around him in complex patterns. The alley's foundational power, ancient and vast. The Wardstone Network, a crystalline lattice designed to channel and control that power. The invocation array created by the carved markings, drawing energy toward this central point. And the diary, a malevolent presence attempting to redirect everything toward the purpose of restoring its creator. Your resistance is futile. Voldemort's voice seemed to come from both the apparition and inside Harry's own mind simultaneously. The connection is established. Your blood magic is the key that opens the way for my return. With sudden, terrible understanding, Harry realized what the Obligation Codex had been trying to prepare him for, not just defending the alley from external threats, but making the ultimate choice when the threat came from within the very magical system designed to protect it. The steward's duty wasn't just management or even conventional protection. It was sacrifice if necessary, the willingness to use one's own blood and magic to preserve the greater balance, even at personal cost. You're right about one thing, Harry gasped through the pain, tightening his grip on both the diary and the Wardstone. Blood is the key. But not the way you think. With deliberate intent, Harry pressed his bleeding forehead directly against the Wardstone's surface, allowing his blood, carrying both his own magic as the alley's rightful steward and the lingering connection to Voldemort from his cursed scar, to flow into the crystal. What are you doing? The apparition's voice held a note of uncertainty for the first time. Stop. But Harry couldn't stop, wouldn't stop, even as the pain threatened to overwhelm his consciousness. The Obligation Codex had revealed the ultimate defense mechanism built into the Wardstone network, the ability for the rightful owner to temporarily merge their magical core with the entire protection system, becoming one with the alley's magic in a union that no external force could overrule. It was dangerous, potentially fatal if maintained too long, as the human magical core wasn't designed to channel such vast energies. But it would allow Harry to purge the corruption from the system and re-establish the proper protection patterns. As his blood made contact with the crystal, the Wardstone's glow shifted, the ominous green receding as the natural golden-red illumination reasserted itself. The darkness swirling within the crystal began to clear, pushed out by Harry's magical presence flowing through the network. The diary in his hand convulsed violently, its pages flipping rapidly as if in a desperate attempt to maintain control. The apparition of Voldemort likewise fluctuated, its semi-corporeal form becoming less distinct as its connection to the ritual was disrupted. You cannot defeat me, boy, the high, cold voice hissed, though with noticeably less confidence. I have gone further than any wizard toward immortality. This setback is temporary. Maybe, Harry acknowledged through gritted teeth, maintaining his connection to the Wardstone despite the almost unbearable strain. But you won't be using the alley's power to return. Not today. Not ever. With a final surge of will, Harry channeled his magic, his intent, his very essence into the Wardstone network. The crystal beneath his hand flared with blinding light, the illumination spreading outward along the magical connections to every smaller Wardstone throughout the alley. The diary in his grip began to smoke, then to burn with an unnatural black flame that consumed the pages without leaving ash, a terrible shrieking sound emanating from it as the soul fragment within was forcibly expelled. The apparition of Voldemort likewise began to dissolve, its semi-corporeal form unable to maintain cohesion as the ritual it depended upon collapsed. This changes nothing, it hissed as it faded. I will return by other means, and when I do, I will ensure you suffer before you die, Harry Potter. Then it was gone, the remaining Death Eaters suddenly finding themselves without their leader and facing a Wardstone network now fully activated and responding aggressively to their presence. The protective magic lashed out, golden-red tendrils ensnaring those who had attempted to corrupt it, binding them in place as it had done with Sebastian Noir's hired saboteurs the previous year. Harry maintained his connection a moment longer, ensuring the invocation array was completely neutralized and the carved markings throughout the alley rendered inert. Then, as darkness began to creep into the edges of his vision from magical exhaustion, he finally allowed himself to release the Wardstone and collapse backward into waiting arms. Harry! Harry, can you hear me? Sirius's voice seemed to come from very far away, his godfather's worried face swimming in and out of focus above him. Did it work? Harry managed to ask, his voice barely a whisper. You incredible, reckless, brilliant boy, Sirius choked, tears evident in his voice. Yes, it worked. The ward stones are fully active again, the Death Eaters are captured, and whatever was trying to manifest is gone. The diary? Destroyed, came Nagnok's voice from nearby. Completely consumed by magical backlash. Quite an impressive display of blood magic, Mr. Potter, if somewhat unorthodox in execution. Harry tried to smile, though he wasn't sure if his facial muscles responded properly. The Codex said, sometimes the steward has to become the ward, temporarily merge with the protection system. And nearly kill himself in the process, Daphne's voice added, tight with emotion. She appeared in his field of vision, her face pale but determined. Don't ever do that again without warning us, Potter. I nearly had a heart attack watching you glow like a human Lumos spell. Sorry, Harry murmured, though without much genuine contrition. Didn't exactly have time for a committee meeting. He felt himself being carefully lifted, strong arms supporting his exhausted body. The voices around him continued, Nagnok reporting Aurors arriving above, Sirius discussing immediate security measures, Daphne asking surprisingly knowledgeable questions about magical exhaustion treatments, but they faded into background noise as Harry surrendered to the darkness closing in. When he regained consciousness, Harry found himself in his own bed in the Potter suite, sunlight streaming through the enchanted windows. For a moment, he wondered if the entire confrontation had been a particularly vivid dream, until he tried to move and discovered every muscle in his body protesting vigorously. Easy there, came Sirius's voice from beside the bed. The healers said you'd be sore for a few days. Magical exhaustion takes time to recover from, especially when you've been channeling enough power to light up half of London. Harry turned his head carefully to find his godfather looking simultaneously relieved and exasperated. How long was I out? Almost 24 hours. You gave us quite a scare, particularly when your scar started bleeding again during some kind of healing crisis last night. Sirius leaned forward, his expression becoming more serious. Dumbledore says whatever you did with the ward stone didn't just destroy the diary, it did something to your curse scar as well. Something he finds most intriguing and potentially significant. Harry raised a hand gingerly to his forehead, finding the familiar lightning bolt scar felt different, less prominent, smoother to the touch. It feels lighter somehow. Like something that was pressing against it is gone. Dumbledore has a theory about that, Sirius said carefully. He's waiting to discuss it with you when you're stronger. But the short version is that he believes your scar may have contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul, similar to what was in the diary but created accidentally the night he tried to kill you. The implication was staggering, though somehow not entirely surprising after everything Harry had experienced. And merging with the ward stone somehow, expelled it? Destroyed it like the diary? That's Dumbledore's working theory, yes. Your blood magic through the Wardstone network was powerful enough to force out foreign magical essences, including both the diary's soul fragment and whatever had attached to your scar. Before Harry could fully process this revelation, the bedroom door opened to admit Daphne, who froze momentarily upon seeing him awake before her usual composure reasserted itself. Finally rejoining the land of the living, Potter. Some of us have been waiting rather impatiently. Despite the casual words, her relief was evident in her eyes. I'll give you two a moment, Sirius said with a knowing smile, rising from his chair. I should update Remus and Dumbledore anyway. Don't tire him out, Miss Greengrass, healer's orders. Once they were alone, Daphne moved to take the chair Sirius had vacated, her expression softening. You look terrible. Thanks, Harry replied dryly. You really know how to make a guy feel better. It's the truth. You're pale, there are shadows under your eyes, and your hair is even more of a disaster than usual. She paused, then added more quietly, but you're alive, which is the important part. For a while there, we weren't entirely sure that would be the case. That bad? Worse. After you collapsed, you started convulsing. Your scar was bleeding profusely, and according to Nagnok, your magical core was fluctuating dangerously from channeling too much power. Her voice remained steady, but Harry could see the lingering fear behind her composed exterior. The healers said if you hadn't been so close to Gringotts, with immediate access to goblin healing magic, you might not have survived. I didn't have much choice, Harry said softly. It was the only way to stop the ritual and protect the alley. I know. Daphne's fingers twisted together in her lap, an uncharacteristic display of nervous energy. That's what makes it so infuriating. You did exactly what you had to do, what the obligation required of you. And it nearly killed you. But it didn't, he pointed out, attempting a smile. I'm tougher than I look. Clearly. She took a deep breath, visibly collecting herself. In any case, you should know that your heroics had the desired effect. The Death Eaters were captured, all 6 of them, including Lucius Malfoy, though he's already claiming imperious influence. The invocation array was completely neutralized, and according to Nagnok, the Wardstone network is functioning better than ever after your direct intervention. And Voldemort? Or whatever that manifestation was. Gone, at least for now. Dumbledore believes it was a projection rather than a true physical form, enabled by the ritual's partial completion but unable to maintain itself once you disrupted the process. She hesitated, then added, he says this won't be the end of it, though. That Voldemort will seek other means to return. Harry nodded slowly, wincing at the soreness in his neck. He said as much himself, before he disappeared. But at least we prevented him from using the alley's power, which would have given him a significant advantage. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken eventually by Daphne's uncharacteristically hesitant voice. I was scared, Harry. When you collapsed and started convulsing, when the healers couldn't immediately stabilize you. I've never been that frightened before. The admission, coming from someone who prided herself on emotional control, struck Harry deeply. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. I didn't mean to scare you. Don't apologize for doing what had to be done, she chided gently. Just, try not to make a habit of nearly dying, if you can help it. Some of us have grown rather attached to having you around. The implication hung in the air between them, neither fully acknowledging nor dismissing the shift in their relationship that had been gradually occurring over the past year. At 10, nearly 11, they were still young for romance in the conventional sense, but their shared experiences and the maturity forced upon them by circumstances had created a connection that went beyond ordinary friendship. I'll do my best, Harry promised, holding her gaze. I'm rather attached to being around you too. Her cheeks colored slightly, but before she could respond, the door opened again to admit a procession of visitors, Sirius returning with Remus and Dumbledore, followed by Nagnok and Imelda Greengrass. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore greeted him warmly, though his bright blue eyes were serious behind their half-moon spectacles. How remarkable to find you recovering so well after such an extraordinary magical expenditure. You continue to surprise even those of us who have witnessed many wonders in our long lives. The next hour passed in detailed discussion of the events and their aftermath. The Auror office, under Madame Bones's direction, had taken the captured Death Eaters into custody and was investigating how they had accessed the Founder's Path. The destroyed diary had been confirmed as a Horcrux by Dumbledore's examination of the remains, and its connection to Voldemort established beyond doubt. Most significantly for Harry personally, Dumbledore shared his theory about the cursed scar in greater detail. He believed that when Voldemort had attempted to kill baby Harry, the rebounding killing curse had not only destroyed the Dark Wizard's body but had fractured his already damaged soul, with a fragment accidentally attaching to the only living being in the vicinity, Harry himself. This would explain several puzzling aspects of your connection to Voldemort, the headmaster explained gently. The pain in your scar when in proximity to his presence or artifacts, the occasional glimpses you've had of his thoughts or emotions, and most recently, your ability to understand Parseltongue despite not being a descendant of Slytherin yourself. So I've been carrying a piece of Voldemort around in my head for 10 years? Harry asked, disturbed by the idea despite its logic. And merging with the Wardstone somehow, removed it? I believe so, yes. Your extraordinary connection to the alley's protection magic, combined with the blood from your reopened curse scar, created conditions where the foreign soul fragment could be expelled. When you described feeling lighter, you were likely experiencing the absence of this parasitic connection for the first time in your conscious memory. It was a lot to process, and Harry found himself grateful for Daphne's steady presence beside him and Sirius's supportive hand on his shoulder. The knowledge that he had been accidentally harboring a piece of his parents' murderer was horrifying, but the confirmation that it was now gone brought immense relief. "What happens now?" he asked finally. "Voldemort's still out there somewhere, even if we stop this attempt at his return. And if the diary was a Horcrux, might there be others?" Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Indeed, I fear that is likely. My research suggests Tom Riddle developed an obsession with the number 7, magically significant, as you know. He may have created multiple Horcruxes in his quest for immortality. So even if his spirit was banished again, he's not truly gone," Sirius concluded grimly. "Just delayed." "I believe that is the case," Dumbledore confirmed. "However, thanks to Harry's actions, we now understand better what we face. The diary's destruction confirms that Horcruxes can be eliminated, reducing Voldemort's anchors to the mortal world. And perhaps most importantly, we know now that he fears Harry, fears the power he demonstrated in defending the alley. Which makes Harry an even greater target," Daphne pointed out, her hand finding his almost unconsciously. "True," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But it also gives us time. Voldemort will not risk another confrontation until he has regained his full strength, which requires elaborate ritual magic that cannot be hastily arranged. I believe we have months, perhaps even years, before he can attempt another return." The conversation continued, turning to practical matters of security, ongoing investigation of Death Eater activities, and Harry's recovery. Though the immediate crisis had passed, all present recognized that a new chapter had begun. Voldemort was actively seeking return, his followers were mobilizing, and Harry's role as both the boy who lived and the alley's defender placed him squarely in the coming conflict's center. In the days that followed, Harry gradually regained his strength, though the healers warned that full magical recovery might take weeks. The Daily Prophet reported on the Diagon Alley incident with typically sensationalized coverage, though the ministry had classified many details to prevent public panic. The official story mentioned only dark wizards attempting to damage the alley's magical infrastructure, and the prompt response of the property's young owner in coordination with Auror forces. Behind the scenes, however, significant changes were underway. Madame Bones had used the captured Death Eaters as leverage to secure increased funding and authority for her department. Dumbledore had reconvened a group he referred to obliquely as old friends who stood together during the last conflict, which Harry later learned was the Order of the Phoenix. And Gringotts had implemented enhanced security throughout the Founder's Path, with additional goblin wards tied directly to the central ward stone. Through it all, Harry found himself increasingly aware of how much his life had changed since that fateful day 2 years earlier when he had first discovered the compact in the Dursleys' attic. From an unwanted, ignorant child living in a cupboard, he had become not only the owner of Wizarding Britain's commercial heart but now also a key figure in the looming conflict with a dark wizard many still feared to name. Having second thoughts? Sirius asked one evening, finding Harry standing at the enchanted windows, watching the alley below illuminated by the soft glow of the wardstone network visible in the cobblestones. "Not exactly," Harry replied truthfully. "More like, wondering if there was ever really a choice. From the moment Voldemort targeted my parents, from the moment this scar was created, was any of this actually optional?" Sirius considered this, joining Harry at the window. "Your father used to talk about destiny versus decision. He believed that while circumstances might force your hand sometimes, how you responded, with courage or fear, selfishness or sacrifice, was always your choice." "And my mother?" Lily was more practical. Sirius smiled fondly at the memory. "She'd say worrying about whether something was fate or choice was less important than doing what was right when the moment came. And you, Harry, have consistently done what was right, whether it was predetermined or not." Harry took comfort in that assessment, though questions about his future loomed large as his 11th birthday approached. In just a week, he would board the Hogwarts Express, beginning the next chapter of his life as a student rather than just the alley's steward. The special flu arrangement McGonagall had organized would allow him to maintain his connection to the Wardstone network while living primarily at the school, a balance that would require careful management. On the morning of September 1st, Harry stood in the sitting room of the Potter suite, trunk packed and ready beside him. Sirius would accompany him to King's Cross, while Nagnock would remain as primary administrator of alley affairs during Harry's absence, with the understanding that major decisions would still require Harry's input through their secure communication mirror. "Ready for the great adventure?" Sirius asked, looking both proud and wistful. "Your parents would be so excited for you today." "I think so," Harry nodded, though nervous anticipation fluttered in his stomach. Despite his unusual life circumstances, in this one way he was just like any other wizarding child, heading off to Hogwarts for the first time, worried about making friends, fitting in, and managing classwork. A soft chime announced their final visitor, Daphne, also dressed for travel in a simple but elegant blue robe that complemented her eyes. "All set, Potter?" she asked briskly, though her voice held a hint of the same nervous excitement he felt. "Father's already taken my trunk to the station. He's arranged a private compartment for us, benefits of Greengrass connections." "One last thing before we go," Harry said, crossing to his desk where a small package waited. "I have something for you." Daphne raised an eyebrow curiously as he handed her the carefully wrapped gift. Opening it, she found a delicate silver charm bracelet with a single pendant, a miniature crystal that glowed with the same golden red light as the wardstones. "It's connected to the network," Harry explained as she examined it with wide eyes. "Not just decorative, it will warm if there's danger in the alley, and it works as an emergency port key to bring you directly to the Potter suite if activated." "Harry, this is..." She seemed genuinely at a loss for words, a rarity for the usually articulate girl. "This is incredible magic. How did you manage it?" "Nagnock helped," Harry admitted. "And Dumbledore provided some guidance on the charm work. I wanted you to have a connection to the alley even when we're at Hogwarts, since you've been such a big part of everything here." What remained unspoken was his deeper motivation, a desire to keep her safe, to maintain their connection even at school where houses and new friendships might create distance between them. The Wardstone charm was both practical protection and symbolic link, binding her to the place that had brought them together and to Harry himself as its steward. "It's perfect," Daphne said softly, allowing him to fasten it around her wrist. For just a moment, her carefully maintained composure slipped, revealing the depth of emotion behind her practical exterior. "Thank you." Sirius cleared his throat theatrically. "If you two are quite finished with the gift exchange, we do have a train to catch. Unless you'd prefer to start your Hogwarts careers with a dramatic late entrance." It worked for James and me, though McGonagall assigned detention before we'd even reached the castle. The moment broken, they gathered their things and headed for the Flu connection that would take them to the designated wizard-safe apparition point near King's Cross. As Harry prepared to step into the green flames, he took one last look around the Potter suite, his first real home, the place where he had discovered his heritage, learned to use his magic, and grown from a neglected child into someone who could face Death Eaters and defend an entire magical district. He would return regularly throughout the school year, maintaining his connection to the Wardstone network and fulfilling his obligations as the alley's steward. But he knew that today marked a transition nonetheless, from focusing primarily on his inherited responsibilities to developing his own magical education and identity. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether from Voldemort's eventual return, the ordinary trials of school life, or the evolving complexities of friendship and growing up, Harry felt prepared to face them. Not because he was the boy who lived or the alley's owner, but because of the connections he had formed and the person he had become through those responsibilities. As he stepped through the flue toward platform 9 3/4 and the Hogwarts Express, Harry Potter carried with him not just the legacy of his parents and the duty of the compact, but also the confidence of someone who had discovered his place in the world and was ready to defend it, not because destiny demanded it, but because he had chosen to embrace both the privilege and the obligation of his unique position. The alley's defender was becoming his own person, and that person was ready for whatever came next. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.